হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ মানে অবস্ট্রাকশন হবে না না ওখানে ইয়ের সামনে ল্যাপটপের সামনে তো মুখের ইয়েটা থাকে কভারেজটা থাকে আর এখান থেকে যে আচ্ছা মেন ক্যামেরাটা আছে না ওই যে ওখানে ভিডিও হচ্ছে না ওখানেও
Good evening, everyone. Respected dignitaries, distinguished scholars, esteemed faculty members, and dear participants. It is my honor to welcome you all to day 2 of this international conference on ramifications of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system. I also take this opportunity to welcome Professor Donald R. Davis, who is here with us today. Thank you, sir, for taking out time and attending this conference. I also welcome Dr. Shruta Pandey, our Honorable Principal of Vidyasagar College for Women. I also welcome all the speakers who have come here to deliver their lectures. Yesterday, our deliberations traversed profound territories from gender and justice in ancient India to the role of dharma in governance. The discussions illuminated how timeless Indian concepts are and how they continue to impact and inspire modern jurisprudence and ethical thoughts. Today, our journey expands further from philosophical foundations to contemporary global challenges. We shall explore human rights, humanitarian law, and environmental jurisprudence, the domains where law becomes the conscience of civilization. With that spirit, let us commence the third technical session focusing on international and national law, protecting human rights and social justice. We are privileged to have Dr. Aditya Anshu, Associate Professor, Department of Social Science, Abu Dhabi University, whose expertise bridges continents and cultures. We would like to inform our audience that Dr. Anshu is unable to attend the conference due to health constraints. He is graciously joining us online to be a part of this conference. Dr. Anshu's academic background spans diaspora studies, migration, and international relations focusing on Africa, the Middle East, and European engagement in African waters. A scholar from Jawaharlal Nehru University, he has collaborated with the Economic and Political Studies Division of the Embassy of India in Washington, D.C., and Hankook University of Foreign Studies, South Korea. He made meaningful contributions to the field of diaspora studies, migration, and international relations, aiming to enhance our understanding of global dynamics and foster positive change. May I invite Dr. Aditya Anshu to chair the proceedings of this session.
Thank you, Dr. Suman. Thank you so much.
I request Dr. Anshu to say hello from the Sunnycast.
Yes, thank you. Namaskar. Good morning. And my warm greetings to all the distinguished organizers. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Presenting the upward. Not presenting upward.
Dr. Anshu, can you greet the audience from the Sunnycast?
Yes. Am I audible?
Am I audible to you?
Audible?
Am I audible to you? Am I audible to you, sir?
I think our voices are echo. Am I
Sir,
audible
am I
now?
audible?
Yes, you are audible. Am I audible?
Okay, so I just wanted you to address the audience.
Yeah. So, namaskar. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Suman. Thank you so much. And namaskar, good morning. My warm greetings to all the distinguished organizers, scholars, faculty members, and the student gathered here today for the second day of very important conference on justice in Indian knowledge system. On the onset, I would like to thank Principal Ma'am Dr. Roy for generously, inviting me and Dr. Atri as well, who have been coordinating at large for me. So I wish all of you a very success for this conference, and my apologies for missing it out due to my health reasons. I wish I was there, and looking forward for this important session of the day 2. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anshu. I would now like to invite Dr. Anup Shekhar, Dr. Devashi.
Yes.
Because the students keep sitting on a Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That's nothing. That's nothing. 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 Not my area. Not my area. Not my area.
So
East India, but of Mizoram, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and Arunachal. Four geographies which will be discussed. So at the first point, when we are talking of the British policies and how it impacted in this geography, we must realize that it was a pretty long duration of process. So from 1826 to 1946, the Raj was making certain borderlands. And when we say the borderlands, we're basically looking at the geography which today we call as Northeast India, which is, many times we call it as state of seven sisters in one country. And not all these states, whether we talk of Manipur, Tripura, Meghalaya, Assam, or Sikkim, not many of them came to British Raj at the same time. They came in a process, different process and times of history. So the contact zones were different. That's However, what is interesting is that the Raj, that is the European template, tried to broad brush one unified code of law, which later took itself in the form of the Indian Penal Code, and which created a retinue of legalities, even in places like the Northeast. So courts, magistrates, all these, you know, institutes of justice or providing justice were created by the British with a template which was earlier from the Dharmic and the Mughal kind of template. That's the reason why lexicons in courts today still have administrative terminologies that can be traced back to various preceding kind of judicial or justice system. For example, if we go to the court today, when we want to file a case, etc., there are places where we have to meet people like the Mohari. There are places like we have to take papers which are known as the Vakalatnama. So these terminologies come from that tradition. And it was combined with European sense of deliberation of justice. In this process, the British was very smart. They were smart as administrators. They provided some kind of mixed hybrid forms of justice, which can be seen today in the form of customary laws which are in operation in Northeast India, especially in places where we have the sixth scheduled area. So customary laws are basically dividing and providing some kind of leverage to tribal, indigenous, ethnic kind of notions of justice that we see around. In many senses, post-colonial times, customary laws, sixth schedule have been seen as areas where tribal units can express their autonomy, their claims to sovereignty, and their claims to be different from other parts of India. What is really interesting about this is that though these customary laws are what we call as orality in nature or oral in nature, they were codified by British administrators themselves. And the colonial anthropologists and administrators were responsible to a large extent to have these customary laws in print. So you had William Carey and others, as well as other administrators who codified these laws, such as the Lushai Chin, laws that we see today. So these laws were in fact oral in nature. And the very quintessential feature of customary law was that it was inherited by way of remembering in the mind rather than writing in letters and in words. But today, customary laws are in print. So you have a Naga customary law, you have a Khasi customary law, you have a Mizo customary law, which they call it the case of Das. So various tribal units have their own customary laws. Now these laws are actually operating in parallel with the other legal system. Customary laws today are operating at the level in the Northeast of inheritance of land, divorces, marriages, ways of life. So customary laws have got that template which allows them that. But at the same time, these same tribal units which are operating in multitudes in Northeast are also being subjected to the colonial inherited laws that we see today in operation. In the way of, for instance, forest acts and forest laws. So you have a forest law which was created by the colonial regime for extractive purpose, which we call as green imperialism, and that kind of law manifesting itself and controlling the movement of tribal people, particularly women, when it comes to accessing forest-based produce. So these forest-based produce could be land, could be timber, it could be tubers, it could be some herbs, etc. But the forest laws does control that, and the mobility and access and control of that tribal people to that global commons is being controlled to a large extent. Vis-a-vis two templates, that is the British colonial inherited legal system, which today we have in the Indian format of laws and legalities, which restrict and regulate our spaces, as well as customary laws. Now, many of the tribal units are saying that these customary laws, in fact, fall under what we would call as tribal knowledge system or indigenous knowledge system, which are part and parcel of Indian knowledge system. Because when we say Indian knowledge system, it doesn't just mean it comes from one variety of text or one variety of philosophical background. It can come from a different template as well. So tribal ideas are being now juxtaposed within that idea of connectedness. Interesting as this, we do see colonial legacy, hybrid templates of legal framework, and modern interpretations. Coming to this modern interpretation, which is the third segment of what I have to speak, is that it has evolved in standardization of law. So some kind of standard has been created by that. But the problem is that these customary laws were codified, restructured, and put in template or written in the 1800s and 1900s. After that, in the 1950s, some kind of rudimentary changes were done to them. But now in 2025, tribal women, in particular, those who are studying feminist theology from tribal units such as in Mizoram and Nagaland, have been claiming that these customary laws are in fact very, very negative or pushing the woman in the margins. For instance, if you look at customary laws in terms of marriage among the Mizo tribes, then the law says that if there is a divorce between a heterosexual couple, a male and a female, then the easiest way for the man to do is to tell the woman that I'm divorcing you and I'm paying a certain amount of money to you. So it could be 40 rupees to 400 rupees. And that is the end. Now, coming to another interesting part of this compensation justice is when it comes to two unmarried couples having children out of wedlock. What we would now in contemporary times call as live-in relationship paradigmas. So if you have that, and if the man does not want to own up that child, he can tell the woman that I am going free, I don't want to take charge of the child. You go single. Again, it's a case of 40 rupees or 400, and the man can get free. If with the same woman, the man again has a child, this is for the resource. Okay, if with the same woman, the man is a second child, and the man again decides to go away from the child burden, then this time customary law says that it's the woman's fault, so the man doesn't need to pay any money. But if there is a third time again, sometimes it happens that you are in some kind of business dilemma in love. You fall in love and you know that it's wrong, but you still want to give it a second or third chance. So if they have given a third chance, and if there is a third marriage, third child, then the man has to give a compensation of 40 rupees or 400 again, depending upon the range, how much money can be given. In the traditional times, it used to be a mithun. When it was not monetized, it used to be a mithun. Mithun is a traditional, mix between a bison and a white ox. So it's a different variety. If you find it northeast, it looks more or less like the yak, but it doesn't have hairs. The compensation was done in those grounds. And therefore, there are administrators like Stevenson who have said that the Zoki style of justice is not justice of social justice or of some kind of deliverance or niyami. Rather, it's a justice based on compensation. That you compensate for your crime or a practice which is seen as unwanted. So in many sense, women groups across Northeast have been challenging these customers said that we need so they've been saying that we need to bring some kind of change, a new kind of interpretation. But the patriarchal group within these tribes, such as the Mizos, have been saying that no, we can change customary laws. Customary laws have been inherited and given to us from our forefathers. These are permanent. And it advantages men, let it advantage. Women do not need to grumble about it because it is customary and it is pristine. Nobody can change it. But in the state of Mizoram, they have tried to change it, and there is a lot of resistance because the government feels that it's trying to change because they have the Women's Commission, the Human Rights Commission, other legal parameters and frameworks which are operating and talking in terms of access to justice and being a part of a world wherein you and me can be delivered or given some kind of quality justice, not just justice of compensation. And we can also see that in terms of other issues. So if you look at the Khasis operate via Dorbar Shons. The Dorbar Shons are again collective, where again you have only men's voices. Women are not represented out there. And a woman's presence is seen as hindering some kind of deliverance of justice. So the Durban Zone, which is a male passion, reads and interprets customary laws for all women and others. And this is an irony because the Khasis are matrilineal. So their society is a woman-centric society. Yet even in woman-centric world, we find that patriarchy and men have their own ways of having control over language and interpretation of knowledge. So you have among the Nagas, Ismutu Medan, among the Mizos, we have the village council. All of them talk different aspects. And these aspects can be now seen as challenges of how are customary laws really customary in nature and whether they have been codified and interpreted in English that we see today, and that whether there is a need to change those customary laws. Whether those customary laws really affect everyone or it affects only a part and parcel of our society. So in many ways, whether we are talking of these indigenous ideas with contemporary forms of templates such as human rights, we do see that there are perspectives which comes into convergence. And therefore, tribal justice system, such as the Dorbai song, the Kutumedan, the Bulyang, etc., are in fact institutes that deliver justice, but their justice is limited and it's compounded by what is already existing in terms of their customary laws. Because the customary and the non-customary aspect of laws both operate in places like the Nordics. So these are the ramifications that we can see in part and parcel. I hope I'll be able to give more answers when it comes to our Q&A. So what we can have as a food for thought is indigenous perspective on law and justice says that tribal societies aren't devoid of justice. Rather, they are rooted in justice, but their interpretations and their template of justice differs. Sometimes it differs in the form of justice for compensation. Sometimes it differs in terms of justice for a particular segment or a particular group of people. Thank you. So I'll close my talk with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your engaging discussion. Before we proceed to the next speaker, I would like to welcome Dr. Champal Bhattacharya amongst us. I request the students to felicitate him. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Our next distinguished speaker is Dr. Devashish Gaur, Professor, Seagulls Skills University, Shantiniketan, West Bengal. Dr. Dhar's academic career spans over 4 decades, from teaching at the school level to serving as principal of Shankar College of Education and as the Senate member of the University of Calcutta. Remarkably, he contributed as the co-investigator of the NCERT project related to visually impaired children and serves as editor-in-chief of Educatum, a peer-reviewed journal. His lifelong dedication to best practices in education and inclusive pedagogy is truly inspiring. May I request Dr. Thor to deliver his lecture?
Respected chief, respected chairperson, dignitaries, teachers, organizers, management, and my beloved students. It is great privilege for me to give my gratitude to the organizers of international conference organized by Department of Sanskrit, Folk Science and Education of Vidyasagar College, Kolkata. The theme ramification of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system. In the second day, my topic is national and international law and social justice. On different ways, human rights and social justices are hampered. War between different countries, a large number of people die. People faces different problems, such as the displaced people, if even children lack basic needs. So the human rights are violated in different ways. There are different international laws, but the politicians of different countries want to show their powers. The environment are also polluted in different ways. Again, within the society, the different types of violences are occurring regularly, even in our country, which causes different problems within the society. In this context, the organizer gave me a topic to deliver a speech regarding national law and international law and social justice. Thanks the organizer. First of all, meaning of human rights. According to United Nations, human rights are rights inherent to all human beings, regardless of race, sex, nationality, ethnicity, language, religion, or in any other status. Human rights are fundamental entitlements that every individual holds by virtue of being human. Human rights are applied universally without discrimination related to race, religion, gender, language, nationality, or any background, or any socio-economic status. It preserves personal dignity, allowing people to live with respect, autonomy, and fairness. It guarantees essential freedoms that protect individuals from oppression and ensure personal liberty. It promotes equality by ensuring that all people receive the same legal and social protections. It promotes equality by ensuring that all people receive the same legal and social protection. It upholds justice by demanding fairness, accountability, and equal treatment under the law. It is guided globally by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, UDHR 1948, which outlines and protects these core principles. It often symbolized visual to a human figure surrounded by icons representing freedom, equality, and justice. Next, meaning of social justice. Our earlier speaker has already told regarding the social justice of different tribal peoples of Mizo, Nagas, etc. It is very much interesting. I am telling about the meaning of social justice. United Nations, according to United Nations, social justice is an underlying principle for peaceful and prosperous coexistence within and among nations. Social justice refers to a system where opportunities and resources are distributed fairly among all members of the society. It ensures that individuals are not subjected to discriminations based on identity, background, or social status. It emphasizes protection and upliftment of marginalized and vulnerable communities. It promotes equal access to education, employment, healthcare, and essential social services to all the peoples of any country. It aims to create a balanced society where everyone can participate and progress without systematic barriers. It supports the idea of fairness in social, economic, and institutional structure to achieve collective well-being. Next, principles of human rights. There are certain principles of human rights. First one, universality. Human rights apply to every person, everywhere, without exception. Inalienability. Human rights cannot be taken away except under lawful and necessary circumstances. Equality. All individuals are entitled to the same rights and freedoms without discrimination. No non-discrimination. No one should face bias based on race, gender, religion, language, nationality, or any other status. Individuality, indivisibility. All rights that is civil, political, economic, social, and cultural holds equal importance. Interdependence. The protection of one right supports and strengthens other rights. Accountability. Governments and institutions must be answerable for the protection and violation of human rights. Rule of law. Human rights must be protected through fair laws, transparent processes, and impartial justice system. Next, principles of social justice. Principle of first one, equity, ensuring fair access to opportunities and resources based on individual needs. Equality, providing equal rights, treatment, and chances for all members of the society. rights, protecting the fundamental rights and freedoms of every individual, access, guaranteeing that all people can obtain essential services such as education, healthcare, and employment, participation, encouraging active involvement of all groups, especially marginalized communities in decision-making processes, fairness, promoting just and unbiased practices in social, economic, and political systems, dignity, upholding the respect and worth of every person within the society. Next one, I want to say some international and national laws protecting human rights, international laws, which are as UDHR 1948, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and that is which says about the fundamental human rights for all. Next, ICCPR 1966, International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, which includes civil and political rights, that is freedom of speech, equality before law. Next, IESCR 1966, International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, that is education, health, and work. Next, CEDAW 1979, Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. Next, CAT 1984, against torture and other cruel and human or degrading treatment or punishment. Next, CRPD 2006, Rights of Persons with Disability. These are some international laws protecting human rights. Next, some national laws protecting human rights. First of all, Constitution of India 1950, in which the Article 14, right to equality, Article 19, freedom of speech, Article 21, right to life and personal liberty. Next, Protection of Human Rights Act 1993 establishes National Human Rights Commission and State Human Rights Commissions. Next, SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989. Next, Right to Information Act 2005 and Right to Education Act 2009. Next, Person with Disabilities Act 2016 ensures equal opportunity, accessibility, and inclusion for persons with disability. Next, these are some international and national laws protecting human rights. Next, goal of human rights and social justice. The ultimate aim of human rights and social justice are to create a society where every individual enjoys equal opportunity and protection. Both focus on ensuring equal access to essential services such as education, employment, healthcare, and justice. The systems work to eliminate discrimination, that so no group is excluded, no disadvantaged group is excluded. The system shared goal which can promote dignity, allowing every person to live with respect and security. The support system which are necessary to satisfy human rights, and social justice. And these will be such that they can protect vulnerable and marginalized community from inequality. System can foster fairness and can help to build a society where no one is left behind. Therefore, system will be such that which can strengthen social harmony and contribute to sustainable development for all. Next, key provisions and their implications. Non-discrimination ensures that no person is treated unfair on the basis of race, gender, religion, caste, or any other status, promoting equality and reducing social exclusion. Next, protection of vulnerable groups, which provides legal safeguards for women, children, minority, persons with disabilities, and other marginalized groups, preventing exploitation and ensuring their rights are upheld. Access to justice guarantees that individual can seek legal remedies, file complaints, and receive fair treatment in courts for any human rights violation. Accountability holds governments, officials, and institutions responsible for their actions, ensuring transparency, reducing abuse of power, and strengthening the rule of law. Next, interconnection between human rights and social justice. Human rights and social justice work together to uphold the dignity and value of every individual. Human rights offer the legal standards that protect people from discrimination and injustice. Social justice applies these standards in real life situations by promoting fairness in opportunities and resources. Human rights sets the framework for equality, while social justice ensures that this equality which is practiced in society. Besides this, they help to create conditions that every person can live with respect, security, and equal chances to grow. Their combined focuses can strengthen the efforts to support marginalized groups and remove systematic barriers. By linking legal protection with moral responsibility, life that is, they build a society having human rights and social justice. That is the somewhat interconnection between human rights and social justice. Protection measures of international laws. First one, strengthening international treaties by ensuring nations' commitment
Dr.
and
Dhar,
ratify legally binding agreements. Monitoring compliance through global bodies such as the United Nations,
few more minutes.
International Court of Justice, and specialized agencies. Implementing enforcement mechanisms like diplomatic pressure or legal action against violations. Promoting transparency in stated actions to prevent abuses and ensure accountability. Enhancing global cooperation so that countries work together to uphold shared legal standards. Supporting human rights institutions that investigate violations and protect vulnerable populations. Encouraging national governments to align domestic laws with established
Dr. Dhar,
international norms.
Dr. Dhar, can you hear
Strengthening
me?
judicial system to ensure fair trials, rule of law, legal remedies for victims, building awareness through education and advocacy to foster respect for international obligations, protecting whistleblowers and activists who report violations of international laws. Next one, protection measures of national laws. Here also, strengthening the rule of law to ensure all institutions and citizens operate within the legal framework, upholding constitutional provisions so that national laws remain consistent with fundamental rights and democratic principles. Ensuring transparent governance to prevent misuse of power and promote accountability in public institutions. Maintaining an independent judiciary that can interpret and enforce laws impartially. Strengthening law enforcement agencies with proper training, resources, and ethical standards. Implementing strict penalties for violation to deter unlawful activities and protect public order. Regularly updating laws to address emerging social, economic, and technological challenges. Promoting legal awareness among citizens to encourage compliance and protect their rights. Encouraging public participation in the law-making process through consultations and democratic platforms. Establishing oversight bodies such as anti-corruption commissions, human rights commissions, and regulatory authorities to monitor adherence to national laws. Next, protection measures for social justice. Ensuring equal access to education, healthcare, employment, and public services for all groups. Strengthening anti-discrimination laws to protect individuals from unfair treatment based on caste, gender, religion, disability, or economic status. Implementing affirmative action policies to uplift marginalized and vulnerable communities. Promoting fair economic opportunities through welfare schemes, skill development, and social security measures. Supporting inclusive governance that encourages participation of disadvantaged groups in decision-making processes. Maintaining an independent judiciary to address social inequalities and protect citizen rights. Enhancing social welfare programs to reduce poverty, hunger, and social exclusion. Encouraging community awareness to foster respect, equality, and harmony within the society. Monitoring government programs to ensure resources to reach the intended beneficiaries without corruption or bias. Strengthening civil society organizations that advocate for fairness, equality, and human dignity. Next, the challenges in enforcement of enforcement of national laws. First of all, poverty, inequality, discrimination. Second, violence against women, children, minorities, and disabled persons. Lack of awareness about human rights, weak implementation of laws, administrative delays and corruption, limited access to justice for marginalized groups, conflicts between national and international laws, lack of resources, etc. Next one, challenges in international laws, lack of central global authority, absence of binding enforcement powers, conflict between national laws and international laws, limited jurisdiction of international court, political interference and power imbalances, lack of resources to international legal standards, inadequate
Dr. Dhar.
legal system,
Dhar,
geopolitical
can you hear me?
tension, etc.
Dr.
Next.
Dhar,
way to
Can you hear me?
overcome the right challenges, human rights, strengthen the enforcement of human rights law through effective implementation and strict monitoring. Next one, increase public awareness and education to ensure people understand their rights and available protections. Next, improve access to justice by providing legal aid, fast-track courts, and support service for victims. Provide special protection programs for vulnerable groups such as women, children, and minorities and persons with disabilities. Strengthen human rights institutions, including the NHRC, SHRC, and the judiciary. Encourage active participation from NGOs, civil society organizations, and the media to monitor violations and advocate for reforms. Promote inclusive policies and social welfare programs that reduce inequality and support marginalized people. Next one, ways to overcome the challenges regarding social justice. Strengthen the information enforcement of social laws through proper implementation. Increase social awareness through education. Improve access to adhere to social justice. Provide special protection program for children, women, SC, ST, OBC, minorities, and PWD. Strengthen the rules and regulations of different social institutions like educational institutions, class, religious organizations, NGOs, etc. Encourage active participation in different social services, reduction of inequality through social welfare programs. Its conclusion, national and international human rights laws for a complementary foundation that supports the protection of individual dignity and promotes social justice within and beyond national borders. Together, they create an interconnected system that strengthens legal accountability and ensures that basic freedoms are upheld everywhere. At the national level, constitution and statutory laws establish the primary protection that citizens rely upon for their safety, rights, and equality. These legal frameworks reflect the unique historical, cultural, and social context of each nation while aligning with universal human rights principles. International human rights laws, on the other hand, provide a broader framework that guides states in maintaining global standards of fairness. Treaties, conventions, and declarations set expectations that countries must strive to meet, creating a shared commitment to human dignity across the world. The interaction between national and international systems strengthen human rights enforcement. International bodies monitor compliance by national institutions to implement law on the ground. This dual structure enhances protection by creating multiple avenues for justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us on several national and international laws protecting human rights and social justice. Our final speaker for this session is Dr. Champa Bhattacharya, former IPS officer, Kolkata, and an eminent scholar whose illustrious career bridges academia, law, literature, and public service. An alumnus of Presidency College, Calcutta, Dr. Bhattacharya holds a PhD in English literature and has also earned first-class degrees in law, LLB and LLM, and successfully qualified the All India Bar examination. He began his career as an academic at Rabindra Bharati University, During his service in the Indian Police Service, he held several key positions, including Joint Commissioner of Police, Kolkata, and Director of the Kolkata Police Law Institute. At present, Dr. Bhattacharya serves as visiting faculty in many premier institutions of West Bengal. He also contributes to the judiciary as reviewer and vetter of the IT cell, appellate side, High Court at Calcutta, and as a court-appointed mediator under the mandate of the Supreme Court of India. A ninth member of the Asiatic Society, Dr. Bhattacharya, has been honored with the President's Police Medal for Distinguished Service, the Indian Police Medal for Meritorious Service, and the Prashansha Paduk of the Government of West Bengal. His scholarly contributions in history, heritage studies, law, and human rights reflect his deep commitment to social justice. We are honored to have him with us. May I invite Dr. Bhattacharya to address the audience?
Good morning to you all. Respected Principal, Vidyasagar College for Women, Kolkata, and honorable distinguished and eminent scholars, legal thinkers, philosophers, and researchers, and others all who are associated with this international conference on ramification of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system. Very interesting topic and very complex too, and very difficult to understand because this is a vast subject or vast topic, like a vast ocean. So I will try to say something regarding this, but not in a very comprehensive manner because my knowledge is very little and cannot satisfy you all. I must be thankful to the organizers for inviting me at this international conference, that is the ramification of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system. This is an important academic event, this international conference, particularly in view of the prevailing scenario, to explore the rich traditions of jurisprudence, ethics, and governance embedded within Indian knowledge system. I'm very much honored and privileged to be a part of it. Thank you. That Indian knowledge system embodies a holistic legal philosophy grounded in dharma, ethics, communal harmony, and restoration rather than mere punitive mechanisms. Unlike the modern framework influenced predominantly by Western legal ideologies, ancient Indian jurisprudence established a sophisticated understanding of justice that integrated moral duty, social order, and spiritual well-being. This effort, that is my attempt to explore this, investigates the evolution, foundational concepts, institutions, methodologies, and contemporary implications of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system. It also critically examines how these indigenous legal principles can contribute to modern legal reforms, especially concerning restorative justice, gender equality, environmental jurisprudence, and democratic governance. Law and justice in India have developed through multiple civilizational phases, down from the prehistoric period, from the Vedic age to the constitutional democracy of the present. The Indian knowledge system, that is Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, Bharatiya Jnana Parampara, conceptualized law not merely as a set of enforced rules, but as an ethical order rooted in dharma, that is religion, a guiding principle that balances rights, duties, and cosmic righteousness, that is the universal righteousness. Ancient jurists, we are very proud of it, like Monu, Kautilya, and Jacobolco, and later medieval legal scholars contributed to jurisprudence with remarkable sophistication, influencing governance, property systems, dispute resolution, maybe compared to the modern day mediation and conciliation project and effort by the Supreme Court of India and all the high courts. And I have been appointed as a learned mediator of Calcutta High Court by the Supreme Court of India. And penology, that is the ultimate effect, penology. I think you can realize the essence of penology. Without penology, we can proceed. Okay? The present study explores how Indian jurisprudential thought evolved and how it continues to influence contemporary legal doctrines, prioritizing the collective welfare and spiritual integrity of society. At the very outset, let us focus on philosophical foundations of Indian legal thought. What are the philosophical foundations? Number one, dharma as jurisprudence. We all know about Rashtra's dharma. Dharma as jurisprudence. Second, karma and legal responsibility. And the last, but not the least, that is varna, gender, and social order. So first, karma served as the supreme norm that guided what? Social duty, legal authority, ethical conduct, human cosmic relations. That is relating to the universe or cosmos and modern concepts. For example, landmark evidence of the Big Bang Theory. We all know about the Big Bang Theory. While modern law distinguishes legal rights from moral responsibility, the Indian system ensures their unity. The ruler, judge, and individual were all bound by dharma to offer justice based on equity and fairness. For example, as enshrined in the Constitution of India, that is justice, equality, fraternity, and also integrity. That is the essence on equity and fairness. Second, karma and legal responsibility. We all know that Swamiji told that karma is dharma. What is true religion? Karma, you should work. Don't expect any result, but what? The doctrine of karma reinforced the ethical accountability of individuals. Crime was seen not merely as harm to a victim, but as an imbalance in the cosmic order. A criminal cannot be turned as a happy-go-lucky person. So it is not merely as harm. Obviously, crime is harm, but as an imbalance in the cosmic order. What is the cause? The cause is the imbalance in the cosmic order. Hence, the effect or result is crime. Therefore, repentance and reformation were essential components of punishment. Now, let us come to the point of world of gender and social order. Though Indian jurisprudence promoted order, hierarchical structures sometimes legitimized social inequalities. Modern constitutional justice has gradually reinterpreted dharma to align with egalitarian principle, that is the equality. Equality or egalitarian society, some of us may call it the class society, where there no class exists. But it is very difficult. That is the basic human rights, irrespective of caste, creed, and sex. That is fundamental human rights, as also enshrined in the Constitution of India. How? Or we have our own fundamental rights. What is the difference between fundamental rights and universal rights? Human rights is universal rights, whereas fundamental rights is particularly limited to a country as per their constitution. So ancient Indian law, look, what are the sources of law in the Indian knowledge system? What are the sources of law? All of a sudden, nothing can spark. Ancient Indian law derived from Shruti. What is Shruti? Oral tradition, Vedas. Smriti, memory. Legal and ethical codes, that is Manusmriti, Jagavalpa Smriti, etc. Then Shadachar, that is Padachar. I think some of you will know Bengali. Shadachar, that is customary practices. And Atmantushti, that is conscience of the individual. Ask your conscience whether I'm right or wrong. You will get the best reply. Yes, it is right, you do it. Yes, it is wrong, you do not do it. This must be the motto of every human life. And then the justice, actually the main source, that is Arthashastra, Kautilya's Arthashastra emphasized rule of law, strong enforcement mechanisms, evidence-based judiciary, state accountability. It remains one of the earliest examples of legal realism comparable to later Western thought. So here, if you permit me, then I will going far more back before the knowledge of writing. When people could not write, before the knowledge of writing, how the law was enforced in the country. How? So there is a short history that is in Indian folklore. Folklore is also a oral tradition. Indian folklore and oral traditions, before the widespread knowledge of writing, themes of law and justice were primarily conveyed to the overreaching concept of dharma, that is righteousness, duty, and cosmic law, and the principle of karma, that is actions and their consequences. These moral and ethical codes were not just abstract laws, but were presented in compelling narratives, stories, proverbs, and epic poems that were passed down verbally through generations. We all know about Bishop's Fables, we all know about Itikatha, etc., etc., etc. So key themes and mechanism of this process, that is the oral tradition or Indian folklore, that is number one, dharma as supreme law, karma and justice, role of village assemblies, the epics as moral guides, proverbs and folk tales, judicial contact, though through these oral traditions, the principles of law and justice in ancient India were deeply embedded in the cultural and religious consciousness, making them a part of daily life and communal understanding long before the conciliation in texts like Dharmashastras and Arthashastras. I'm just citing one or two examples of prehistoric folklore. Just one or two. You all know about the Potochitra, the Potua. In Bengali, it's called Potua, Potochitra. On the pot, the artist described some principles. I just read one, nothing more. So that you can get the essence of the law. It is in Bengali, the dialect is Bengali. That is, পটের ওপর একটি বিশিষ্ট বিভাগ জমপট বা যমরাজপট. That is the symbol of authority. Jomraj. We all are afraid of the Jomraj. That is Jomraj or Jompot. Jompote সাধারণ জমদূত সহ জমের চিত্র অঙ্কিত হয়. The picture of Yama, the picture of Yama is described on the pot. জমপটের বিভিন্ন ভাগে মানুষের নানা প্রকার, I will give you the English lettering also. মানুষের নানা প্রকার অন্যায় আচরণের জন্য বিবিধ ধরনের শাস্তি বিধানের চিত্র অঙ্কিত থাকে, যার মধ্যে মিথ্যা কথা বলার জন্য সারা ছুটিয়ে জীব ছেঁড়া, অন্যায় আচরণের জন্য ঢেকিতে মাথা কোটা ইত্যাদি বিশেষ উল্লেখযোগ্য। পটের শেষে থাকে জমের একটি বৃহৎ চিত্র। অনেক ক্ষেত্রে পটের প্রথমেও ওই চিত্রের অবস্থান দেখা যায়। পটের শুরু বা শেষাংশে জমের আনুষ্ঠানিক অবস্থান পটশিল্পের অন্যতম প্রধান বৈশিষ্ট্য। কালের পরিবর্তনে অনেক ক্ষেত্রে জমপটের শেষে বুদ্ধ বা জগন্নাথ সুভদ্রা বলরামের চিত্রও অঙ্কিত হয়ে থাকে। Mainly it was very much prevalent in the northern side of India, north and northeastern side of India. জমপট মানুষের অন্যায় আচরণকে সংযত করে। So Yama performs the role of judge, justice. এটা প্রচলিত বিশ্বাস ছিল। আপাত দৃষ্টিতে জমপটকে শিক্ষা নির্দেশক পট বলে মনে হলেও মূলত জমপট দর্শনের মাধ্যমে মানুষের পাপ বিমোচনের এক প্রকার জাদু বিশ্বাস জড়িত আছে বলে অনুমিত হয়। And giving you the English rendering. Another prominent section of the pota is the Yama pot or Yama Rajpot. In the Yama pot, Yama is generally depicted along with his messengers, that is, Jomdutos, in our belief, who carry the corpse of the human being after their death. In various Yama pots, pictures are drawn of many different kinds of punishments for people's wrongful acts. Among these, notably, the tearing of the tongue with pincers for telling lies, beheading on the block for unjust behavior, etc. At the end of the photo, there is a large image of Yama. In many cases, the formal placement of Yama at the beginning or at the end of the photo is one of the photo's principal features. With the passage of time, in many cases, an image of an old man or of a judge of the elder figure is painted at the end of the Yama pot. The Yama pot is believed to censure or restrain people's wrongful conduct. This is the common belief. At first sight, one may think of the Yama pot as a didactic or instructive painting. But essentially, it is supposed that a kind of magical belief in the expiation or release of human sin is involved through the display of the Yama pot. After the performers display the Yama pot, and ask for money or gifts at the time of prayers or offerings. They proclaim the possibility of the expansion of everyone's sins. That is the nirvana, the moksha. This was the popular belief prevalent in the folk culture. Now, anyway, we now come to the legal institutions and judicial systems. Number one, Shama, Shomiti, Janapad courts. These participatory institutions enable public involvement in governance and justice, are the forms of democratic jurisprudence. First of all, panchayat system, panchayati, or shadishi, or arbitration, or mediation. Local dispute resolution bodies focused on reconciliation over punishment. Social peace, collective responsibility. This tradition continues in modern Nyay Panchayats and Lok Adalats. That is the modern counterpart of this is Nyay Panchayats and Lok Adalats. So then comes king as the guardian of justice. King as the guardian of justice. The king was not above the law. He was bound to protect the weak, ensure impartial justice, consult experts. That is in Bengali proverb, it is called Dushter Dagon, Shishter Pago. To protect the weak from the strong, ensure impartial justice, the justice should be impartial, and consult expert, that is Dharma Shastrins. Privilege. Then comes the principles of justice in Indian legal tradition. Principles of justice. What are the basic principles? Number one, Vyavaharo. What is Vyavaharo? The concept is that is his judicial procedure. And what is the modern equivalent? That is litigation and trial system. So this Vyavaharo, the concept is judicial procedure and the modern equivalent is litigation and trial system. Next comes Prayaschitta. Prayaschitta. What is the concept? Repentance and reform. Repentance and reform. What are the modern equivalent? Restorative justice. Yes. That is restorative justice. Then comes Dondo, penal, punishment as deterrent. Dondo, punishment as deterrent. The concept. And the modern equivalent is criminology and penology, which I have told you just a few minutes before. Then comes Nyaya. Nyaya. What is Nyaya? The concept is delivering righteous justice. Concept is delivering righteous justice, court judgments, and modern equivalent is court judgments. And last but not the least is Samanya Dharma, that is universal ethic. And modern equivalent is fundamental rights. That is human rights as universal rights. Human rights are universal rights. The essence of Indian justice lies in restorative jurisprudence aimed at harmony rather than retribution. Then next point, impact of colonialism on indigenous legal traditions. Impact of colonialism on indigenous legal traditions. British rule imposed a uniform legal system which introduced codified criminal and civil law, marginalized hormone-based legal practices, diminished community-based resolution methods, promoted adversarial justice over reconciliation. However, British influence also contributed to modern legal education, judicial independence, and constitutional governance. Then constitutional revival of indigenous justice. The Constitution of India integrates ancient principles with modern rights. That is dharma, that is rule of law. Then Sarvodaya, let's first take. Gandhiji also followed this, Sarvodaya. Then Sri Dharma, that is gender justice reforms. Sri Dharma, gender justice reforms. And then environmental ethics in Vedas. Environmental ethics in Vedas, Article 48A of Constitution of India, and judicial activism. Then Nyay Panchayat, that is alternative dispute resolution, mediation, arbitration, and reconciliation. Environmental jurisprudence, guided by the art as mother, philosophy in Indian thought, has pioneered doctrines like public trust principle, sustainable development, and precautionary principles. So now let us come to the contemporary ramifications of Indian legal philosophy. What is this? Sector. What is the sector? Criminal justice. What is the indigenous contribution? Reformative punishment. Punishment was awarded with a bill to informing an individual. And the current relevance is prison reforms. That's why from prison or karate it has been now Samshodhanagar. That is reformative, reformation center. Then comes family law. What is the indigenous context? Please, don't disturb. Then comes family law. What is the indigenous contribution? Customary ethics, social coherence, and what is the current relevance? Personal laws and codification. Next sector is democracy. What is the indigenous contribution in democracy? Ancient participatory governance. What is the current relevance? Decentralization and local governance, that is local panchayats. Women's rights. What is the indigenous contribution? Mixed legacy, that is protection versus patriarchy. Protection versus patriarchy. And what is the current relevance? Feminist reinterpretation. And last but not the least, environment. That is sacred ecology. Global and the current relevance is global environmental law. So these are the contemporary ramifications of Indian legal
Bhattacharya.
philosophy. And then all
Dr.
these,
Bhattacharya.
what I described in a very nutshell, that is
Bhattacharya, can you hear
challenges.
me?
What are the challenges? Number one, misinterpretation of dharma. Misinterpretation of dharma has historically justified caste and gender biases. Then codified laws often conflict with indigenous customs. Then lack of systematic documentation of pre-colonial legal systems. And need for harmonization between religious plurality and secular justice. Most important. So we can conclude that Indian knowledge system provides a profound legal heritage combining moral ethics, social coherence, and universal justice. Its jurisprudence recognizes that legal systems cannot function in isolation from ethical principles and collective well-being. Integrating these traditional insights into modern law can substantially improve judicial efficiency, reduce adversarial confrontation, and promote a human justice delivery system. Future reforms must critically evaluate indigenous traditions, preserving their emancipatory ideals while rejecting discriminatory aspects. Thus, the legacy of Indian jurisprudence, grounded in dharma and equity, continues to have transformative relevance in strengthening India's legal and democratic institutions. This topic is a vast subject, for discussion, like a vast ocean. And my presentation is just like a little boy playing with the petty pebbles on the seashore. So this is in a nutshell I can give you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we still have some time, so we would like to invite all of you for an interactive session. If you have any questions or you want to share or you want to explain any ideas, so you're free to do that. I also request Dr. Anshu, who is there online, if you can once.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have been trying to speak, but I think there was some technical glitch. So it was pleasure listening to Dr. Professor Anup and then Dr. Dhar, followed by Dr. Bhattacharya. Just to sum up, I would say that Dr. Anup spoke on the entry of Raj, the European idea of justice with tribal justice and justice of compensation, which I really liked, and then how the justice takes the European sense of deliberation, followed by Dr. Dhar's idea of violation of human rights and the role of power, which he really spoke very well, focusing on the on the violation of environmental laws and upliftment of the marginalized uh, people through justice, while Dr. Bhattacharya focused on Indian knowledge system with dharma and ethics and called for the sophisticated system of justice and spiritual well-being, which was very well taken, I think, by the audience. He also tried to talk about the foundational justice along with the legal principles and restorative justice. He tried to link, of course, with his experience as an IPS officer, he tried to link democratic governance with justice, which was very meaningful, I would say, and quite a learning experience for all of the scholars present there in the room. So I would like to thank all of them for being on time, all the speakers. I wish again I was there, to be part of this conference physically, but never mind, next time. It was pleasure listening to all of you, and thank you, Dr. Suman, and again, thank you to Professor Roy for inviting me as a chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. So is there any ideas which you would like to exchange or do you have any questions? So, yes. I have a question to Dr. Shankar Patel. Can you please elaborate the issue of the crime that you said universal imbalance? That was quite interesting to me because I'm from the Department of Philosophy. So why you said that crime is the imbalance in the cosmos harmony? Please elaborate.
Out of that, crime consequences, if we blame a person because you are a criminal, have committed this crime. But why? Why? That means there must be some imbalance in the cosmic world. in the cosmos or in the universal system. Our system is responsible for that.
Okay, that's it.
So our system is responsible for. You have made me like this. That's why I have become a king. In every crime, behind every criminal, there must be some reasons. If you inquire into that, if you investigate into it, you can even get that there is a major factor, a major cause, and the effect that is the effect, the crime itself is the effect of that cause. Because you know, in the entire cosmic world runs on cause and effect. Cause and effect. So this is the cause. There must be one. In my long career, I have always found that. That's why the third degree is not desirable. No, this is not the procedure. There must be some reason behind it. Why did this person is found it? What? This why is the cause? And the crime itself is the effect. This is my understanding.
Thank you. Thank you. Any more questions? Okay, so we now conclude the third technical session here. So just to mention, kindly note that there is a parallel session for paper presentation on the third floor of this building, 12 p.m. onwards. So I would request the participants to please be there on time and present your papers. We will now move forward to the next technical session. Thank you so much to the esteemed dignitaries and the speakers for their valuable contributions. Thank you. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Suman.
So you want to say something? Aditya sir, you want to say something?
No, I am saying thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to speak, to be the chair of the session. All right, it was pleasure being here. Next time, for sure, I'll be there physically.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. And, please give my regards to Dr. Roy and Dr. Atri. Thank you for coordinating at large with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. God bless. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one. That's perfect. We should work for it.
May I have your attention? So we will be having this parallel session for paper presentation on the third floor of this building in room number DF6.
We saw potential.
Shall we and ask the questions when we start research? Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, a very warm and hearty welcome to all of you, to all dignitaries, delegates, guests, colleagues, and students present here today. And also, I welcome online guests and participants present for the ICSSR sponsored two-day international conference on ramifications of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system. Organized by the Departments of Sanskrit, Political Science and Education of Leadership College for Women, with the wholehearted support of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of our college. The three departments, Sanskrit, Education, and Political Science, have worked very hard meticulously to curate this exceptional conference. It is my honor to welcome you to this fourth technical session on war crimes and humanitarian law, a subject that sits at the very center of today's global humanitarian and political crisis. As conflicts intensify across continents, across borders, across nations, from protracted civil wars to new terrains of geopolitical confrontation, the principles that govern the conduct of war are being tested with unprecedented severity. At the same time, the documentation, prosecution, and public understanding of war crimes have become critical determinants of accountability, justice, and long-term peace. Violations, whether through deliberate targeting of civilians, forced displacement, migration, forced disbursement, the use of prohibited weapons, or the obstruction of humanitarian aid, are not isolated events, but part of a wider pattern of a structural breakdown. Our session in this two-day international conference seeks to explore these tensions. How do we understand the evolving nature of war crimes in contemporary conflict, given that war is raging between Russia and Ukraine, Israel and Hamas? And what challenges confront investigations, humanitarian workers, journalists, legal practitioners? And crucially, how can the enforcement of humanitarian law be strengthened when geopolitical interests often supersede the moral and legal obligations of states? Today, we are also gathering at a time when media, film, and digital testimony are reshaping how atrocities are documented, atrocities are remembered, and atrocities are contested. Visual evidence, whether produced by journalists, civilians, satellites, filmmakers, have become central to truth telling, have become central to storytelling. Yet it raises profound ethical and methodological questions. The fourth technical session brings together scholars and academics whose work pushes us to rethink not only how war crimes are committed, but how they are seen, how war crimes are narrated, how they are documented, and how war crimes are challenged. We look forward to the insights our speakers will share, and we hope this discussion contributes to a deeper understanding of how humanitarian law can function not merely as a legal instrument, but as a tool for protection, accountability, and preservation of human dignity. With this brief introduction on the subject of this technical session on the second day of this RCSSR sponsored international conference organized by Vidashankar College for Women, I would like to invite our chairperson, Professor Rajkumar Kothari, currently Vice Chancellor of the Sanskrit College and University in Kolkata, to grace the occasion. May I have your kind presence on stage, Professor Kothari. Professor Rajkumar Kothari will chair this session. He is currently Vice Chancellor of the Sanskrit College and University in Kolkata. He has a teaching experience of more than 25 years. He has been publishing extensively at the national and international journals for almost 3 decades now. Several scholars have earned their MPhil and doctorate degrees under his guidance. In addition to being a member of the International and National Level Political Science Association, Professor Kothari is the honorary president of the Bengal Institute of Political Studies in Kolkata. Hearty welcome to Professor Rajkumar Kothari, our chairperson for this session. Our invited speaker for this session is Professor Anindya Jyoti Majumdar, Professor, Department of International Relations, Jadavpur University, Kolkata in India. Dr. Anindya Jyoti Majumdar completed his graduation from erstwhile Presidency College, now Presidency University in Kolkata, and earned his postgraduate degree and PhD degrees from the School of International Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi, where he specialized in disarmament studies. He has been a research consultant with the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, New Delhi, and at present is a professor of strategic studies at the Department of International Relations at Jadavpur University in Kolkata. Former Dean, Faculty of Arts, and the President Director of the School of International Relations and Strategic Studies. He is also a fellow at the Richard Walker Institute of International and Area Studies of the University of South Carolina in USA. Under the Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence and Fellowship Program. A warm and hearty welcome to our invited speaker in this panel, Professor Anindya Jyoti Majumdar. Our next distinguished speaker for today's session is Dr. Ramakrishnan Tharmar. He is here with us since yesterday, and Professor Ramakrishnan Tharmar is currently working in Madurai Kamraj University in Tamil Nadu. Presently, he is Dean of Arts, Humanities and Languages, Chairperson of School of Social Sciences, and Head of the Department of Political Science, Madurai Kamraj University. He performed as the additional controller of examinations for more than 1.5 years at Madurai Kamraj University. He is also the course coordinator of MSc Criminology and Criminal Justice, which is functioning under the Department of Political Science since 2018. In the year 2023, he was elected as the Vice President of Indian Political Science Association, IPSA. Professor Dharma received a distinguished award as Fellow of Indian Society of Criminology in the year 2022 at Kolkata. In the year 2023, he received Distinguished Alumni Award from Annamalai University in Tamil Nadu. He has 32 years of teaching and 20 years of research experience. He is the member of the Board of Studies in more than 20 institutions in political science and public administration, including Board of Studies of Social Sciences of JNU in New Delhi. He is the member of Academic Council of National Defense Academy in Pune. He is also one of the expert panel members for Fundamental Glossary of Political Science, Commission for Scientific and Technical Terminology, MHRD, New Delhi. A very distinguished academician and administrator. We are very keen to hear him speak in this session. A very warm and hearty welcome to Professor Ramifications Dharma, Madurai Tamil University. The organizing team of Vidyasagar College for Women would now like to felicitate the guests on the dais. Professor Rajkumar Kothari, Vice Chancellor, Sanskrit College at University, Kolkata, is being felicitated by the organizing team of our college. Professor Ramakrishnan Dharma, Dean of Arts and Humanities and Languages at Madurai Kamraj University in India. A little token of appreciation for Professor Anindya Jyoti Majumdar, Professor, Department of International Relations, Jaipur University in Kolkata. Thank you to all the three guests. And with this little introduction, I would formally hand over this session to the chairperson, Professor Rajkumar Kothari. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning. At the very outset, let me extend my best wishes to this prestigious institution, Vidyasagar College for Women, which is organizing this two-day international seminar on a very pertinent, relevant, and debatable topic, debatable theme rather. And I heard that last 2 days there has been brainstorming sessions one after another in this seminar. Many eminent speakers from different parts of the country and beyond are taking part in this important seminar. As far as this particular business session is concerned, two distinguished eminent political scientists are sharing the ideas with me, will be speaking on this important sub-theme of the conference. And as I said, this is theoretically speaking, this is very debatable topic for this particular session. The organizers have chosen, and I am happy to be part of this session. And I extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this two-day international conference, namely particularly the Department of Sanskrit Department of Political Science and Department of Philosophy. Education. And without taking much of your time, I reserve my comments at this stage. If anything, I have to share only after listening to the two distinguished speakers of this panel. So I request first Professor Mahinda Jyoti Majumdar, very good friend of mine, and already announced by the organizers that he is a very distinguished scholar in the discipline of international relations and world politics. So I request him to take his presentation. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Chair. And at the very outset, I would like to thank the organizing committee members of the National College for Women for having me in this program and providing me with this platform to share my views with you. And in fact, this is as all other participants have already mentioned that this is one important aspect that we experience in contemporary period. This humanitarian law and war crimes and how do you perceive humanitarian law and war crimes today and the kind of uh, treatment that these laws get from the states as actors in the international politics. Now, I understand that the theme of this seminar is ramifications of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system. And I understand that our rich heritage, traditions, and the collective body of knowledge, beliefs, and practices actually evolved over thousands of years, allow us to revisit and re-explore our civilizational exceptions and rediscover certain common principles as also aberrations. In fact, in particular fields including war, conflicts, and peace. Concepts of humanitarian law and war crimes are relatively of recent origin, largely shaped by the post-Second World War developments spearheaded by the West. However, we can always refer back to what we commonly call the Indian knowledge system, encompassing the epics, the writings of the ancient philosophers, and the prescriptions of the outstanding strategic political thinkers to make out the age-old wisdom needed humanitarian law and war crimes. So in my presentation, what I will try to do, I will briefly refer to the concept of this humanitarian law and war crimes as we understand these concepts today. And then look into India's strategic culture that predominantly projects the trajectories of both peace and conflict, focusing on certain relevant ethical principles that shaped India's traditional approach to humanitarian laws and would like to see whether past experience and political expediency have actually influenced India's attitude in the contemporary period, or for that matter, of the other states as well. So, since I'm the first speaker, let me give the perspective, just simply referring to what we understand as humanitarian laws and war crimes. So, in times of armed conflicts among states or between states, militias and people, human rights are very often grossly violated. That we all know. So therefore, measures are also taken and rules are adopted so as to protect the essential rights of individuals as a soldier or an active combatant or as a civilian or say a non-combatant in any kind of conflict. I'm not going into what is war, what is a non-war international conflict, what is intrastate conflict, etc. But the part of the great body of the laws of war that protects human rights is categorized as humanitarian law. And that is, you have humanitarian human rights law during peacetime, humanitarian law during war or armed conflicts, and violation of humanitarian laws in particular, or laws of war in general, would generally constitute war crimes. Now, there are three basic principles upon which this understanding is possible, founded. One is the doctrine of military necessity. The second is prevention of unnecessary sufferings. And the third is immunity of knowledge. In fact, certain actions in war, in conflicts, would be necessary, militarily necessary to win a war. That would include overpowering the opponent by killing or injuring the combatants and destroying the military capabilities of the other party. In fact, that is the objective of the war. And Napoleon Bonaparte is credited with this famous quote that no evil is excusable unless it is absolutely necessary. So evils are, if they're necessary, they can be excused, but if everything beyond that is a crime. Killing civilians, non-combatants, or acts of cruelty, atrocities, and inhuman torture do not help in achieving military targets. And therefore, you have rules that have been formulated to prohibit certain methods of warfare, like attacking non-military targets, hospitals, schools, etc., etc. There are many other non-military targets, of course. Certain types of weapons that you cannot use, like chemical or biological weapons, blinding laser weapons, uh, incendiary weapons. So there are many other varieties of weapons, and there are many debatable positions of these weapons, so that you can use a nuclear weapon or not. So, and to protect certain categories of people, in this sense, the wounded or captured military personnel and civilians who may not be regarded as enemies, but as suffering and defenseless persons. Those people are to be protected. Now, the most important instrument in this regard uh, are the Geneva Conventions of 1949 and the additional protocols adopted in 1977. The four Geneva Conventions seek to protect. I think they were familiar with this, but let me just recap. You know, first one, wounded and sick in the battlefield. Second, wounded, sick and shipwrecked at the sea. Third, prisoners of war. And the fourth, the civilian persons. The two additional protocols are applicable in case of one, in case of international conflicts that are not legally defined as war. And the second protocol is applicable in case of non-international intrastate armed conflicts. And there are separate conventions, obviously, many other. For example, to prevent genocide in 1948, there is Convention Against Torture in 1984. So over the years, a great body of, let's say, international humanitarian law or IHL has been developed, and these are there. And in fact, India acceded to the convention in 1950, passed the Geneva Convention Act in 1960, and that created the domestic legal framework and gave jurisdiction to punish those offenders. Um, for great breaches of the conventions. So we have this kind of act in India as well. Now, after the end of the Second World War, just very briefly, let me say that victorious powers instituted this Nuremberg trial and the Tokyo trial to try and punish the what they call the war criminals of Germany and Japan, respectively. And there were controversies, many controversies with regard to the way the trials were constituted, the kind of, conduct of the trial, how the crimes were defined. For example, they defined the crimes as crime against peace, that is waging a war of aggression, then war crimes, violation of laws of war, and crime against humanity, atrocities committed that are not directly related to war. And today, in fact, there were all kinds of controversies whether their acts would be regarded as acts of state or whether there would be individual responsibility. That is, whether a particular person can get away by saying that what I was doing was the policy of the state. I was simply implementing the policies of the state. So there was this kind of controversy. There were many other aspects, of course. But however, if we think in contemporary terms, it is uh, accepted that world criminals are to be regarded as hostage humanitarians. That is the enemy of the mankind, and there is the personal responsibility for committing such crimes. Resolution 3078 of General Assembly adopted in 1973, it's stipulated that persons against whom prima facie evidence is available of war crime shall be subjected to tracing, arrest, trial, and punishment. So internationally, all states are required to collaborate, to cooperate, and help each other in finding out someone against whom prima facie evidence is available, and then help each other in uh, punishing that particular person. Today, we also have an international court of, International Criminal Court or ICC, with its seat at The Hague, and which came into being in 2002. It has the jurisdiction to try crime against crimes of genocide, war crimes, crime against humanity, and in 2017, crime of aggression. This was also added to it. Now, there is this charge that ICC generally ignores the powerful nation and picks on the smaller nations like Congo, Uganda, Central African Republic, etc. So ICC, obviously was trying to take on the big powers as well. Now, interestingly, Russia, China, India are not parties to the Rome Statute, on which the ICC is based. The US and Israel signed, but then withdrew their consent. So you get the picture. We have these small states, they are parties to the Rome Statute, and the big powers, at least in contemporary period. People think of the big powers, these big powers, they're not parties to the ICC. The acclaimed jurist Oppenheim, and those who have studied law will be very familiar with Oppenheim's works. Oppenheim's definition of war crimes is very interesting. He says war crimes are such hostile and other acts of soldiers and other individuals as may be punished by the enemy on capture of the offenders. If you go into this definition, you could mean that any hostile act can be interpreted as war crime by the enemy, and the offender has to be captured and produced before the court for punishment. You can obviously give sentence in absence here, but those are useless kinds of, in fact, in 2023, I'm not referring to what happened in Bangladesh and Hasina and things like that for committing crimes against humanity. But in 2023, President Putin was declared the war criminal. In 2024, arrest warrants were issued against Israeli leaders, including Prime Minister Netanyahu. But these warrants are of obviously no practical use. President Trump even threatened the ICC with sanctions for what he thought baseless and illegitimate actions on part of ICC for targeting the US and Israel. That is the situation. Even so that the mind is right, mostly even today. And therefore, you can have all the legal provisions, but very difficult to implement those legal provisions when big powers are involved. Now, we have this Indian tradition, essentially, and sophisticated legal courts emerged in the post-Vedic period, more specifically the epic period. The focus was on righteous warfare. In the last session, reference was being made to dharma. Now we are referring to dharma yuddha. That is righteous war, which includes both just and venom. That is just reasons to go for war, and just in venom. That is justice in course of war. And where use of force and violence is sanctioned, that is of course military necessity, or self-defense, disciplining wrongdoers, and for protection of others. But use of force was sought to be constrained by ethical conduct. Just war is fought on principles of justice to defend dharma, and only as a last resort, non-violence normally gets precedence over the use of force. And you'll find in all the literature, the reputation of these particular ideas. So, if you go into Shanti Parva, Mahabharata, Vishnu was talking about level playing field. That is, charioteers only engage charioteers. And he clearly prohibits attacking the unarmed, wounded, sleeping, grieving, retreating, surrendering, or surrendered warriors. However, these principles have been repeatedly echoed by various characters in Mahabharata, and aberrations did actually take place in the sense, in terms of flaunting the level playing fields. If you are familiar with the major events of Mahabharata, obviously how Abhimanyu was killed. And after that, Krishna and Arjuna attacked Bodhisattva, and there was a sudden attack. And it was, Arjuna was telling to Bodhisattva that what you did to Abhimanyu, that allows me to violate the laws. So everywhere you will find that there are violations of laws, but often justified as an act of reprisal in response to a previous act of violation by the opponent. So Ashwatthama killed these, the Pandava followers while they were sleeping, but he justified his action on account of prior violation of rules by the Pandavas, as in how they killed Drona, Karna, Vishnu, Duryodhana, all, if you look into the kind of situation. And then that, in a way, the argument is that justifies violation of, kind of law, established law, because there has been a prior violation. And interestingly, in laws of war, you always find this idea of reprisal, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, that if you have violated law, that allows me to violate laws. Okay? So, in fact, Mahabharata prohibits the deceit, manipulation, and treasuring, use of cruel weapons to prevent unnecessary suffering, attacking persons not directly engaged in armed conflict. Essentially, civilians and non-combatants even fight during night. Ramayana also prohibits attacking those seeking refuge, emissaries, women, children, particular categories of people, and violence has been sanctioned only to destroy the evil or for the protection of victims of evil. All right. Now, if you think about Manusmriti, Dharma Shastra, everywhere these basic principles, as we have mentioned, the main thing is there is no sin in killing the opponent in a battle, that is military necessity, but the warrior must not use treacherous weapons and must refrain from attacking particular categories of people, like prisoners of war, like non-combatants, unless an individual belonging to such categories is trying to kill the warrior himself. So immediately from non-combatant, he gets the combatant status, and as a result of that, he acquires military character. On the other hand, we also have Kokino, who was of the opinion that states do not fight just wars, they fight necessary wars. And as a result of that, he was more into Kuta Yuddha rather than Dharma Yuddha. And a bigger issue, the king who aspires to conquer, would adopt even apparently non-ethical policies, including covert actions, vaccination, intrigue, treachery, in order to enhance his power. So in India's strategic culture, therefore, there are two distinct trajectories. One would talk about peace, other would talk about conflict, and one can refer to either of the two to justify policies depending on the contingency of situation. If you want to, support your policy, and if the policy is pro or quotidian, then obviously you would refer to Gokilo and say, this is our tradition. And if you want to follow Ahimsa and things like that, you say, yeah, this is our tradition, and that actually allows us to do that. Fine, we have our ethical principles. These ethical principles obviously are reflected in contemporary, instruments of law in terms of humanitarian protection, but too much of ethical policies or too much of ethics, however, can go against the military prudence, and we have that experience too. I'll just very briefly try to give you that kind of experience that India had. That in India, obviously, there were many issues. All right. And so therefore, many of them were inspired by the Tolkienian ideas. Though, of course, that's a different point that this Shastra was not known after this Gupta period, generally decided. But nevertheless, as we find that there were, all of dynasties, and after that you have a number of smaller kingdoms emerging, and the Guptas, the Cholas, the Rashtrakutas, the Pallavas, there are many. But then there were smaller kingdoms, and they would always fight among themselves. One interesting aspect was, one, this is uh, a work by D.N.S. Yadav, who talked about arrogant human. That in the post-Gupta period in India, actually during, say, 8th to 12th century, there was this rise of what it can be called this arrogant chivalry. It is, in fact, this early medieval period, we showed excessive love for warfare, neglecting policy and experience. Shiva's hero was recklessly brave unto death and retreat from the battlefield, diplomacy, intrigue, trickery, sudden attacks were opposite to chivalric virtues and against all honor and dignity. This created a belligerent attitude in society, strategy lost relevance, and absurd heroic customs replaced rational principles of warfare. That is, if you are a hero, it was about the lives of the nation. That if you are a hero, you will never do anything that will go against your honor and dignity. So you'll be always there fighting the last. You will sacrifice your life. You'll be a hero. But whether the military objective is achieved or not, we were really not concerned about that. So I'm not going into the kind of battles that we had at that particular point of time, but ultimately, battle became mostly hand-to-hand, large-scale duels. Archery with bow and arrow declined, and swords and other weapons of hand-to-hand, fight gained prominence. Spy system declined because you don't require that kind of information. You have the, you will just press the enemy like that, and covert operations were discovered. Grandeur and show with colorful drapes and ornamental gems for the horses and elements of the Shanapati of the king was in fashion. So the king occupied a conspicuous position in the battlefield, could be easily identified and could be easily taxed as a result of that. So that you can, from a distance, you can say, oh, that is the king, that is the general, because of this kind of uh, ornamental decoration of its horse or element. There is one story that a battle was ended even before it started because the archers actually killed the king right from a distance. Anyway, uh, even the uh, weapons were decorated with bright colors. So you could have blue swords, red javelins, and things like that. Now, there was a growth in belief in supernatural support, religious rites, ritualism. Much important was attached to astrology, magical powers, you know, kind of neglecting experiential tactics. And over all these, there were these rules. The river, you cannot go below a particular line. And whether these ethical principles actually worked, no, because when the Turkish invaders came to India, who had comparative knowledge of Iranian, Hindu, Tajik, Turkish methods of warfare, they had mobility based on horse archery, strategic approach in planning a campaign. They had unity of command, discipline, effectiveness of command, effective espionage system, strategic surprises, attacks at night. They had no problems, and an attitude of holy war against the non-believers. So no wonder the chivalrous heroes who fought valiantly, to their surprise, found the invaders to be least respectful to chivalric virtues and all these ethical principles and lost the battles to them. There were other reasons, but this is one important reason as well. This episode of arrogance rivalry proves that up to a point of time, certain ethical principles, as applied in warfare, ostensibly derived from the age-old traditions of great warriors from the epics, were not suitable in terms of wooden strategies and tactics. So therefore, always there has to be a kind of compromise between what is militarily necessary, that is doctrine of military necessity, and all other ethical principles that that one can aspire to have. So what happens in the contemporary period, while we keep on supporting the ethical principles, pragmatism marks the policies of states. And as a result of that, political experience determines the approach and attitudes. IHL at best provides a kind of guiding principles of state behavior, but there is a mismatch between what the states say and what the states do. The decade of 1990s was the springtime for human rights. Everything, there was after the end of Cold War, suddenly there was this uh, very kind of support towards the rise of human rights. So all these National Human Rights Commission, etc., came in 1990s. And but with the advent of international terrorism after 9/11, specifically, gradually, the constant security threats and changing geopolitical equations have dramatically changed this world. Now, if we think of states supporting particular terrorist groups, even if you think of Houthis, Hezbollahs, and Hamas, and you talk about Iran and various terrorist groups in our neighborhood, Jaish-e-Mohammed, Ardatul Ansar, Lashkar-e-Taiba, Pakistan is involved in that. This constant security threat and thereby the kind of geopolitical equations that we generally have, for example, the kind of relations we have with USA or Israel, would definitely influence our policies, our attitudes towards abiding by or abiding the, in a way to follow the IHL, the principles of IHL. So we are at a stage of power games once more, where politics gets precedence over laws. Legal frameworks are sought to be used to score political objectives. State Hasina state sentence is a case in point. Since we are not a party to ICC, so President Putin can simply visit India if he likes to. And as a result of that, the kind of relations that we have, and each country has its own viewpoints, interpretations, and interests to justify its policies. Law and politics may convert sometimes, may divert sometimes, based on the contingency of situations. And international relations today actually reflect this reality. So I end here with kind of, I think, with a lot of pessimism, of course. But the idea is that is the kind of reality. But interestingly, as it happens that at different intervals, you find states behaving in different ways. Even the states, they cannot consistently behave in a particular way, leading to destruction for that matter. There would be some sort of restraint. People will come back, and there will be a better phase for, I think, international humanitarian law, protection of victims, or for that matter, punishing the war criminals, the offenders. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Once again, we have a honorable that for making a very brilliant presentation. Professor Mojinga has touched upon very important aspects relating to war or crimes. There are certain rules that are to be observed and followed during and after war, which are very often violated across the globe, we see. Now, the point is, in recent past, we have also noticed that the technology, application of technology, has largely transformed the very nature of war. And as a result, I see that the war crimes relating to that violations have of its nature, its character has also changed to a greater extent. Particularly, if we foresee the Ukraine-Russia ongoing conflict, some kinds of application of technology and its implications are far-reaching in some sectors where this violation of humanitarian law and extending humanitarian assistance to the needy people uh, that has made extensively difficult. At the same time, in case of Gaza, Palestine, uh, you see the agony people are going through. On many occasions, there are truce between the two sides, Israel and Palestine, but then again, often they are violated. And the saddest part of the story is that even after truce takes place, that food, essential commodities, necessary items are not being allowed to reach to the needy people. So there are different kinds of violations, but then coming to the Indian strategy culture, as Professor Bhattacharya has very rightly pointed out, talked about, that two parallel claims and directions we follow. One is focusing on peace, uh, on violence, and at the same time, other one is on the other side. So, if we focus extensively on Indian knowledge system, there are so many much to learn about war crimes and how their roots are to be followed and how our past experience has shown that during and after war, what certain rules are to be observed, but which are often again necessarily violated. But in recent times, as Professor Murita has said, that ICC. Now the problem with ICC is many countries are not signatory, even including India is not a signatory. So even if ICC has been premised on certain rules, regulations, guidelines. But if they are not followed, if they are not implemented, then what is the point of developing such institutions? As already he has rightly pointed out, the country, several important countries, they are not signatory to ICC. So as a result, you cannot take any action against those countries which are beyond the framework of ICC. So like that, there are several important aspects relating to this war crimes, but two distinct frames. One is Indian strategy culture that gives us what the kind of lesson, and from the international relations warfare, particularly post Second World War developments, we see that we have another set of lessons to learn. So thank you one and all, and I am sure that certain questions will be there in this presentation. So keep it ready for discussions after the second presentation is done. And now let me invite my another good friend, Professor Ramakrishnan Verma, from the Department of Political Science, Raj University, who is going to make his presentation on this important subject. Over to you, Professor.
Very good afternoon, here. At the outset, I want to thank the principal of this Vidyasagar Given College and organizers, especially the staff members from the Department of Sanskrit, Political Science and Education, and my respected and beloved chair, fellow participants, and my dear students. I'm really very happy to be here as one of the panelists to talk on international humanitarian law. The previous presentation by Professor Matinda and the comment, followed by the comments by the chair, made me very easy to enter my own way. Actually, I wanted to give some introduction on in the humanitarian law. At the same time, I don't want to repeat again. Here I want to mention a particular international event which happened in between 1983 to 2009. It's nothing but Sri Lankan civil war. How the international humanitarian law was violated, and how the war crime happened. So if you get the idea of this particular event, you might know that what is the importance of the humanitarian law. So in between 1983 to 2006, I can quote that according to the report given by United Nations Organization, the estimated total casualty from 1930, 83 to 2004, it was about 80,000 to 1 lakh people. Right? Killed. Within this 1 lakh people, 54,000 people were civilians. And the report by the International Truth and Justice Project, it says that around 1,69,796 civilians disappeared. And from the LTTE, the Liberation of Tigers of Tamil, 47,000 LTT have been killed. From Sri Lankan army, it is about 23,000 to 28,700 army soldiers were killed, and thousands of soldiers were severely wounded. And also 5,000 people who were involved in this war were missing. And apart from that, 1,155 soldiers from Indian peacekeeping force have been killed. And more than 2,000 IPKF soldiers have been severely wounded. And another report says that on January to May 2019, this is a crucial period of the end of the civil war in Sri Lanka. It says that 6,000 civilians were killed. 6,000 civilians were killed in this particular. And 14,000 civilians have severely injured. This happened on 3 war zones, not in the war zone. All of these things happened in 3 war zones. See the impact of the violence of international humanitarian law. This is the picture I want to show you how the things are being visualized. At the same time, I can say that there are ways by which the civilians were disturbed. Is most of the affected civilians were affected on the forms of the destruction of the infrastructure, direct the displacement of their residences, and deprivations of essential services, as rightly pointed out by the chairperson. They were not allowed. They were not allowed to get the essential services, and also the obstruction of the humanitarian aid. I can quote what think that the people, the civilians were used as the human shield at the time of the war. The time of the final war period, the people were used as a human shield, and the government made, not government, the military made a very big fence, open fence. Within that fence, all the civilians were put together for more than 30 days. Both men and women, both men and women. See how the people who have been affected psychologically, physically. So these are all the violations of international humanitarian law. Now I want to shift my own thoughts on this particular humanitarian law. I want to connect because the topic is the ramification of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system. This is a newly emerging Indian political system, Indian thought. So what I have learned and my thought is we have to bring out the hidden ideas, the hidden principles from our own culture. If you want to read the culture, if you want to know the culture, the space is nothing but the literature. The literature reflects the culture and social system of the society. So we have to go back to the history of our own country. From the day one, I'm listening. Many people are talking about Upanishad and Chanakya's Arthashastra and the Manusmriti and everything. Same time, in parallel to this Sanskrit literature, I just want to show something about from the Sangam literature. Sangam literature. In Sangam literature, I want to quote only one text because Sangam literature is between 3,000 to 2,000 years back. So in that literature, first I got told that one sentence is depicted in the entrance of United Nations organization. That is, Yavadum Ore Yavadum Teki. This is in Tamil. It has been written in Union General Assembly entrance. It means it is a sense of belongingness of everywhere and everyone is our own. Everyone is our kid and kid. Every place is our own. This universal belongingness, universal brotherhood is equal to Vasudeva Kutumbakam philosophy. So my intention is to bring out the big things, big principles, valuable principles to be picked out from our literature. We have to bring out all the good things from our literature. In that condition, the first sentence was from Purananu. Purananu. But my view is going to focus on Tirukural. You know that. Tirukural. Tirukural is, Kural means two lines. That's a couplet. Kural means couplet. In Tamil, Kural means couplet. Tiru means it's a holy one. Whenever we want to add holy thing, it will be added as Tiru. So Tirukural, because it is a world common text. It is non-secular one. Ethical and non-secular common text. So in that text, we can identify it. We can see only 1,330 couplets. 1,330 couplets. It has been divided into 133 chapters. In each chapter, it will be 10 couplets. Each chapter will give a lot of details. In that 33 chapters, it has been divided into three major parts. Aram, Porul, Inbam. The virtue and worth and love. So in virtue, it shows that the ethics, righteousness, and the moral values. I'm coming to this area. The virtue that says about what are the things we are discussing in international relations, on international humanitarian law. All these principles are here. What are the things? The humanity, impartiality, neutrality, proportionality, and non-discrimination. These are all the things that have been very clearly, very deeply discussed with Tiruvallur. Tiruvallur is the poet. He is the author of Tirukkural. But at the same time, its speciality is only two lines, but 7 words. This couplet has a strong grammatical structure. Each couplet has first line will be 4 lines, first line will be 4 words, and second line is 3 words. 7 words will give enormous meaning. So that one lady poet, a poet, she is called as Abhaya. In the 5th century, she has told that அணுவை துளைத்து எழுகடலை கொடுத்து குறுக திரித்த குரல் in Tamil. In English, Quran has a sharpness as penetrating autumn. It has a sharpness as penetrating autumn. At the same time, it has a meaning. It has a meaning as the level of the size of 7 oceans. See how the Tirukkural has the sharpest meaning, but the deepest meaningful. So such a wonderful thing. Just we wanted to show this. I got this. This is the Tirukkural. This is the book. This also had English version, Tamil and English version, with the two with the full Tamil and Tamil meaning and English meaning. See the size of this. But hundreds of PhD theses have been done by this Tirukkural. Hundreds of comparative literature have been done. One G.U. Pope is a missionary, missionary. He came to India, spent for 40 years in India, and he translated Tirukkural into English in 18 something, in 1800, later 1800. He was the first man translated Tirukkural. This is the introduction of Tirukkural. In Tirukkural, I can say the one in the important couplet that Pirakokkum Ellavriyal. Pirakokkum Ellavriyal couplet means by birth all are equal. By birth all are equal. The ups and downs are recognized only because of one's own profession and performance. So by birth itself, he brings the equality, the concept of equality. And also all this that particular category, he says about compassion, justice, moderation, and also the global fraternity. And all these couplets we can see. And I can say that in Tirukkural, we can find out the universality, secularism, moral clarity, and human-centered ethics. That's what Quran says that அறத்தோடு நடுவு நிலை. In this couplet, the meaning of that couplet is righteousness grounded in justice is a foundation of good governance and social harmony. Another Quran is telling that அறத்தினை நோக்காதான் வாழ்க்கை வன்முறையால் பொறுத்துதான் பொருளும் அழியும். In English, a person without virtue inflicts pain through words and actions, destroys themselves and others. Also, it says that the humanitarian mandate to prevent frivolity and uphold dignity. Another important Quran says that அன்பிற்கும் உண்டோ அடைக்கும் God. These are all the things we can find out in the international humanitarian law. Because the lack of understanding the humanism, everywhere they are finding out the negative approach. the war. Even the previous professor was telling about the war is unavoidable. Unavoidable. Even for making peace, we need to wage war. Only for making peace, Indian peacekeeping force went to Sri Lanka. Got more got affected. We affected, the nation affected. It has a different story. At the same time, the ruler is saying about the dignity and the compassion in the dignity and compassion in self-protection. It says the first principle. It says the first principle of humanitarian laws is humanity is central to Tirukkural. He affirms that the essence of being human is compassion. Compassion is more important. Without compassion, we cannot have that humanity. And also, he is telling it through another couplet. A person without virtue, Ambitkondo Arekila. That's Ambitkondo Arekila. Is there any law for restraint law? Ambitkondo Arekila. If you have a love on others, love on any creature, is there any law for that? Ambitkondo Arekila. Is there a law that can restrain love? Compassion even protects one from harm. So, two lines, it gives very deep meaning. This is the book, this is the text which gives for making a man into a human being with a human understanding. That's what this text is called as a common text, ethical text. Common text for all the people. It's a non-secular text. And also, it directly anticipates the humanitarian concepts such as human treatment for all persons, protection of vulnerable populations, prohibition of torture and inhuman acts, like that. But also, it says that the humanitarian law insists that even during the war, that justice and proportionality must prevail. This law have been indicated in Tiruppuram 2,200 years back. That is the thing we have to remember. That's what the Indian knowledge system, we have to go and search the things, what has been written in our literature, what it has been reflected in our literature. That is the main thing. The purpose of conducting the seminar like this is to bring out the things, maybe the old, but still it's relevant to the international law. That is the thing we need to understand. Then one must not, another Quran, it says that one must not impose on others action that one would not endure on self. This mirrors the fundamental idea of non-discrimination in international humanitarian law. So whenever he says, he is very, very particular in the humanitarian law. Also, he is telling that do good, even to those who harm you. Do good, even those who harm you. Extinguish evil like water sponging fire. So he is telling, தீமை முயற்சி தவிர்க்கும் நன்றா தீயின் வாய் வர பாய்ந்தது. Even if he is doing harm to you, you should do your duty. You should do your duty. But righteousness, but virtue. So this is the thing we have to remember. Even a victory won through injustice. See, even a victory won through injustice means diminish the victim. In terms, I want to reflect the same Quran with the Sri Lankan issue. The war was over. What happened to the then president of Sri Lanka? He was exiled from the country. He was exiled from that country. That's why even a victory won through injustice means diminishes the victor. This is identical in spirit of the humanitarian principle of proportionality and banning the unethical warfare. See, this international humanitarian law is always talking about the declaration of war, the acceptance of surrender, the treatment of prisoners of war, and avoidance of atrocities, the prohibition of deliberately attacking non-combatants, and the prohibition of certain inhuman weapons. 2000 years before, there was no weapons. Weapons means like the present weapons. But at the same time, he has written all the ideas which are still relevant to our society, not the global society, not to India only, the global society. Like that, the ruler must uphold justice and treat others' lives as if they are his own. Means அறத்தொழில் அலுவ வேண்டும் அரசன் பிறர்போல் உடனாகும் ஆகும். It means the ruler must uphold justice and treat others' lives as if they were his own. He has to treat them as his own. Like that, Thirukural goes on telling the Aram, I mean the Bhikshu. Another couplet says that no humanity, no torture. A ruler who governs with the compassion and the fairness earns the loyalty of his people. அறத்தால் நடத்தும் பொதுவுடைமை அதனால் திறத்தூக்கத்தான் பெறுவான். Seven words. It says that a ruler who governs with the compassion and the fairness, who earns the loyalty of his people. Who earns the loyalty of the people. The cruel practice, torture, and inhuman punishments are repeatedly condemned throughout his text. So he is always talking about virtue. Again, he is telling the greatness of a nation lies not in its war power, but in its ability to maintain peace. Again, it means the இறைமாட்சி யாதெனின் மாட்சிமை கிளியான் இறைமாட்சி யாதெனின் நாடு. Means the greatness of a nation lies not in its war power, but in its ability to maintain peace. So this I can compare with the strong principles which are in Sustainable Development Goal number 16. It is peace, justice, and strong institutions, making peace, justice, and strong institutions. Like that, he is always telling many things, even for welfare, equality, and equity, and social, economic, humanitarian. Yes. So finally, I can quote that. Let's say in the principles of the ruler, I can say that he has envisioned that if we want to a model global social order, that should the dignity is universal. The dignity should be the universal. Justice prevails over violence. Peace triumphs over the war. Compassion is the highest law. The governance is rooted in ethics. Humanity transcends border. So, but the words of the Lord finally proves that by virtue we earn life. By virtue we earn life. And by wisdom we live it meaningfully. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much for this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kannan. In the presentation initial parts, you have referred to several important statistics that how during warfare, particularly civilians are being targeted and unethical practices are being mm, taken by the concerned parties. And towards the second part of your presentation, you have referred to very important texts, particularly Tamil texts, which talks about compassion, which talks about virtues, which talks about following ethical means during and after war. So it's a wonderful presentation. I thank you and congratulate you. And the floor is now open for question and comments. Maybe for 10 minutes we can spare for question and comments. Yeah, please. If you have any query or question or comments. Yes, please. Can you share your name, please? Is there any microphone? Can you share the mic? Name and whom you are addressing.
Sir, as a history faculty, I teach at Department of Political Science here in this Videshal College Prevented. One of the courses that I teach my students is Indian political thought, ancient Indian political thought. Now, what I've realized is there's hardly any very few material on understanding the ancient Indian political institutions. There might be material, I mean, first we have a limited, knowledge of Sanskrit. Practice. So what happens is we are often restricted to understand the ancient Indian aspects of politics. So I just wanted to pick your thought. I think both speakers, any of you can answer. That is, you talked about humanitarian law, but I want to understand that why our forces have so much of less exposure on ancient Indian, text which focuses on humanitarian law. I mean, we don't read about ancient Indian texts which are dealing with ancient Indian warfare or the codes that was available or that was written during that time. I just
Yeah, thank you, thank you. The very purpose of bringing Indian knowledge system into this particular seminar, I think that is fair enough to give an answer, but both the speakers are here to give their views, certainly. Is there any other comments and questions before I pass on the microphone to the respective speakers?
I
Yes, please.
thank you to both distinguished speakers and big thanks to our chairperson, sir. I have a question for Professor Tharma. I really liked your presentation. I also like the presentation of Professor Audrey Mojota. Thank you for getting insightful observations. Mr. Tharma, for referring to very interesting Indian ancient texts, regional texts, Tamil literature, Sakam literature. I was very intrigued by it because I'm the from the Department of English and I'm Dr. Confernce, Associate Professor in English at the College for Women. I was wondering if these texts, these very rich texts that you mentioned, are they available in English translation? Because if they are available for English translation, then we can introduce it to our students. We ourselves can have access to these texts. So we just
Any other comments or questions? So I request if you have something to share. I think there is a very simple answer to that why political science courses different from ancient texts. Because the ancient texts are generally kept within the domain of history. If you talk about, in the Department of History, they will refer to ancient texts. And the general idea is when you study political science, it has to do with contemporary science. That, in a way, we can say that political science takes Indian journey from 1947. All right. And it forgets that there has been a huge that is established by super part of people like it. So the general idea is that I really don't think that that is actually true because if you want, you can always liquidate this thing. So these texts are available and it is practicing some. And therefore, at this point of time, I think, research has been done. It's not that it's completely untouched yet. Research has also been done and through increasing demand protection things with, let's say, the national development. So you will find this one day to do so. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Opportunity. Now from circle back to from second part.
Actually, it is vaccinated for the number of officers are being tested. Even by the general book. It's also like, education policy. One thing. Again, what is about education united. There'll be my separate units that.
Was not.
They'll be my.
National appreciations would be. So, and access.
Actually. So what has. Ideas, all the stuff, all the stuff. It is considered as sage, saying, yes, it can, around, 800 volumes, couplets on the medical law, medical law. See, how in the, that's what we want to say. It's a great debate. Great debate. So we got this one way. Person, how a person has entered in all the areas. So whatever the literature, in literature, it has been given to the man. In politics, we are select. There are 480 couplets are purely connected with politics, international relations. Why? Everything is there. Everything is there. On my contribution, I will set 2-3 copies to visit topics.
There was another query from the lady over there regarding institutions, why they are not much given prominence in anti-ancient Indian texts.
In my observation, actually, India is a country not implemented other things. So they are not concentrated on accumulating weapons or strategic ideas. Instead of that, they wanted to make their life happy with other things, not by making war against other countries. See, it was exploited by other countries, the colonial countries, not by, not India, except Cholas. Except Cholas. They have invaded up to Southeast Asian countries. So if you see these things in our literature, in our system, we have little lack of the smiley person.
Yeah, please. I will just echo what you said. I really don't think Indians are very disturbing people. There is issues of armed dysentery in India. There are number. I'm just simply saying that, okay, and India has always been regarded as a self-contained empire. All right, we haven't invaded other
You
culture.
have already talked about India's strategic culture.
No, I'm just simply saying the Cholas also attacked Bengal.
Yes, yes.
So the idea was that it is not like, kind of only attacking the countries that is beyond the Indian borders, so that the Indians are actually protecting themselves. Quite a lot. And as a result of that, what I was trying to say that, so these principles are very much there. In the bond, you have these treaties and people think about the Quran and all. on some of the literature. These are the guiding principles of the elements. But we cannot expect everybody would follow these same principles. So there will be average, so there will be variance. And whether you are deliberately violating this, or whether you are actually following a particular policy that is, you know, that goes against these ethical principles, that's the kind of debate that we might cause a real conflict or meeting. That is, almost there are the ideals, and our task is to follow those ideals. So, friends, before we conclude this session, let us extend a big thanks to both the speakers for wonderful presentations and thereafter debates and discussions and deliberations. Thank you one and all once again.
Thank you for a very interesting and engaging session on humanitarian law and war crimes. I would particularly like to thank Professor Rajkumar Kothari, our distinguished chairperson for this session. With his insightful remarks at the very beginning of this session, he set the tone for this particular session on humanitarian law and war crimes. Thank you, Professor Kothari, for gracing the occasion and being with us here today, sparing your valuable time. I would like to thank Professor Anindajyoti Mojumdar, who is Professor of Department of International Relations, Jalipur University in Kolkata. Thank you, Professor Mojumdar, for talking extensively on war crimes, bringing into perspective humanitarian law to address human suffering, atrocities, crimes, atrocities against civilians, and atrocities not directly committed to war. It was a very interesting presentation, weaving in the concept of Dharma Yudhya with reference to Mahabharata and other ancient texts, and of course, contributing to the larger discourse of Indian knowledge system and how Indian knowledge system contributes to the modern framing and discourse of modern day war crimes and humanitarian law. So thank you very much, Professor Anindajyoti Mojumdar. I would now like to extend my gratitude to Dr. Ramkrishnan Dharmar, Dean of the Arts and Languages of Madurai Kamraj University. There were two sections in his paper, as highlighted by our chairperson. He talked about war, violence, atrocities, gave us very interesting statistics, very interesting detailed statistics, and he referred in the second section to Sangam literature and other regional texts from India. And he brought in texts, weaving into texts, and brought into play this larger discourse of Indian knowledge system and delivered his insightful presentation. There was a very rich tapestry of ancient Indian literature in his paper that leads to the acquisition of knowledge in humanities and a better understanding of humanitarian law. So with heartfelt thanks and gratitude to all our distinguished speakers for this wonderful and engaging session on humanitarian law and war crimes, I formally declare the close of this fourth technical session of this two-day international conference on ramifications of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system, organized by Vidyashankar College for Women with the generous support of ICSSR New Delhi. Thank you very much. We now break for lunch and we shall again meet in the auditorium sharp at 2:15 for the fifth technical session on environment and sustainability. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. We can get some sweet stuff.
No, not like that.
এখন আমি যে যাদবপুরে application দিয়েছি, ওরা আমাকে ফিলোসফি পড়িয়েছে। এখন আমি ইনস্টিটিউট অফ কালচার আর স্বামীরা অফিসে তথ্য প্রবস্থাটাও ভিন্ন রয়েছে। আচ্ছা,
Sir, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again to one and all. I extend a very warm and hearty welcome to all dignitaries, guests, delegates, colleagues and students present here today. And also, online guests who have joined us on the digital platform, obviously interview. I welcome all of you to this grand and prestigious, ICSSR sponsored two-day international conference on ramifications of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system, organized by the Departments of Sanskrit, Education and Political Science of our college, with the wholehearted support of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell of our college. As I have also mentioned in the last session that these three departments, Sanskrit, Education and Political Science, have worked very hard. They have meticulously curated this exceptional and grand conference. So now with the kind consent of the chairperson, I would like to begin the fifth technical session of this ICSSR sponsored two-day international conference on ramifications of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system.
হ্যাঁ, আমার এখন আগে তো নির্মাল্য খুব যেত, এখন তো নির্মাল্যের বিষয় করে কমই। এখন আমাদের তো নেই। আমার যিনি নির্মাল্যের বাবা ছিলেন আমাদের খুব তাদের ডাউন হ্যাঁ না না আমার তো পরে আগে তো এটা না।
It is my privilege to welcome you to the fifth technical session on environmental law and sustainable development, a theme that invites us to bridge ancient wisdom and contemporary global challenges. At the moment when climate instability, ecological degradation, and resource inequity are reshaping the world's development agenda, India's civilizational knowledge traditions offer an invaluable, often under-examined, often under-explored perspective on sustainability. Since yesterday, our keynote speaker, Dr. Tamil Davis, and dignitaries from other parts of the country have deliberated on Indian knowledge systems rooted in texts, philosophies, practices, and have long emphasized balance, restraint, and interdependence. In this fifth technical session, such an interdependence now extends to environment and nature. Concepts such as Prakriti, Dharma, Ahimsa, Sarvodhaya articulate a vision of environmental politics, environmental ethics, and human prosperity is inseparable from ecological harmony. Indigenous conservation practices reveal a sophisticated understanding of biodiversity, climate patterns, and sustainable resource use that predates modern environmental laws. Today's governments and international institutions strengthen environmental regulations and negotiate the complexities of sustainable development. There is a renewed recognition that legal frameworks alone cannot secure ecological justice. They must be supported by cultural, ethical, and community-driven worldviews that encourage long-term sustainability of our environment. Indian knowledge systems, which is the thrust area of this two-day international conference of Vidashankar College for Women, therefore does not stand apart from environmental law. They enrich it, contextualizes it, and challenges us to envision development beyond mere economic matrix. With this very brief consent note on the fifth session of this international conference, may I now introduce our chairperson, Professor Tarunnath Odhikari,
who is a former dean and professor at Rabindra Bharati University of Kolkata. Professor Tarunnath Odhikari is a well-known Vedic scholar from India. He has 40 years of teaching experience and 30 years of university teaching experience. His interest areas are Vedas, manuscript, philosophy, grammar. 20 PhD scholars obtained PhD degree and more than 20 scholars obtained MPhil degree under his supervision. He has published 30 books and more than 65 research articles in national and international journals. He has visited many countries like Austria, France, Bangladesh, and Canada to attend international conferences. He has been awarded with Lifetime Achievement Award in 2019. He is the former director of Rabindra Bharati University and he is also board member of several universities of Bengal. In the recent years, he has been deeply engaged in the translation and critical editing of the Atharva Veda and has completed it under the prestigious Veda Granthamala series of the Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Goldberg. All volumes of this Atharva Veda project have been published and are now available, marking his major scholarly contribution to Vedic studies. A very warm welcome to Professor Tarunnath Odhikari, our chairperson and former Dean Professor Ramifications University. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. Thank you for your time. Our invited speaker for this very interesting panel is Dr. Lalita Mahakur, Associate Professor in Education, Jadavpur University. Dr. Mahakur began his teaching career in 2007 as a lecturer at Gangarampur B.Ed College in West Bengal and later served in various teaching educational institutions, including NSOU. In 2013, he joined Jadavpur University as an assistant professor and is now an associate professor in the Department of Education. He has extensive teaching experience in educational psychology, curriculum studies, educational assessment, research methodology, and open and distance learning. His research interests include creativity, development and cognitive psychology, happiness and well-being, curriculum studies, pedagogy, educational assessment, and the development of psychometric and edumetric tools. A very warm welcome to Dr. Lalit Mahakur from Jadavpur University. Our next distinguished guest as speaker for this fifth technical session is Dr. Subrata Rai, who is principal of Prabhu Jagannath College, which is affiliated to our mother university, Calcutta University. And in this connection, I would like to mention that our principal, Madam Dr. Subrata Rai, also hails from Prabhu Jagannath College. She was Associate Professor of Philosophy at Jagannath College, and now she is the principal of Vidyashankar College for Women. So we are, deeply connected to Prabhu Jagannath College. Dr. Subrata Rai is also Secretary of Bogio Orthaniti Porishad at Bedford, EC, Indian Economic Association. Dr. Rai has published 150 research articles in books and journals and 15 authored and co-authored books. He is a PhD supervisor at Amity School of Economics, Amity University in Kolkata. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Subrata Rai. Our next invited speaker for this particular session is Dr. Neeraj Mukherjee, Assistant Professor in Political Science in Berhampur College, Berhampur in India. Professor Mukherjee has done a double master's, one at Jadavpur University in Kolkata and also one from Central European University with MA in Political Science and a specialization in social and political theory. He was the university gold medalist during his undergraduate course. Before joining Berhampur College, he taught at St. Xavier's College in Kolkata and also taught courses on political theory. In his promising academic journey, he has received several awards and accolades, reflecting both excellence and potential. So all the very best to you, Teacher Mukherjee, for your academic journey. He's a young scholar, as we can all see. And thank you for coming to our conference. So now, with the formal introductions being done, For this fifth technical session, I would now like our organizing committee members and students to felicitate our guests for this two-day grand international conference on ramifications of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system. So, organizing team and our students and teachers, my dear colleagues, will be felicitating the guests and the chairperson. Professor Tarun Berry, our chairperson this afternoon on environmental law and sustainability. Yes, Dr. Lalita Mohammed, Jadavpur University. Dr. Shukla Pillai, Principal, Jagannatpur College, and Neechar Mukherjee, Assistant Professor of Political Science and Vancouver College in India. Thank you very much. With this official, presentation of the guests, I would now like to hand over the session to Professor Taruna Udikari. We wish you a very good discussion with this conference. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yat vipatamaham bhakti paramahanam सदा शिवसमारम्भं शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे परम्पराम्. Very good afternoon. Uh, I consider myself very fortunate as I've been invited here for attending and assembling with you in this international conference on the ramification of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system. In this international conference, and I see the lot of luminaries are happening here, and so many sub teams are there. For myself, I'm grateful to the organizers for inviting me in this conference. First off, I'm an alumnus of this college, not because the college for women, but because of college maybe. And it maybe some part 47, 8 years ago, that is 1976, and most of the students are not yet born at that time. Probably a senior teacher is with me. He didn't know that and what was at the time that it was about making the trunk of books. So, and there are so many soft things for myself. I am a simple student of Veda. So I normally don't know anything about sustainable development of modern times and so many problems arising out of the climate changes. So many things are going on, but we are feeling the dust of this climate change. A day before yesterday, I was elsewhere in another country where I have seen, just I share with you, there is no kind of pollution, no kind of sound horn is there. That's Asian country, no doubt, but there is no sound, no pollution, no water, nothing else. And whereas in our Indian cities, particularly the metro cities, we see that we will see the pollution is the main thing. And so this thing, how our Indian knowledge system, how Indian knowledge system can help us to, it may not be eradicated, because
in our Vedic times, actually there is no concept of pollution. But we should not ignore that at that time there was a bonding, a very good natural bonding with nature. And this very good bonding with nature have made automatically the sustainable development with man and nature. And at this time, the nature was the central point. Man was the part of it, and other animals were the part of it. Now, with the modern development, what happened? In the modern development, it happened that man has become the center of this universe, and others have become the subordinate. This may be the uh, prime or the main difference between our old ancient civilization and the modern civilization. Okay, I won't take any time because I'm a chairman. I won't speak anything. Chairman is only to keep his chair tight. And I see there are three very learned speakers are there. Uh, exactly. One, the first one is the Dr. Lolita Mahaput, Assistant Professor in Education. Uh, and I hope I will call him first, as his name lists the top. I, I request Dr. Mahaput to deliver your lecture. I hope how much time? 20-25 minutes. And by this time, I am not okay. Dr. Mahaput, yes.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to convey my heartfelt thanks to Vidya sir and all the organizing members and organizers of this college for giving me the opportunity. Uh, Really, sir, I'm not so much. I don't have so much expertise in this field. Still, uh, my friend Sampa, she called me and she told me that you might do. And just few minutes before, I was so worried about this. He asked me, "Is it your exam?" I I told him that it is more than exam because at that time I was only student, but right now. Uh, Everybody has some expectation that being a teacher, he or she should know, I mean, he or she should know much more than the students. So that is a big challenge. And I'm very much thankful, and it is really a great opportunity that my chairperson, I found very learned person, and Monto sir, today again I get Devashish sir, and uh, other my co-speakers, some of from Jadavpur University. So with this, I'd like to say that I would like to speak in Bengali, though I'm not a Bengali. So would it be okay for delivering the lecture in Bengali. I am basically from Odisha, but I will be comfortable if I speak in Bengali or bilingual because I am not so good in English. Okay, sir. You go on to bilingual. Okay, thank you, sir. তো আমি শুরুতেই বলছি স্যার, আমি ততটাই আমার এক্সপার্টাইজ নেই। আমি এসেছিও না এলে হবে না সেই কথা ভেবে এসেছি। তো একজন স্পিকার এলেন না, আমি বলেছিলাম উনি এলেন না, এইবার যদি আমি না আসে আরো অসুবিধা হয়ে যাবে, বাধ্য হয়ে এসেছি। তো যা বলবো ভাববেন আমি একজন ছাত্র হিসাবে বলছি, আর কিছুই না। ওকে। আর এটা আমরা দেখছি এটাতে কি আছে প্রায় সবাই আমরা জানি। এই পিকচারে আমরা কি দেখছি? কচু পানা, তাই তো? এবং এটা আহ মানে এটা কেমন জাস্টিফিকেশন আছে আমি কেন দেখাচ্ছি আজকের প্রেজেন্টেশন কিছু, মানে আমাদের যে সব থিম দেওয়া হয়েছে তার সঙ্গে কিছু রিলেট করা যায় কি? Okay, যাই হোক, কচুপানা প্রায় আপনি যদি দেখেন এটা আমাদের কলকাতাতে এসেছিল ব্রাজিল থেকে, বেসিক্যালি ব্রাজিল থেকে আনা হয়েছিল, এসেছিল প্রথমে, কিন্তু ভারতের প্রথমে ছিল না, আমি যতটুকু সার্চ করে দেখলাম। তো যাই হোক, কচুপানা যেখানেই থাকুক মানে গ্রোয়িং, ফার্স্ট গ্রোয়িং প্লান্ট, আজকেই দেখছি কালকে তার ডবল, তারপরে ডবল, মানে খুব তাড়াতাড়ি, মানে দ্রুত গতিতে পৌঁছে, মানে পুরো চতুর্দিকে ছড়িয়ে যায়, তাই তো? গোটা পুকুর হচ্ছে, বেশি সময় লাগে। A suitable environment, a single plant can spread across a large area and increase to more than 3,000 in just 50 days. এবং আমাদের যেটা সাবথিম, আমি কেন এটা দিলাম, এটাও আমি ইন্সপায়ার্ড ফ্রম ওয়ান অফ দ্য স্পিকার্স। উনি ছিলেন মানুষেন্দ্র স্যার, ফ্রম মানুষেন্দ্র স্যার উনি দিতেন এই নিয়ে, উনি কাজ করতেন, ওনার থেকে ইন্সপায়ার্ড হয়েছিলেন। তো এর মতনই আমাদের যে এনভায়রনমেন্টাল চ্যালেঞ্জেস বলুন, যাই বলুন, আজকে যেটা দেখছি, স্যার বলছিলেন যে প্রথমে যদি আমরা এখন ভাবছি আমরাই হচ্ছে শ্রেষ্ঠ প্রাণ, বাকিরা কিন্তু অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমরা কি শ্রেষ্ঠ কিনা সেটা আমরাই বলছি, আমরাই শ্রেষ্ঠ। এবং এমন শ্রেষ্ঠ, এদের মতন আমরা খুব তাড়াতাড়ি, আমরা ভাবছি কিছুই না, খুব তাড়াতাড়ি কিন্তু ধ্বংস করে দিই। দ্যাট ইজ দ্য ক্লাইমেটকে আমাদের কল্পনার বাইরে কচুপানার মতন আমরা কিন্তু করে যাচ্ছি, আমরা ভাবছি কিছুই না, ঠিকই আছে। তো এইরকম পরিস্থিতি যে টোটাল এনভায়রনমেন্ট এইভাবে ডিগ্রেডেশন হচ্ছে, এইভাবে ক্লাইমেট চেঞ্জ হচ্ছে, সেই নিয়েই আমার বিষয়। এনভায়রনমেন্ট ল, সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট, কারিকুলার এন্ড পেডাগজিক্যাল পার্সপেক্টিভ, যেহেতু আমি দেখলাম কো স্পিকার্স তারা পলিটিক্যাল সায়েন্স, আমি আগে দেখলাম সংস্কৃত থেকে আছেন, সেই জন্য আমি আর ওই পলিসি টলিসি যতটা বলবো না, বিশেষ করে বিং একটি স্টুডেন্ট অফ এডুকেশন, আই উড লাইক টু explore it from the perspective of how we can implement in the school and college or institutional context. Because I have mentioned the picture of that image of Jadavpur University. আমাদের থিম আছে, সেমিনারের থিম আছে র্যামিফিকেশন অফ ল অ্যান্ড জাস্টিস ইন দ্য ইন্ডিয়ান নলেজ সিস্টেম। আমি জানি না আমি কতটা ঠিক কি ভুল, ম্যাক্রোজের পরে যদি বাস্তবে আজকে যেটা এনইপি 2020 বলছে, দ্যাট ইজ ইন্ডিয়ানাইজেশন অফ এডুকেশন, এবং আপনাদেরও ইন্ডিয়ান নলেজ সিস্টেম উপরে আলোচনা। এই যাদবপুরের এই বিল্ডিংটা আমাদের প্রথম আন্দোলন করেছিল দেখতে গেলে ইনক্লুসেন্স। আজকে যেটা নিয়ে আলোচনা হচ্ছে প্রায় গোটা ভারতবর্ষে করেছে যে আমরা সমস্ত কিছু আমাদের ইন্ডিজিনিয়াস এডুকেশনের উপরে প্রায়োরিটি দেব। ম্যাকওয়েলের কথার মতন নয় যে রক্ত মাংসতে হচ্ছে ভারতীয়, কিন্তু মনের প্রাণে অন্তরে সবকিছু হচ্ছে তোমরা ব্রিটিশ। তার ঠিক উল্টোটা বলতে যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় নয়, কিন্তু যাদবপুরের যে সৃষ্টিটা প্রায় সেরকম বোধ হয়েছিল, ঋষি অরবিন্দ থেকে শুরু করে ওনারা আমাদের এই ধরনের চিন্তা ভাবনা করেছিলেন, না আমরা সত্যিকারী মনে প্রাণে মানে শরীরে সবকিছুতে আমরা ভারতীয়, আমাদের চিন্তা ভাবনাই ভারতীয় হবে। এবং সেই কারণে, এবং এই ইন্ডিজিনিয়াস কথা আমি বলছি, এবং সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট প্র্যাকটিস করে ওখান থেকে চিন্তা করা হয়েছিল বৈপ্লবিক উপায়। তো সেই কারণে আমি ইচ্ছা করে যাদবপুর বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় দিয়েছি। এবং এটা একটা এক প্রকার, ইভেন আমাদের আগে যিনি ছিলেন তিনিও, সিদ্ধার্থ বাবু, তিনি কিছু ইন্ডিজিনিয়াস ইনোভেশনও করতেন, যে দাঁড়িয়ে পানির রস থেকে কিছু কিছু জিনিস করতেন, আমি সেগুলোতে যাচ্ছি না। যদি আমরা আমাদের টপিক হয়, আমার টপিক হচ্ছে এনভায়রনমেন্ট ল এন্ড সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট, এই তিনটে কথাকে যদি আমি একত্রিত করি, শিক্ষা ছাড়া বলে এটা সম্ভব নয়। আমি পরিবেশ কথা বলছি, পরিবেশের যত রকম সমস্যা যাই বলি, বা হচ্ছে সাস্টেনেবল প্র্যাকটিস কথা বলছি, দেন হচ্ছে বা এই লকে ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করবো, এই সবগুলোর পিছনে যদি আমরা শিক্ষিত না হয়, শিক্ষাই একমাত্র মাধ্যম, বা আমার মনে হয়, আমার মনে হয় শিক্ষা মানে ট্রু সেন্সে শিক্ষা। শিক্ষা মানে যে শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণ সেইভাবে শিক্ষিত ছিলেন না আমাদের ভাষায়, ফর্মাল এডুকেশন কথা বলছি না। আমার মা বাবা সেরকম শিক্ষিত নয়, মানে আমাদের ভাষাতে এইরকম ডিগ্রি না। প্রকৃত অর্থে যে মানসিক যারা শিক্ষিত, কারণ লাডেনও হচ্ছে বিশ্ব ধ্বংস করে। এই কিছুদিন আগে যে যতগুলো ধ্বংস, কিন্তু নোবেল প্রাইজ পাওয়ার জন্য কেউ ধ্বংস করছে এবং বলছে না আমাকে নোবেল দাও, নোবেল দাও, সেটাও হচ্ছে। কিন্তু আমি তাদেরকে শিক্ষিত বলে মনে করছি না, বা তাদের শিক্ষাকে শিক্ষা বলে মনে করছি না। আমি শ্রীরামকৃষ্ণের শিক্ষাটাকে শিক্ষা বলে মনে করছি। প্রকৃত অর্থে যেটা শিক্ষা, যে হচ্ছে ঠিকভাবে দেখা, অন্যের যে হিত করে তার জন্য। তো সেইরকম শিক্ষা হচ্ছে মাধ্যম, যার মাধ্যমে আমি এনভায়রনমেন্ট সাস্টেনেবিলিটি এন্ড ল। So environment gives us life, law protects it, sustainability ensures its continuity. But the awareness and values needed to respect and follow these laws emerge through education. Hence, education stands at the heart of the environmental stewardship. আমরা কিছু জিনিস পদে জানা দরকার, বা আপনাদের জানা দরকার, যে আমরা কেন এই বিষয় নিয়ে পদে আপনাদের এই এর মধ্যে এই একটা সবথিং যেটা গুরুত্বপূর্ণ সবথিং কেন। যদি আমরা ডেটা ফ্যাক্ট কিছু সার্চ করি, তাহলে বাট we are consuming resources equivalent to 1.6 of the earth. প্রায় পৃথিবীর 1.6% আমরা হচ্ছে আর্থের হচ্ছে মানে অ্যাকুয়ারিয়ামে রেখেছি। 1 million of the world's, that is 8 million species আমাদের জন্যই কিন্তু ডেঞ্জার জায়গাতে আছে। 8 million species, তার মধ্যে 1 million, 8 million species মধ্যে 1 million ডেঞ্জার at risk. Human-made activities have altered 75% of Earth's land, destroyed 85% of wetlands. আমাদের কলকাতা সব থেকে একটা বড় এক্সাম্পল। এই রিসেন্টলি কিছুদিন আগে সামান্য মানে যে বৃষ্টি হলো, মানে আমি দেখার মধ্যে আমি যেখানে থাকি সেখানে জল অতটা আসে না, পুরো ডুবে গেছে। কারণ সবগুলোকে ভর্তি, খেলার মাঠও তো ভর্তি, সেটাও নেই। So anyway, 66% of the ocean areas is already affected by human activities. Nearly 90% of global marine fish stocks are fully exploited. যাই হোক, এইগুলো ডেটা অনেকগুলো আছে, আমি যেহেতু 7-20 মিনিট বলেছি, আমি বেশি সময়টা নেব না। আরো কিছু আমি কতগুলো সার্চ করে দেখছিলাম, মোটামুটি 2025-এর হচ্ছে 20-25টা হচ্ছে খুবই আমাদের চিন্তার বিষয় যেগুলো নিয়ে এনভায়রনমেন্ট বা ক্লাইমেট নিয়ে আমাদেরকে চিন্তা করা উচিত, যেটা আমাদের চিন্তার বিষয়ও। গ্লোবাল ওয়ার্মিং, এগুলো অনেকগুলো ডেটা আছে। দ্যাট ইজ দ্য ফুড ওয়েস্ট, প্লাস্টিক, এয়ার পলিউশন। এই কথাটা বলতে গিয়ে আমি বলতে চাইছি, বিশেষ করে যে প্লাস্টিক নিয়ে আমরা এখানেই আলোচনা করি, সেমিনার কনফারেন্সে প্রচন্ড আলোচনা করি, বা এইটা বাইরেও আমি যাচ্ছি। আমার ছেলের স্কুলে আমি দেখেছি ছোটবেলায়, মানে হঠাৎ করে যখন ছিলাম ইভেন এই স্কুলে, এইগুলোতে ডেটাতে আমি যাচ্ছি না। বেসিক যে জিনিসটা আমাদের হয়, ইভেন তার একটা ড্রামা ছিল, সেখানে হচ্ছে ডায়েট, গুড ডায়েটের হ্যাবিট নিয়ে হচ্ছে ছিল, কোনটা খাবে কোনটা খাবে না, সেই নিয়ে তার অভিনয় ছিল। কিন্তু ইন্টারেস্টিংলি ওইটাই কিন্তু ড্রামাতে হলো, বাচ্চারা করলো যে তাকে খাবে কিনা, সে অ্যাপেল হয়েছিল বা কেউ কিছু এরকম বিভিন্ন রকম হচ্ছিল, এটা আমি খাবো না এটা খাবো। কিন্তু স্টল গুলো বসেছিল সব কিন্তু প্রসেস ফুড। সেই স্কুলের মধ্যে যে স্টল গুলো বসেছে, ফুড স্টল গুলো সবগুলো কিন্তু প্রসেস ফুড, প্যাটিস থেকে শুরু করে এইগুলো। কিন্তু সভাতেই আমরা ভাষণ দিয়ে গেলাম, ছেলেকে শিখিয়ে দিলাম এইগুলো। এইগুলো কিন্তু মানে আমি সাধারণ কথায় আমাকে ব্যথিত করি। আমরা সাস্টেনেবিলিটি নিয়ে ইয়ে করি, কিন্তু আমরা অবশ্য উপায় নেই। আমি চেষ্টা করেছিলাম আজকে ট্রেনে আসবো, কিন্তু আসতে পারলাম না আমার কিছু কারণে। আমি বললাম বাড়িগঞ্জ থেকে উঠলে আমার তো 10 মিনিটে পৌঁছে যাবো, এই কারণে হবো কি গাড়ি একটা কেন নেই। কিন্তু যাই হোক, যে কোনো পজিটিভ টাইমের জন্য আমি বাধ্য হলাম আসতে। মানে আমার বক্তব্য হচ্ছে আমাদের কথা এবং কর্মের মধ্যে কতটা ফরক হচ্ছে, বিশেষ করে যে প্ল্যাটফর্মে আমি বলছি সেই আমি প্রথমে ডেভিয়েট করছি। এখানে প্রায় আমরা জানি যে আস্তে আস্তে প্রায় ইভেন আমাদের কলকাতা আমাদের কিছুদিন পরে এরকম একটা জিওগ্রাফি লোক বা ক্লাইমেট লোক তারা বলছেন ওদের কিছুদিন পরে রিগ্রেশন প্রেডিকশন করে বলছেন ওয়েদার যেভাবে চলছে যে একটা সময় আমাদের কলকাতাও বোধহয় ডুবে যেতে পারে, তাই না? সো এইগুলো নিশ্চয়ই মেল্টিং আইস ক্যাপস, সি লেভেল রাইজ এন্ড ওসিন অ্যাসিডিফিকেশন। 2100 সালে প্রায় আমরা বোধহয় জলের নিচে চলে যাবো, যেরকম হিমালয় এসছে উঠেছে আমরা বোধহয় নিচে চলে যাবো। এইগুলো কতগুলো ডেটা। এইবার একটু এটা গ্লোবাল কন্টেক্সটে দেখছি আমাদের সুন্দরবন কথা ভালো, কারণ সুন্দরবন তো আমাদের জন্য বোধহয় অক্সিজেন প্রায়। আমাদের অক্সিজেন আপনাদের এখানে সুন্দরবন, উড়িষ্যাতে আমাদের ভিতরকনিকা, হ্যাঁ, যেখানে তার জন্য বোধহয় কিছু ইভেন আমি কলকাতা থেকে যখন বিশেষ করে যাই হাওড়া যখন যেতাম একটা জায়গা আমার খুব ভালো লাগতো মোটামুটি আমাদের দ্যাট ইজ দ্য যেখানে স্যার যেটা রেড রোড যেখানে বিভিন্ন ইয়ে হয় মানে ওটা কি কোন মানে হ্যাঁ স্যার না স্যার মেট্রোপলিটন বাইপাস না, আমাদের ভিক্টোরিয়া মেমোরিয়াল থেকে যে রাস্তাটা যায় straight, এটাই। আর সেই জায়গাটাই আমি একটু মনে পাই একটু শান্তি লাগে আমার। কল্যাণ ছাড়ুন মানে বিশেষ করে কলকাতা থেকে যখন যাই সব জায়গাতে আমাকে কেমন মনে হয় আমাকে কেউ ধরে নিয়েছে এরকম ধরে নিয়েছে। তো ওই টাইমটায় যখন যাই একটু মানে শান্তির নিঃশ্বাস প্রশ্বাস নিতে। তো সেরকম বোধে গোটা আমাদের কলকাতাকে প্রায় কলকাতা কিংবা বাংলাদেশকে কিন্তু তার অবস্থা কি সেখানেও যদি দেখেন ফ্রেশ ওয়াটার স্কারসিটি, কেমিক্যাল কন্টামিনেশন, পলিউশন এন্ড ইরোশন। আমি ডেটাতে আপনারা দেখুন সি লেভেল রাইজ প্রায় এগুলো সাধারণ কথা, প্রায় মানে আমাদের কাছে সাধারণ, কিন্তু যারা ওখানে আছেন ইভেন আমাদের জন্য ওই কচুপানার মতন হবে। এখন আমরা ভাবছি না, নিশ্চয়ই একটা সময়। Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not for every man's need. এটা কিন্তু আমাদেরকে মনে রাখতে হবে। পৃথিবী আমাদের সবার জন্য দিয়েছে সবকিছু, ও দিয়েও থাকবে, দেবী গান্ধীজি বলেছিলেন, হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু তা আমাদের নয় আমার ওকে শেষ করা অব্দি আমি থাকবো, তাই না? এটা মহাত্মা গান্ধী বলেছিলেন। এখানে বিশেষ করে আমি কতগুলো কনভেনশন কথা বিশেষ করে এনভায়রনমেন্টাল সাস্টেনেবিলিটি নিয়ে বা সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট নিয়ে কতগুলো অনেকগুলো কনভেনশন, সেইগুলো জাস্ট যদি ইনফরমেশন জন্য রামসার কনভেনশন থেকে শুরু করে স্টেকহোলম, দেন হচ্ছে নাইরোবি ডিক্লারেশন বা ভিয়েনা কনভেনশন, তার পারপোজ গুলো দিয়ে একটা জাস্ট বেসিক চেষ্টা করছিলাম কি কি আছে জানতে। এজেন্ডা 21 এগুলো সারা বলবেন। কনভেনশন বায়োলজিক্যাল ডাইভার্সিটি, মানে আমার কাছে এগুলো ওই পরীক্ষায় বা আজকের জন্য একটু মুখস্থ করে এসে বলা এরকম ব্যাপার, সত্যি বলছি আমি মন থেকে দিব। আজকে বলেছেন আমি একটু দেখলাম, দেখে নিয়ে এলাম, হয়ে গিয়েছি। আজকে চর্চা হবে, তারপর বাড়িতে যাবো, পকেটেও থাকবে না, বাইরেও থাকবে। এখান থেকে এই টাইম সেমিনার শেষ হলো, বাড়ি আলাদা দেখতে হয়। তো তাতেও নিয়ে এসছি যদি কারো লাগে কাজে সেই জন্য। তো এরকম অনেকগুলো আছে, এই সবগুলো প্রায় কনভেনশন গুলো বলেছি বিভিন্ন ইয়েতে। তো বিশেষ করে আমাদের ভারতে বিশেষ করে 86 যেটা মানে ভারত আপনার বেশি ইনফ্লুয়েন্স হয়েছিল স্টকহোম যেটা কনফারেন্স 72 থেকে, তারপরে বিশেষ করে এনভায়রনমেন্ট প্রটেকশন অ্যাক্ট 86 এন্ড এনভায়রনমেন্ট প্রটেকশন রুলস 86 আমাদের ভোপাল গ্যাস করে ট্র্যাজেডি করে মূলত আমাদের দেশ এটা নিয়ে স্পেসিফিক্যালি চিন্তা করতে শুরু করে এবং তার কিছুটা স্টকহোম কনফারেন্সও আমাদেরকে ইনফ্লুয়েন্স করেছিল। আমি আবার বলছি এটাতে আমার কোনো সেই এক্সপার্টাইজ নাই বলে আমি অতটা যাবো না, জাস্ট ফর ইনফরমেশন আমি আপনাদের কাছে দিচ্ছি। ওকে, আমাদের আর্টিকেল 51 এ যদি দেখা যায় যে একটা কনস্টিটিউশনাল ফ্রেমওয়ার্ক অফ ইন্ডিয়া, it's simply the duty of every citizen of India to protect and improve the natural environment, including forest, lakes, rivers, and wildlife, and to have compassion for living creatures. সবগুলোই খাতা কলমে সব জায়গায় আছে কিন্তু আর্টিকেল 48 এ the state shall endeavor to protect and improve the environment and to safeguard the forest and wildlife of the country. এবং Environment Act 86 EPA is a critical legal instrument for environmental protection in India. Public interest litigation is under Article 32 and 226 High Court of the Constitution of India resulted in a wave of environmental litigation. 1980 Specifically again, in the form of education, looking as environmental education policies. That means making aware, particularly, যেরকম right to education, সেরকম environmental education policy হিসাবে আমাদের সুপ্রিম কোর্টে করে 91 through the medium of education, awareness about the environment and its problems related to pollution should be taught in all levels of education. আমি এই কথাটা বলার এগুলো আছে। এখানে একটা স্টাডি জাস্ট এটা আমাদের বিভাগে বিষ্ণুবাবুর আন্ডারে একটা স্টুডেন্ট পিএইচ করছিল। ও মেয়েকে আমাদের রবীন্দ্র ভারতীতে আসে। বিশেষ করে এনভায়রনমেন্টাল নলেজ এন্ড এনভায়রনমেন্টাল অ্যাওয়ারনেস দুটোর মধ্যে যেটা দেখলাম মানে আপনারা শুনে খুশি হবেন। আমিও নিজে দেখেছি প্র্যাকটিস। বিশেষ করে ওর রেজাল্ট যেটা বলছে প্রত্যেকের কাছে ইনফরমেশন আছে, নলেজ আছে। তারা জানে কি পলিউশন কি, সুন্দরবন কি, সবই জানে। বা কোথায় ময়লা ফেলতে হবে, কোনটা ফেলতে হবে না, কি করবে, যেটা আমরা প্রত্যেকে জানি। মানে ঠিকঠাক খাদ্য খেলে সময় মানে দিনে 24 ঘন্টাকে 3 ভাগে বিভক্ত করতে হবে। 8 ঘন্টা কাজ করতে হবে, 8 ঘন্টা জীবনকে মানে আনন্দ সহকারে উপভোগ করতে হবে, আর 8 ঘন্টা ঘুমাতে হবে। 8 into 3, 24 hours। কেন এইগুলো সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্টে আমি কেন আনছি? কারণ সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট শুধু এনভায়রনমেন্ট তো নয়, আমার ঘুমানোটাও সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্টের মধ্যে পড়ে। আমি কান্নাটাও সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্টের মধ্যে আসে। হাসি শুধু নয়, আমরা এখানে বিভিন্ন ক্লাবে যাই হাসির জন্য দেখি। জাপানে কিন্তু স্কুলে করে দেওয়া হয়েছে যেমনি সপ্তাহে একদিন বাচ্চারা কান্না করবে, তার জন্য কাউন্সিলর অ্যাপয়েন্ট হয়েছে। আমাদের কাউন্সিলর এখানে স্ট্রেস রিলিজ করে কি করে হাসবো, সেখানে কিন্তু করা হয়েছে কি করে কান্দবে। দ্বিতীয় বিশ্বযুদ্ধ করে আমি এটা সব জায়গায় বলি, ওই দুজন গার্লফ্রেন্ড বয়ফ্রেন্ড দুজন বসে পার্কে বসে কথা বলছে, ট্রেন এলো, ওদের বুলেট ট্রেন এলো, সঙ্গে সঙ্গে চাললো চললো। মানে সেরকম মেশিনারি লাইফ হয়ে গেছে। কারণ এই যে পাঞ্চলিক, কারণ দেশ তৈরি করার জন্য তারা সেইভাবে। কিন্তু ব্যাপার হচ্ছে তারা এমন জায়গাতে পৌঁছে গেছে মেশিন মতন কানতেও জানে না, কানতে পারছে না, কান্না থাকলেও চেপে রাখে। কিন্তু আমাদের একটা আছে সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্টের মধ্যে একটা ওয়েলবিং বলে একটা অ্যাসপেক্ট আছে। কারণ সবকিছু তো আলটিমেটলি ওয়েলবিং। আপনি যাই বলুন, এনভায়রনমেন্ট নিয়ে এত কেন ব্যথিত আমরা, এত কেন চিন্তিত? কি করে ভালো থাকবো, আর কিচ্ছু না। সম্পূর্ণ স্বার্থপর হিসাবে আমি বলছি আমি কি করে ভালো থাকবো, অন্যরা না। পরিবেশ আমি ঠিক করবো, আমি নিজে ঠিক থাকা। ওকে, যাই হোক। তো আমি সেই মেয়েটি যে গবেষণা করেছিল দেখেছিল, বিশেষ করে ছেলেদের কাছে ইনফরমেশন প্রচুর আছে, কিন্তু কিন্তু এক্সিকিউশন ততটা মেয়েদের তুলনায় ভালো নয়। আমি একটা ছোট এক্সাম্পল দিই, আমি আমার বিশেষ কথা বলি। আগে কিন্তু যত্রতত্র আমি কিন্তু ময়লা ফেলতাম। আমরা বাদাম খেলাম, কাগজটা ফেলে দিলাম। কিন্তু আমি আমার বিশেষ সঙ্গে যখন মিশি, ও সবসময় ফেলার সময় আমাকে সতর্ক করে। তারপরে এখন অভ্যাস হয়েছে, আপনি দিলেও আমি পকেটে নিয়ে যাবো, নির্দিষ্ট জায়গা না হলে ফেলবো না। সো এটা কেন একটা জেন্ডার ডিফারেন্স কিছুটা আছে, কারণ তারা সেইভাবেই না মহিলা বিশেষ করে। যাই হোক, তো আমার বক্তব্য হচ্ছে বলা এবং ভাবা এবং করা তার মধ্যে কিন্তু ডিফারেন্স আছে। করার ক্ষেত্রে আপনারা বিশেষ করে এখানে উইমেন কলেজ মেয়েরা কিন্তু এগিয়েছে বিভিন্ন গবেষণা করতে রিগার্ডিং এনভায়রনমেন্টাল অ্যাওয়ারনেস ইন ট্রু সেন্স। আমি একটু গুলিয়ে নিচ্ছি স্যার, আর কত সময় হবে? আচ্ছা, ওকে স্যার। সো সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট নিয়ে প্রায় আমরা জানি, বিশেষ করে যদি আমি এটাকে সামারাইজ করি, বর্তমান নিয়ে থাকবো, কিন্তু ভবিষ্যতে ক্ষতি করবো না, ভবিষ্যৎকে কম্প্রোমাইজ করবো না। আমি ইংরেজিতে যাচ্ছি না ডিটেলস, আর কিছু না। আমি বর্তমানটাকে উপভোগ করতে পারি আমার টু দ্য ফুলেস্ট। আই ক্যান এনজয়, আই ক্যান এক্সপ্লোর, I can do anything, but it should not be at the cost of the future. Future resources, future abilities, future anything. That is the basic of the sustainable development. It is something difference between sustainability, though I have mentioned sustainability, but sustainability is something different than sustainable development. Sustainability is our target, but sustainable development is the way. Okay. So that's why sustainable development is about balance between human needs and planetary limits. Education for sustainable development empowers learners to make informed, responsible choices. আমরা যদি three pillars of sustainable development কথা বলি, then it will come, that is this one, that's the social, environmental and economic. আমি আমাদের এডুকেশন সবগুলোর সঙ্গে রিলেটেড, তাতেও বলছি ওয়েলবিং মূলত হচ্ছে আমরা সোশ্যাল ইমোশনাল ওয়েলবিংটা এখন বেশি করি এখন সব জায়গায়, যে কোনো জায়গায়। Anyway, so economic growth, environmental protection and social inclusion. 5 P's আমি অনেকগুলো সাস্টেনেবলিটির মধ্যে অনেকগুলো কথা আছে, কিন্তু সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট মধ্যে 5 P's, that is people, planet, property, peace and partnership. এই যে পিস চলে আসছে আমাদের সাবজেক্টিভ ওয়েলবিং মধ্যে আসছে। কেউ বলছে আমি পিস জন্য নভেল পেলে আমাকে দিন 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 দিন, নাহলে আমি এখানে বোমা ফেলে আবার তাকে ঠিক করে দেবো। সে জায়গাটা তুমি একটু আমার জন্য বলো না, আমি কি বললে রাস্তায় বলছিলাম আমেরিকা বলছে পাকিস্তানের যে তুমি যে রাস্তায় আমাকে বলছিলে আমি কত ভালো, এখানে স্টেজে বলো you should propose my name to become a peace winner, Nobel winner in peace. আর আগেন বোমটা ফেলে দেবো। ওকে, সেটা কিন্তু আমি বলি, আমি বলতেও চাই, বা আমরা কেউ বোধে বলতে চাই, আমি না, আমরা প্রত্যেক। সো এনিওয়ে, এই যে 5 P's আমাদেরকে প্ল্যানেট, এই সবগুলো কিন্তু যাই বলুন, আমি আবার একটু অন্য কথা মন্ত স্যার সবাই আছেন, সবাই ভাববেন ললিত কতটাই অভদ্র, এত বড় বড় মানুষকে বলছে। আমি গৌতম বুদ্ধর কথা যদি ভাবি, উনিও ভেবেছিলেন বোধে উনি সংসার ত্যাগ করেছেন শুধু নিজের জন্য। আমি ভীষণ একটা ক্রিটিসাইজের হিসাবে বলছি, চিরন্তন শাশ্বত আনন্দ পাওয়ার জন্য, তাই তো স্যার? ইটারনাল। Yes, কিন্তু সবকিছু তো নিজের জন্য। তো এখানেও আমাদেরকে সব কারোর জন্য না, আমার জন্য করতে হবে। তো সেন্টারে কিন্তু হিউম্যান বিং। তো এই 5টের যদি আমরা ব্যালেন্স করতে পারি, প্রত্যেকের কথা ভাবি, দেন সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট ক্যান পসিবল। এইগুলো তো আমি স্কিপ করছি। আমাদের এমনিতেও ন্যাশনাল পলিসি বিভিন্ন সময় হয়েছে, কিন্তু মূলত লাস্ট দুটো পলিসি হচ্ছে ইনক্লুডিং দিস পলিসি। প্রথম পলিসিতে এনভায়রনমেন্টাল অ্যাওয়ারনেস, এনভায়রনমেন্টাল নিয়ে অতটা আলোচনা প্রিসাইডলি হয়নি। কিন্তু যদি দেখা যায় 86, 92, দেন রাইট নাও 2020, এখানে কিন্তু ভেরি প্রিসাইজলি ইট ইজ মেনশনড অ্যাবাউট দিস সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট। ওকে, সো lifelong learning, immersion in higher quality education, and SDG 4 ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity for all by 2030. It also aspires to eliminate gender and economic imbalances. এবার কথা হলো, আমি আবার বলছি, সবগুলোই আছে, পলিসিস, কনভেনশনস, লজ, এভরিথিং ওকে রাইট, সবগুলোই আছে, বিভিন্ন জায়গাতে আছে। যেখানে লেখা থাকে মানে নো স্মোকিং জোন, সেখানে আমরা স্মোকিং করি। কথাটা এইখানে অ্যাটিটিউড ম্যাটার্স, নলেজ ডাজন্ট, আমি মনে করি। মনোভাব, এই মনোভাবটা আমি কেন এই কজনের চিত্র নিয়ে এসেছি জেনে বুঝে, এদের কাছে কিছুটা আমরা ইন্সপায়ার্ড হয়। গ্রেটা থানবার্গ, প্রায় আপনারা সবাই জানেন, কতটুকু বাচ্চা হঠাৎ করে কি করলো, স্কুলে পড়ছিল মেয়েটি, 2003-এ জন্ম, স্টকহোম, সুইডেনে। জাস্ট স্টপ স্পিকিং এট এজ 11, 11 বছর বয়সে সে কথা বলা বন্ধ করে দিল। অ্যাসপারজার সিনড্রোম তার মধ্যে আছে। ইন 2018 আপনি প্রায় সবাই জানেন, স্কুল স্ট্রাইক, মানে হঠাৎ করে গিয়ে মাঝ রাস্তায় বসে গেল, তাকে যে ব্যথিত করলো কি। যেরকম কোণার্ক মন্দির কিন্তু এটা 12 বছর বাচ্চা কিন্তু ফিনিশ করেছে, ধর্মপদ, সেরকম। তো সেরকম গ্রেটা থানবার্গ। তো যাই হোক, তার এক্ষুনি ফ্রাইডে ফর ফিউচার যে সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট নিয়ে এখনো সে ইসরায়েলেও পৌঁছে যাচ্ছে, সব জায়গাতে গিয়ে তার সাহস দেখুন, বয়স কোনো মানে আমি বলছি অ্যাটিটিউড ম্যাটার্স, বিবেকানন্দ হঠাৎ করে চললেন শিকাগো, কোনো কিছু চিন্তা নেই, সুভাষ বোস চলে গেলেন, কোনো কিছু ভাবা দরকার নেই, কত বয়সে প্রত্যেক। সো সেখানে অ্যাটিটিউড ম্যাটার্স, এই কারণে আমি সোনাম অঞ্চু প্রায় আমরা 3 ইডিয়ট সিনেমা দেখি, 3 ইডিয়ট সিনেমাতে যে আমির খান যে যে ভূমিকাতে ছিল সোনাম অঞ্চল, এখন উনি তো জেলে আছেন, যাই হোক আমাদের সরকার থেকে করেছেন, কি কারণে সেগুলো তো আমরা যাবো না, কিন্তু ওনার কিছু বিশেষ কাজ আমাদের বিশেষ করে লাদাখে। সব থেকে মজার কথা, প্রায় আপনারা জানবেন ওনার স্কুলে ভর্তি হওয়ার জন্য কোয়ালিফিকেশন হচ্ছে মাধ্যমিকে ফেল হওয়া দরকার, যারা ফেল হয়েছে তারাই কিন্তু ভর্তি হতে পারবে সোনাম অঞ্চলের স্কুল। লাদাখের মতন জায়গাতে সে হচ্ছে কিন্তু এসি ঘর করেছে, উইদাউট এসি, ইন্ডিজিনিয়াস নলেজ অ্যাপ্লাই করে মাটির বাড়িতে, সেটা কিন্তু এয়ার কুলার মতো, সেটা মাটি মানে আইস কুকুর যেটাকে তারা বলছে। তো শাসন উনি এখন ড্রেস চেঞ্জ করেন, বেসিক্যালি উনি কিন্তু একটাই ড্রেস পরতেন যত অব্দি ওটা ছিঁড়ে না হচ্ছে, এরকম ছিল। এখন বাইচুতে উনি করলেন, অনেকটা চেঞ্জ হচ্ছে, বিভিন্ন রকম প্রয়োজন আছে, কারণ অনেকগুলো ছেলে মেয়েকে নিয়ে করতে নিজের সবাই ক্রিটিসাইজ করে কি এখন তো কেন ও বাইচুরে অ্যাডভার্টাইজমেন্ট দিচ্ছে, কারণ এখন ও তো নিজের কথা ভাবছে না, বাকি অনেকজন কাছে কথা ভাবছে, তার জন্য কিছু টাকা লাগে। এনিওয়ে, তো ওনার হচ্ছে অপারেশন নিউ হোপ বলে একটা করেছিলেন, সোলার হিটেড এন্ড লো কস্ট ইনকাম বিল্ডিংস করেছিলেন, যেটা বলছিলাম আমি, এরকম কতগুলো ইনোভেটিভ আইডিয়াস। আর এটা তো প্রায় আমরা জানি, গাছু দাদা, হ্যাঁ, দ্যাট ইজ দুঃখ মাঝি গাছু দাদা, প্রায় আমাদের রাজ্যে পুরুলিয়া, আপনারা কেউ কি গেছেন দেখেছেন, দেখবেন ওখানে ও তার গাছগুলোকে জামা প্যান্ট পরিয়ে দেখেছে। তার একটা কাহিনী আছে, ওনাকে জিজ্ঞেস করা হয়েছিল, আমি বিশ্বভারতী গেছিলাম, এইচুডি বলছিলেন, উনি গেছিলেন, তিনি হচ্ছে বিশেষ করে শ্মশানে যে ফেলে যখন হয়, সেই শ্মশান থেকে আমরা বিভিন্ন কাপড় টাপড় দিয়ে থাকি, সেইগুলো নিয়ে আসবে, নিয়ে এসে সেই গাছে লাগিয়ে রাখবে। কেন? কারণ আমাদের মধ্যে একটা সুপারস্টিশন আছে, সেই জিনিস লাগিয়ে থাকলে কেউ টাচ করবে না। তার মানে গাছকে সেভ করার জন্য উনি ওই কাপড়গুলো, ওই বস্ত্রগুলো ব্যবহার করেন। গাছু পাতা ওনার নাম। এবং আমরা জানি যে এনভায়রনমেন্টাল অ্যাক্টিভিটি মানে সিনরি ভিলেজ পুরুলিয়া বিগেন প্লান্টিং ট্রিজ এট এজ 12, আজকে দাদু হয়ে গেছেন, 12 বছর বয়স থেকে তিনি শুরু করেছিলেন চিন্তা ভাবনা। যাই হোক, পদ্মশ্রী অ্যাওয়ার্ড পেয়েছেন, রুকুমাটি রুকুমাঝি অ্যাওয়ার্ড, ওনার উপর সিনেমাও হচ্ছে। আমি আরো অনেকজন আছেন, আমি বিশেষ করে গ্লোবাল টু আমাদের দেশে রাজ্য অব্দি আসছি। একে কেউ দেখেছেন কি জানেন কি, দীপনারায়ণ রাস্তার মাস্টার, এর উপরে কিন্তু আমাদের কলকাতার মতন জায়গাতে দুর্গাপূজার প্যান্ডেল হয়েছে। মজার কথা, পৃথিবীর এই দীপমাঝি দীপনারায়ণ, ও আমার কাছেও মানে আমার সঙ্গে আছে, যুক্ত আছে। ওর কথা মানে যখন করোনার সময় আপনার প্রায় টিভিতে ইউটিউব মারুন বা বেরোবে, পৃথিবীর যে 10 জন বেস্ট টিচার তার মধ্যে কিন্তু ও হয়েছে, ভারতবর্ষে প্রথমবার কেউ হলো, নাম ছিল, ফাইনালি সে কিন্তু হয়নি। তাকে যদি কখনো আপনাদের এই যে আনবেন, ও যখন ভাষণ দেবে আপনার লোক হয়ে যাবে। আমি ওকে নিয়ে গেছি, খুব জুনিয়র আমার শরীর, এবং বিভিন্ন রকম স্যার ইনোভেটিভ বিশেষ তার মডেল হচ্ছে 3 জেনারেশন লার্নার। যখন কোভিড সময় ও একটা প্রাইমারি স্কুলের টিচার, কিন্তু প্রাইমারি স্কুলের টিচার যখন কোভিড এ সবকিছু বন্ধ, আমি কেন এডুকেশন দিকে আসছি, কারণ নো ডাউট এনভায়রনমেন্ট আবার বলছে এডুকেশন ছাড়া কিছু হবে না। ব্যাপারটা যাই বলুন, যে ফিজিক্স পড়ো কেমিস্ট্রি পড়ো, এডুকেশন সেই কথা। তো ওর চেষ্টাতে প্রাইমারি টিচার স্যার কত বেতন পায়, তার ভিত্তিতে সে হচ্ছে তাদের যে দেওয়ালগুলোকে, ইউটিউবে আপনি সার্চ করুন, সুন্দর পাবেন সেটা, যে দেওয়ালগুলোকে ব্ল্যাকবোর্ড বানিয়েছে। সেই ব্ল্যাকবোর্ডে ও 3 জেনারেশন কেন বলছে, ট্রাইবাল পুরো এরিয়া, সেখানে যেখানে কোনো ইলেকট্রিসিটি নেই, কিছু নেই, বাচ্চা পড়ছে। এবং মানে এটা একটা আলাদা টপিক হবে, এখানে আমি বললে সময় নেই, আপনারা দেখলে পাবেন। তার মাও রান্না করছে, সে দেখতে পাচ্ছে ও কি হচ্ছে, ওকে। এবং মানে মা তো আছে, বাচ্চা আছে, ঠাকুমা,
এবং তার কাহিনীগুলো আছে যে শুনলে আরো ভালো লাগবে। আমি জাস্ট টেস্ট করলাম। এবং এখন আমাদের ইস্টার্ন জোনে কিন্তু সে অ্যাম্বাসেডর হয়ে আছে কিন্তু। ওকে, যাই হোক, এটা আমি একটা ইয়ে দেখছিলাম, যেটা হচ্ছে দেখুন একটা বাচ্চা জলে ডুবে যাচ্ছে, তাকে বাঁচানোর জন্য কিন্তু আরেকজনকে জলে নামতে হবে, নামতে হবে না। ইউ কান্ট সেভ দ্যাট চাইল্ড উইদাউট ইমোশন ইয়োরসেলফ ইন দ্য ওয়াটার। জলে যাবো না, কাদা হবো না, এটা বললে তো হবে না। তো এটা আমি ব্রেন শট করি। তো যাই হোক, এটা কেন বলছি, দ্যাট ইজ এইটা করার জন্য আপনি আবার যখন নামবেন ইউ উইল গেইন সাম এক্সপেরিয়েন্সিয়াল লার্নিং। এই সবগুলো যদি যদি আমরা সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট প্র্যাকটিস বলি, এনভায়রনমেন্টাল অ্যাওয়ারনেস কথা বলি, বেশ বিভিন্ন রকম পদ্ধতি আছে পঠন পাঠনে। দ্য বেস্ট মেথড ইজ দ্য এক্সপেরিয়েন্সিয়াল লার্নিং, আমি বলি। এবং এনইপিও তাই বলছে, লার্নিং ইজ এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, এভরিথিং এলস ইজ জাস্ট ইনফরমেশন। ওকে, এখন আমাদের আপনারা প্রায় জানবেন আমাদের এই যে লার্নিং কার্ভ আছে, মনে রাখার জন্য আপনারা ইয়েতে সব থেকে বড় কথা, আমরা মনে না ডেমনস্ট্রেশন মেথড এইগুলো বোধ হচ্ছে খুবই একটি বাস্তবে, কিন্তু যদি দেখা যায় পার্টিসিপেটর টিচিং মেথডস এন্ড বেসিক টিচিং মেথডস, লেকচার মেথড দিয়ে এই যে আমি এখন কথা বলছি আপনি 5% মনে রাখবেন, রিডিং হচ্ছে 10%, অডিও ভিজুয়াল দেখাচ্ছি 20%, ডেমনস্ট্রেশন আমরা ভাবতাম ভীষণ ইন্টারাক্টিভ, ডেমনস্ট্রেশনও মাত্র 30%। আসছে কোনটা, হাইরার্কিতে ডিসকাশন, গ্রুপ ডিসকাশন, আলোচনা করতে। প্র্যাকটিস বাই ডুইং, আমাদের ট্যাগোরও বলেছেন, গান্ধীজিও বলেছেন, শান্তিনিকেতন তার একটি জ্বলন্ত অধিকার, মানে নিদর্শন। তারপরে টিচ আদার্স, এই যে আজকে বলছি এটাও স্বয়ং বলেছেন যে আমিও আজকে লেকচার দিচ্ছি কেন, আমি সম্পাদনা বলতে আমি সত্যিকারে কিছু জানি না, আমি কিছুই করিনি এই বিষয়ে, কিছু জানি না, আমি এটা কি দেবো, আমি দিতাম যদি চাই ওই সাইকোলজি ফাইকোলজিতে ভালো হতো, বলে তুমি একটা নতুন এরিয়া এক্সপ্লোর করবে। আজকে আপনাদের প্রেজেন্টেশন করতে গিয়ে আমি কিছু জানি না, এটাকে এক্সপ্লোর করলাম। এবং বলতে গিয়েও অনেক শেখা যায়, সেই জন্য বাচ্চারা মনে হয় ভাবে যে বললে তো ও জেনে যাবে, ভুল। ও যখন বলবে ও আরেকবার শিখবে, সেই জন্য টিচ আদার্স। এগুলো সরুন, এখানে ছেড়ে দিন। বিশেষ করে এক্সপিরিয়েন্সিয়াল লার্নিং এর হচ্ছে মেন প্রবক্তা ছিলেন কল স্যার, যেহেতু বললেন আর টাইম নেই। অ্যাকচুয়ালি আমার নিজস্ব একটা মডেল ছিল, স্টিমুলেটিং প্যাকেজ, আমি আমার পিএইচডি তে করেছিলাম স্পেসিফিক্যালি এনভায়রনমেন্টাল এডুকেশন উপরে স্কুল লেভেলে। আমার নিজের টেকনিক্যাল একটা স্টিমুলেটিং প্যাকেজ একটা আমি ডেভেলপ করেছিলাম, বিশেষ করে ইন্ডিজিনিয়াস। মানে আমি আমাদের এইখানে আমি একটা বই এনেছি, এটা বলার আগে আমাদের যাদবপুর একজন, কালকেই গেছিলাম এটা কারণে বাংলা ডিপার্টমেন্টে, বরেন্দু দা বলে, উনি আমাকে এই বইটা দিলেন। আমি বললাম বা এটা তো আমার কালকে সেমিনারে কাজে আসবে। এই বইটা হচ্ছে সুন্দরবনের বর্ণ পরিচয়। এইখানে যতগুলো অ্যালফাবেট আছে ও আ ক খ গ ঘ, সবগুলো সুন্দরবনে যা অ্যাভেলেবল সেইগুলোই আছে।
You think that attitude because he told that we know many things. আমরা অনেক কিছু জানি কিন্তু আমরা অনেক কিছু করি না। হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু এই যে পড়ার ব্যাপারটা এটা আমাদের মধ্যে ইনভাইট করতে হবে, আমাদের মধ্যে ইনকালকেটেড হতে হবে। এই কথাটাই উনি আমার বক্তৃতার মধ্যে বলেছেন এবং ইনোভেটিভ এডুকেশনের কিছু উদাহরণ এক্সাম্পলস লোকালি থ্যাংক ইউ Dr. Mahbub for your innovative lecture. And now the next week request Dr.
দুটো চলে আসতো।
Principal Prabhu Jagat Bandhu College Howrah delivers his lecture. Dr. Swan.
এবার দেখে নিন। কিন্তু দেখে নিন। পরে আসবো।
Try to restrict your lecture within 20 minutes. Otherwise, we cannot be able to go to the next session.
এইটা এটা
শুভ অপরাহ্ন সবাইকে। আজকে এই যে লেকচারটা দিচ্ছি খুব কম সময় আগে জেনেছি এবং দ্বিতীয় কথা হচ্ছে যেটা সেটা হলো যে আই এম ভেরি মাচ থ্যাঙ্কফুল টু দ্য প্রিন্সিপাল ডক্টর সুতবা রায় for inviting me and also to the organizers of this college to invite me. So for inviting me, I'm very much thankful to all of you. Actually, you know, that the economics is everywhere. So economic development, the environmental sustainability is a very important thing today. My study is actually with special reference to India, and ultimately, what has happened? Suppose we know that our country is basically agriculture based, naturally, if we see the history that before mid-60s, our country was in the situation of the food deficit. Now, after the mid-60s, we saw the green revolution took place in our country, especially in the three regions. One is the Punjab, Haryana, and West Bengal. So the green revolution actually it was started the whole country started by the wheat and the rice, basically the wheat. So the green revolution is also called the wheat revolution. Now, why we have actually organized a type of green revolution? Because number one,
number one, to minimize the poverty, to reduce the poverty, and also to that is to decrease the inequality in the society or the economy. And on the other hand, it will increase the employment. So the massive employment and the chronic poverty will be uh, uh, reduced due to this bill regulation. But the organizers or the founder of this theory forgot the adverse impact on the environment. Here, the environmental sustainability is a question due to the Green Revolution, what they see in the post-Green Revolution era, that there is an adverse impact on the environment, adverse impact on the poverty or income inequality. Naturally, our what we have seen that the factor, the difference between the have and have nots increased instead of decreased. So what we think that the environment actually adversely affected flora and fauna and the ecological balance geoparalyzed. Naturally, environment is the main thing in case of the agriculture because agriculture is basically based on the environment, natural environment, and ultimately we have got the success at the cost of the environment. Now there is a censorship to establish the deep wells, shallow wells. Why? With the arsenic problem. If we, in case of West Bengal, where the distribution took place during the 1980s, that is mainly by the groundwater, but in case of the Punjab, Haryana, and UP, it was by the canal irrigation. Despite that, due to the massive or the unscientific bodies of the application or use of the chemical fertilizers, the pesticides, the environment was affected and the environmental sustainability is in the question mark. If the environment is not in good condition, in the normal situation, then we will not get the success in any case. That may be the agriculture, that may be the industry, though it is to some extent mechanically we produce it, but it has also agro-based industry or like that will be affected. And ultimately, our human civilization will be at the question mark or it will be geoparadise. So, sustainable development means, I think the definition already expressed by my former speaker. I'm not going to that. Not our well-being, our wellness, not at the cost of the future. Simply, with your work in the good condition, but the future should not be affected. Majorly, what happened that in case of, if we take the case of the Green Revolution, we have spread in different fronts, in the front of the environment, in the front of the economy, in front of the society. But if you consider the West Bengal economy, where also environment affected since 1980s, that one thing happened. What happened? It is the land reform. Land reform is an important instrument for getting the more and more equality. I mean, if I think those who have studied the social sciences, you know the Lorentz curve, that there is a diagonal that is the egalitarian line. The curvature is going further and further, far and far from the egalitarian line. Inequality or I mean. So I think so the basic objective or the basic philosophy, basic motto of the Constitution of India, we are not in the oil condition. This is one thing. And I have thought actually like that. But then there is a question of the subsistence, another is the commercial, and another is the sustainable development and sustainable development. Subsistence and commercial means the subsistence is for myself. Commercial means above the above myself, more than myself, because we can sell a part of my produce in the market. So that is the commercial agriculture or the commercial application. And next is the development and the sustainable development. Agricultural development took place, but if you consider the sustainable, this sustainability has been endangered, has been jeopardized, has been in a very dangerous condition. So the economic development does not always imply the environmental sustainability. The development does not imply the always the sustainability. So the development should be sustainable development. The dams are constructed, the river dam will be constructed, and so many initiatives of the government, of the producers, or the entrepreneurs, where the environment was heavily adversely affected. So subsistence is one thing. With subsistence, we can get the property and order. We get the nature. This nature, from the nature, what was told, that from the nature, we can get all the ingredients for life. But what we did, our scientists did, our social activists did, then social workers did. In case of the, we have actually eroded the path of sustainable growth. Okay, we are suffering from the different problems. The problems may be the arsenic pollution, the problems may be the different types of health hazards, and also other problems. So we have not thought about this. We have not thought about this. So generally, we see the here actually in the late I know that they have the environmental law and the sustainable development. So if we consider the environmental laws, before that I'm just showing the slides. Sorry. What is sustainable development in India? This importance of sustainable development in India. It is the sustainable farming. It is the climate stabilization. It is the biodiversity protection. And next, sustainable development goals is a part of the United Nations member states. India has aimed to achieve the following 17 sustainable development goals. It is by 2030. It is known to all, I think so. Sustainable development schemes implemented in India. There are almost 17 to 20 programs are there. Sustainable development schemes implemented in India. Challenges of sustainable development in India. Environmental degradation is a challenge. Poverty and inequality is a challenge. Large population is also a challenge. So what is happening? What we are doing? Everything in this environment, in the nature, considering the nature, that may be the agriculture, that may be the other activities also. That may be the infrastructural development, that may be the agricultural development, industrial development, everything. So protection of the nature is first and foremost importance should be given for the sustainable development. Next, how to achieve sustainable development? Because you know that energy shortage is a problem. So the renewable energy, this type of area should be, I think, should be exposed. How the energy deficit can be solved. And solved. That's for the renewable energy, it is required. Sustainable agriculture required. Water conservation is necessary. Waste management, that means the two types, solid waste, liquid waste, e-waste, different types of waste are there. So the waste management is necessary and the sustainable urban development is also necessary. Next, India's rank is Sustainable Development Index. As per the SDG Index rank report available on the official website, India is ranking at 109 position out of 166 countries. What is the meaning of the environmental sustainability? I have already told it, that environmental sustainability means ecological balance should be protected, should be there. Without good ecology, nothing can be done. So the ecological balance is necessary, and in the ecology in balanced condition, automatically you know that the environmental sustainability, this objective will be achieved. Next, why environmental sustainability important? I told it. What can you do? How do you achieve the environmental sustainability? There are the different ways. You know the afforestation, you know the different types of ecological balance to be maintained, but these some programs to be undertaken by the central government or the government, and examples of sustainable area. But actually, first of all, I think, unfortunately, our constitution primarily, there is no such major provision for the environmental protection laws or the consideration at first. But in the passage of time, we have amended the Indian Constitution and we have included within the Constitution different laws and the different articles of the environmental protection. So I am actually telling that the actually what are there, I mean, sustainable development in the environmental law. In the post-independence period, particularly the for sustainable development, different environmental laws are enacted. So my objective is, my objective of this lecture is that also one of the objectives that within the environmental law, what are the provisions are there for the sustainable development. So sustainable development under environmental law emphasizes the responsible use of the natural resources, the reduction of the pollution and waste, and promotion of renewable energy sources. It involves crafting legal frameworks that strive a balance between goals and environmental conservation. Central to this notion is the principle that development should meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainable development in environmental law serves as a guiding principle for practice, regulations, policies, international and international agreements aimed at safeguarding the planet's ecological integrity while fostering the human prosperity. So this is the only growth in this art where you can get the water. Without water, nothing can be done. Naturally, the conservation of water is very important and vital for the environmental sustainability. And also the other aspects also, I will put in going in detail. So, primarily I told in the Indian Constitution, there are not major provisions for the environmental protection aspects. But when we examine the Constitution of India, we find that there are no specific laws. After that, we have enacted different laws. Just I am reading out the laws. One is Wildlife Protection Act 1972, Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1974, Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act 1981, Environment Protection Act 1986, Forest Conservation Act 1980, Biological Diversity of 2020 to 2002, and also some other laws. So the only thing in my mind, what is the question? That is the what, or how can it improve the ecology, maintain the ecology so that the environmental sustainability can be achieved. So, organic farming is the important instrument, important way to which we can achieve the or maintain the ecological balance and environmental sustainability. Sikkim is the first state in India who has 100% organic farming. I visited many foreign countries like Norway. What I have seen there, I have seen there 100%, almost 100% of organic farming is there. The food package, foods given to us, the raw cauliflower. ওকে কাঁচা ফুলকপি আমাদের খেতে দিয়েছে মানে কি করে খাবো বাবা এই তো মুশকিল বাবু ওই খানটা অর্গানাইজ আছে কোনো প্রবলেম হবে না যার দিক বাঁধাকপি সেও কাঁচা তারপর আরো কিছু কিছু আছে একটু ভেপার দিন সেগুলো সব তেল নেই তার মধ্যে সেইগুলো সব খেতে দিয়েছে আমি খেয়েছি আমাদের সব অসুবিধা হচ্ছে আর ব্রিটেন যখন ভিজিট করেছি আমি বেসিক্যালি এগ্রিকালচার নিয়ে কাজ করি এনভায়রনমেন্ট এগ্রিকালচার রুরাল ডেভেলপমেন্ট এগুলো নিয়ে কাজ করি তো ওখানে আমি গিয়েছিলাম তো ওখানে গিয়ে দেখেছি যে ওদের যে কমার্শিয়াল ফার্মিং মানে ফার্ম সিস্টেম খুব অ্যাগ্রিকালচার ইন্ডাস্ট্রি তো ওখানে এইসব জিনিসগুলো খুব মেনটেন করছে যাই হোক সময় খুবই কম আর আমি বেশি সময় নিতেও চাইছি না তো the United Nations World Conference for Sustainable Development places a strong emphasis on the principles. It envisions that in the pursuit of progress, humans should ensure sustainable conditions not only for themselves but also for the other species and the natural environment. This highlights the need to consider the long-term health of our planet and its resources while striving for development. একবার যদি এই সুন্দর পৃথিবীটা ধ্বংস হয়ে যায় এই সবুজ পৃথিবীটা ধ্বংস হয়ে যায় আমাদের সব শেষ এ বলছেন না কলকাতায় তলে চলে চলে যায় তো শেষ হলো আমরা সবাই শেষ নেচার ছাড়া আমরা বাঁচতে পারবো না আমাদের নিয়েও নেচার আমাদেরই দায়িত্ব আমরা সব থেকে বুদ্ধিজীবী বলছি বুদ্ধিমান প্রাণী so most intelligent so it is our duty it is our duty fundamental duty to keep the environmental sustainability so there are the different conference there Chicago Declaration is there 1972 Johannesburg Declaration for Sustainable Development 2002 different conference here for this problem so the sustainable development in the environment production if we say the sustainable development is no longer the exclusive domain of the governments. It has emerged as a primary concern of a global society. On the other hand, and sustainable development networking programs are essential from the outset. So, sustainable development and ecological balance is a good correlation. Just then concluding that the sustainable development is in environmental law is the compass guiding for collective journey towards a harmonious coexistence between the human prosperity and the ecological preservation, rooted in the recognition that our actions today have profound implications for future generations. This principle underscores the imperative to strike a delicate balance between economic advancement, social equity, and environmental stewards. So this is the end of my lecture. Again, I thank to the Honorable Chairperson for giving me this scope and the Sudhapara, the principal of this college, for giving me this opportunity, and also one of the organizers of this college to giving me this opportunity to deliver the lecture, and thankful to all. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Subodh Kumar Rai, from uh, enlightening us from the standpoint of economic development and environmental environmental development. A special study especially referring to India. He first of all referred to the Green Revolution. That was the necessity after our independence. And rightly he mentioned that the Green Revolution was started in India to eradicate the poverty, to eradicate the starvation of India. And but finally he saw the adverse effect of the uh, of this Green Revolution because of using the deep wells, using the misuse of the fertilizers, misuse of pesticides, etc. And it got into the uh, adverse effect on nature. And the economic development do not do any good, according to his opinion, without the sustainable development. And he also spoke about the challenges of sustainable development to eradicate the poverty. And he has some suggestions in this regard. He suggested for waste management, maybe one kind of ecological balance is necessary. Conservation of water for sustainable development is necessary because he very clearly told to us that without water, we cannot live. Organic farming is necessary nowadays for sustainable development. He mentioned, rightly he mentioned, and the harmonious coexistence between man and nature is uh, his research. I think he has visited so many countries, and so he has seen that the farming, how the organic farming has been done, and it has they have been maintaining the economic development with sustainable development for the future generation. Thank you, Mr. Gutarai, for your enlightening lecture. And now our last speaker, Nitchal Mukherjee, Assistant Professor in Political Science, Berhampur College. Baharampur, I don't know exactly if that it is Baharampur of West Bengal or Berhampur, Odisha. You may clear it. Yes, sir. So it's Baharampur, West Bengal, Murshidabad district. Actually, the like anglicized, anglicized way of naming the town, but that is the official name of the college. So that's how they. So, may I begin? Yes, yes. Okay, before I begin, if I make a small request to the Honorable Chair, please remind me when I have got 5 minutes left. So I will be. You have been given 20 minutes for it. No, no, what I'm saying is that when I have 5 minutes left, at that time, if you can please give me a reminder. So I will be, I'll try to. Yes, yes. Okay, so I'll try to remind you. Uh, Good evening. Good evening, respected chair and members of the August House. Coming to Vidyasagar College for Women is a homecoming of sorts because I passed out from Jadavpur University in July 2015. 3 months later, in the sister college of this institution, that is Vidyasagar Day College, I started my journey on the other end of the table. So, like coming to a sister institution, it's almost a homecoming, and it's great to meet former colleagues and esteemed panelists and other learned scholars from across the world. So, my paper's title Sustainable Living, Decoloniality, and Indian Knowledge Systems Towards Dignified Subjectivity for All Beings. Okay, so I will not
spend a lot of time on discussing various aspects of sustainability and other related issues, Stockholm Conference and other conferences, because being the last speaker of a session, it is perhaps a bit, it becomes repetitive and boring because, and more importantly, because in this very session, much more learned colleagues than myself have already discussed this in great detail. And so I will just go to a few things. I will, at the very outset, I will make a few points. Some of the points that I intend to say. Firstly, I'm talking about sustainable living, not sustainable development. Because yes, one may say that well, I do support the word sustainable development in some ways, while I also critique it. I will get to it later on in the paper. But sustainable living is an all-round concept. It is not just environmental, it is political, and it is economic, it is social, it is in many ways. Moreover, I'm going to challenge the developmentalist paradigm, as it has already been discussed by the learned professors, that, as Gandhiji said, that nature has enough for everyone's need, but not for one man's greed. Okay. The third thing that I'll be saying is that colonial Euro, the colonial Eurocentric modernity, which has been imposed on the rest of the world by the colonial project, has been disastrous in so many ways that, like, I mean, one would need at least a dozen conferences to discuss in detail. However, its most dangerous and lingering aspect is developmentality. I'm using this word following Devolev's terminology. Devolev, who in turn used this, grounding his works on the works of Michel Foucault and others. So, developmentality is the most dangerous aspect of coloniality, and it is taking us towards mass suicide. Then the next point is that today we are talking about Indian knowledge systems. Now, for me, systems, this plural, systems, this S is very important because unlike certain exclusivist nationalist projects would like to portray it, like there was no unified culture or no unified political entity such as ancient India. The Indian imagination as we have today just did not exist even 300 or 400 years ago. So the thing is that, but there was rich civilization. No, not there was. There were. There were many civilizations in this area for thousands of years. And all these civilizations, they had various interactions and various philosophical outlooks. Now, Indian knowledge system is sometimes used as exclusivist, as justifications for exclusivist nationalist projects, which is not just unique to India. We see this across the Islamic world. We see this in Africa and other parts of the global south, where in the name of decolonization, what they do is they mimic Western patterns by just changing certain superficialities, like changing names, taking alternative cosmological or religious invocations and all. But an important statement that I'm trying to make, an argument that I'm trying to make in this paper is that decoloniality means nothing without contesting and challenging developmentality. Moreover, when we talk about knowledge systems, obviously, as the title makes it very clear, that I am all for inclusion of Indian knowledge systems and perspectives, epistemological, scientific, spiritual, and other philosophical and holistic perspectives from Indian knowledge systems. But this has to be made in a wider perspective, in the sense that interactions between various knowledge systems, because human development across centuries and millennia has happened through an intercourse between various knowledge systems, philosophical point of view, civilizations, and cultures. Sometimes accidentally, sometimes intentionally, sometimes forcefully, sometimes due to
fate of nature or whatever, or what we call it. However, sometimes exploitatively or sometimes constructively, but knowledge has not actually developed in an isolated manner, and perhaps it has in some secluded locations among certain cultures, but in the world of globalization, we cannot deny that there is incontrovertible evidence that while on one hand climate change is real, similarly, knowledge systems have also developed through interaction with one another. So, I would quote Aditya Nigam from a very important paper on decoloniality. It's a paper, and I've cited it in my paper, so kindly go through that paper. I think it's very important for any scholar of decoloniality. So Nigam says, we increasingly recognize today that our task in Asia, Africa, and Latin America is not to strive, I repeat, to recast our societies in the image of the West, but to strike a fundamentally different path that is imposed by the colonial Western episteme. So, here I would make my final point before I go into the detailed discussions that while a lot of nationalists and exclusivist projects try to hijack the word of epistemological disobedience and epistemological decoloniality, they do so in a way that actually mimics nationalist projects of the West or imperialistic projects. But that is not a proper decoloniality. That is actually mockery or mimicry of the Western imperial models, and those are not sustainable at all. So, when I talk about epistemic decoloniality, it has to be changing our ways of thinking. It does not mean ludicrous theological imaginations about going back to a glorified past, as Timothy Snyder calls it, the politics of eternity. I mean, of the politics of perenniality. Sorry, perenniality. He means something completely different by politics of eternity. I'm really sorry. The politics of perenniality. Like that is not decolonization. That is not epistemological disobedience. Nor is it that we are trying to say that okay, so the Westerners believe in science and rationality, but we don't believe in science and rationality. We just believe in emotions and passions. Okay, so let's just push the minorities out and let's just kill people, exclude people, practice caste system, and okay, so and call it no. This is epistemological difference. I mean, no, that is again inspired by that is totally. An exclusionist politics, which is a cocktail of the worst of the East and the worst of the West. So that is not proper decolonization. But when I'm talking about epistemological decolonization of the mind, it is about what the late Uruguayan president Jose Pepe Mujica had said. A developed country is not a country where the poor workers go to their office in cars. It is a country where presidents and CEOs they go to work in public transport. Changing the outlook. I'm not against rationality. I'm all for rationality. But what is it to be rational? Rationality is precluded on the principles of prioritizing certain principles over the others. Certain principles are privileged as targets over others. So, but what is the target that we want to achieve? What are our goals? What are our priorities? Everyone will be living in a high-rise apartment. Our Kolkata will represent New York City. I mean, our villages will have skyscrapers. Is that the kind of equality or the development that we need? Or is that even desirable? What is a good life? If you go back to ancient philosophical systems in the civilizations of India, or even ancient Greek philosophies, or various other ancient philosophies of the soil, be it in Africa or other places, that is not what a good life is. A good life is
as various, now again, what a good life is, this is hotly debated within the Indian philosophical the traditions and customs, and I plead guilty of not being knowledgeable enough to give a lecture on Indian philosophy. But I can say, as the Buddhist tradition would say, to lead a life of moderation, of neither extremes, a life which is spent in spirituality as by the Brahminic traditions. But then that is criticized in anyway, in other ways by the Shramanic traditions. But the Shramanic traditions would also say, live alongside nature, do good to others, do as you would like to be done to yourself, live in community development, as the professors have already said. You see, when we talk about Indian knowledge systems, we usually only talk about the either the Vedic systems or the Charvaka systems or the Buddhist systems or the Jaina systems. But there are so many indigenous cultures and groups who we call Adivasis. Each Adivasi community has their own way of living. They have their own epistemologies. We have to study those. Now, I'm not an expert in those areas as well. One of the learned scholars in the previous session was talking about Thiruvalluvar. I would talk about another Tamil great man, Thirukkural. He also spoke about living with moderation. The body should consume only what it can sustain. This is a principle. This is a principle that was also espoused by Guru Chand Thakur, the leader of the Mondura sect. So you see, be it Adivasi groups, or be it the Shramanic groups, or be it the Jainas. Jainas also talk about aparigraha, ahimsa. I mean, even if you give me 2 hours, I will not be able to give an exhaustive list of all the Indian civilizations and traditions which have said all this. But now, what I'm trying to say that the knowledge which emanates from various civilizations of India talk about living with in moderation. Now, one can be a spiritualist and seek God. Now, what is God? That is also a different concept. It's debatable. One can be an atheist, like Charvakas. One can be spiritual, yet an atheist, like the Buddhists or the Jainas. But all of these talk about sustainable living. That is live life in a way that does not jeopardize others, and or others means also animals and plants, and also don't live a life which endangers future generations. Now, sustainable living and the environmental part, we all know, sir has already discussed, but it is also political and it is also bodily. I mean, how much food can I eat? I mean, I was treated to a sumptuous lunch earlier this afternoon, but I ate only what I like to eat. I mean, like, there was some gravy which I didn't like to eat, I didn't touch. So this is sustainable. Now, it was a very sumptuous lunch. If I have a dinner like this only, again, will my body be able to take it? It will have adverse effects. So you see, sustainable here, it means in Bengali, there is a very simple saying, Jeta soy setai ron. See, those people, I mean, I don't know which philosophy this emanates out of, but it emanates out of our culture. That is only what you can sustain. What you can sustain in the long run. Don't eat rich food every day. This is common sense, actually. This is basically common sense. But this common sense is actually rooted in the wisdom of, say, Bengalis. Because I am from a Bengali family, I learned it in a Bengali household. Similar wisdom you will find all across Indian civilizations. Now, actually, when I was invited by Rapti ma'am to this conference, I was reading a book which I'm still reading. This is a very important book. It's called On Liberty by Timothy Snyder. There, he talks about 5 forms of freedom, 5 aspects of freedom. It is sovereignty, unpredictability, mobility, factuality, and solidarity. Without these 5 important elements, you cannot have freedom. Sovereignty means you need to have independent individuals who are not subservient to others. Life has to be unpredictable. Like Rabindranath criticized Chache Gora Manush, or human beings molded in molds. A human being cannot be, disciplined like that. A human being should have mobility, able to move across spaces, areas, people, various spatial politics is well a different theme altogether. But there has to be mobility across space, across cultures, through languages in various ways. Factually, this is very, very important. Science and scientific knowledge is very important. One cannot have any kind of freedom without science, nor can you have sustainability without science. Now, one very dangerous aspect of lingering effects of colonialism in India and other countries is that there is often a binary that the scientific West and the spiritual East. This is actually a very dangerous barrier which is created by Orientalism. This actually denies millennia of scientific endeavors by scholars in various civilizations of India, Arabia, Africa, China, and other parts of the world. Science is not something which is the monopoly of the West. And if we want to have sustainable living, we need to have a wise interaction between the two. Again, now I'm again taking this example out of Snyder that one can debate on how to get clean water. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. One can debate how to get clean water, but one cannot have debates on lead is poisonous. Lead is poisonous, and if it mixes with water, it can have dangerous results. Please, this is scientifically proven. We all have to accept it. So, we have to be very wary of vested interests who deny science and who deny scientific principles in order to get those interests secured and try to justify this in the name of non-Western or indigenous epistemology, or use decoloniality or other words insidiously. Yes, insidiously. This is a dangerous system which has to be opposed. Now, the colonial imperialist project has been developmentalist. And in the West, even the anti-imperialist projects such as Marxism, they have been rooted in the developmentalist paradigm, where like, again, say equality means everyone has a car, that kind of an idea. But this epistemology has to be challenged. And in order to do so, one has to have a healthy and logical interaction between non-Western knowledge systems. Here, Indian knowledge systems are very important, and Western knowledge systems as well. So basically, the idea should be that instead of focusing on where the idea is coming from, is it coming from Arabia, or is it coming from Africa, or is it coming from India or Indonesia? That should not be the priority. The priority is to understand the politics. Politics as defined by Harold Laswell, who gets what, when, and how? Who benefits from this policy? How do they benefit from it? Who suffers from this policy? This is how the epistemological reorientation of policy has to be organized towards sustainable living. Because we have only one planet, we have to live together, where individual rights have to be secured, but also within the wider context of rights for all. All means we have to again decenter from the anthropocentric worldview of Western colonialism. Here again, Indian knowledge systems, they are mostly non-anthropocentric. Again, I'm not an expert on Indian philosophy, but I do not think even one philosophical school originating in any of the civilizations of India ever spoke of anthropocentrism, that the world belongs only for our consumption. I don't think even Charvakas thought in that way. Well, they didn't believe in God or spirituality, but then they did not give a paradigm of rampant environmental destruction as well. So from Motua system to Thirukural system, this non-anthropocentric system is something that Indian knowledge systems can actually teach the world. See, again, my idea here, despite being in a conference of Indian knowledge systems, is not to glorify the greatness of Indian knowledge systems over other knowledge systems. The idea is to broaden the scope of the conversation. The idea is to change the discourses, because I'm a political scientist and I think politically. Who gets what, when, and how? Now, for me, it doesn't matter whether it comes from Europe or Indonesia or Africa or Arabia. What matters is whether the knowledge system is sustainable or not, whether we are moving towards sustainable living or not. Now, here, Indian knowledge systems are a treasure trove. A lot of non-anthropocentric philosophical insights and wisdom and ways of thinking emanate from Indian knowledge systems. And as I've already said that other than the Vedic and the Jaina and the Bauddha and the Charvaka systems are studied, but we have to do more research on the various Adivasi knowledge systems, various other interactive knowledge systems, and see whether creative possibilities are possible or not. I will just conclude with one or two lines that as we teach in the syllabus, ancient Indian knowledge system had mostly four strands. That is Brahmanic, Shramanic, Islamic, and syncretic. So basically, the thing is that this is basically the history of human civilization across the world. There has been syncretism. There has been syncretism throughout human history everywhere. Now that there is Western knowledge systems, now we have to understand that Western ways of thinking have made great advances in the past 300 or 400 years. In the past 300 years or so, they have invented machines, technologies, and a lot of newer things have happened. Again, they do owe their debt, which they often do not acknowledge, to Arabic thinkers, to thinkers from various civilizations in India, to Chinese thinkers, to ancient Greek thinkers, among others. Obviously, that has to be recognized, but we also have to recognize that unprecedented scientific advancements have happened in the past 300 years or so. Now, again, the torch of knowledge does not run still. It is not a pond. It is not a stagnant pond. It is a flowing river. Now, people across the world, they have to mix the wisdom. We have to think syncretically, and we have to draw non-anthropocentric perspectives, philosophical values and wisdoms, and orient our minds, rethink our epistemologies in decolonial terms, because decoloniality again means nothing without challenging developmentality. So my final statement would be that challenge the politics of developmentality through decoloniality and healthy syncretism between various knowledge systems, and draw from the treasure trove of Indian knowledge systems as far as it comes to sustainable living. And obviously reject those aspects of Indian knowledge systems which create hierarchy discrimination. So it is not that everything is good over here, everything is bad. It is not like that. We have to stop thinking in binaries. Thinking in binaries is another thing that colonial modernity teaches us to do. So we have to start working hard, or rather we have to start thinking harder, challenging our epistemologies and thinking towards sustainable living. Thank
Thank you, Professor Mukherjee. I think his lecture is clear. He actually wanted to speak about that sustainable development is not the exact object of the day, but the sustainable living is important. And for the sustainable living, what is wanted that is the mobility, the factuality, and the advancement of science, etc. And he has spoken about the Indian knowledge system means some sort of non-anthropomorphic knowledge system. Probably what this mean? Anthropocentric, non-anthropocentric. Actually, everything will be hoping for you all to speak about and make comments on these things. I just want to lean as a spirit of the Sanskrit and Veda that what actually the Indian law system they have been doing. I don't know, and I don't want to know. But if from anywhere short of political, any sort of anything like the Indian law system, that means that what India has done for the last 4 or 5,000 years totally, and that is to be represented. That is the model. Actually, here there is no anthropomorphic. I would challenge even in the Vedas. I'm quoting, sir. In the Vedas, there is a debate between the two very pastors. And one person speaking, yes, we don't know this knowledge. And if we want to get the exact knowledge to it, we have to go to the Adivas. They have been speaking so. So this was the mentality of our ancient king. And what is going to do that? I don't know. But this was even in so many, in not only the philosophy, but in philosophical systems. We have seen that if we don't get the enough knowledge from this world, anything else, we can go to those people, those who are not in our barrier, in our encompassing areas. We select them. And regarding the meaning of the word, regarding the knowledge of the particular aspect, they have done. And this was the system. And sometimes, yes, there are dogmatism. There were dogmatism. And the dogmatism has been giving rise to so many systems of India. And Indian medical system, Indian mathematical system, uh, Indian structural system, all these have been how it has been made. This is a miss. And you cannot get everything, you cannot get the exact causes of civilization or mind to the outcome because we cannot decode the language. And there is a problem. If we go to the other aborigines, that becomes a problem because they don't have any written document for us. This is a problem. They have their knowledge, they have their wisdom, they have their own culture. But problem is there that don't have enough written documents. That we it makes a problem. Yes, thank you for your question. And now it is open for discussion. If anybody has any question, particularly any expert, they will answer. Thank you. Yes. I hope everybody understands, everybody except David.
প্রথমে আরেকজনকে একটা ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে ব্যাপার বিদ্যাসাগর মহিলা কলেজে দিনে বিশাল কর্মকাণ্ড এবং তারা একজন ফরেন প্রফেসরকে আনতে পেরেছেন এবং ওনার ব্যবহার এত লেকচার এবং লেকচারও সো গুড। আমি এই প্রসঙ্গে শুধু একটা দুটো কথা বলি, সবার কথা নিয়ে বলছি না, দুদিনের প্রত্যেক সেশনই খুব ভালো হয়েছে, প্রত্যেকটি বক্তৃতাই। স্যার যেভাবে শুরু করলেন প্রফেসর তারকনাথ অধিকারী একটা সংস্কৃত স্তোত্র দিয়ে, ওটা খুব ভালো পরিবেশ তৈরি হয়ে গেল। কারণ এই সেশনে প্রত্যেকেই ভালো বলেছেন। শুধু দুটো পয়েন্ট দেখুন, ওই আপনাদের কথাতেই বলছি, প্রশ্ন না। ওই যে আপনি বললেন না স্যার যে মুডটা মানে বিং মুড, ওই বিং রাখা, যে কান্নাও এক সময় বিলাপ করে। তারা যে উপশম করে যে সেটা যে একটা দূষণকে কমায় ভেতরে যে আমাদের জমতে থাকে
সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্টের পক্ষে প্রয়োজন
একদম হ্যাঁ, এই আমি আমার নিজের বিষয় বাংলা তার বাইরে আমার পরিবেশটা নিয়ে কিছু পড়াশোনা আছে এবং চর্চাও আছে। সেখানে আমি দেখেছি যে শুধু গ্রিন এনভায়রনমেন্ট বলতে গাছ লাগানো নয়, মানুষের কথা মানে মানুষ অতীতে যদি কিছু খারাপ করে থাকি, যেটা প্রফেসর মুখার্জির মধ্যে পেলাম যে উচ্চ বর্ণ এবং নিম্ন বর্ণের যে ভেদাভেদ, আমরা সেখান থেকে নিশ্চয়ই ভালোটা নেব মূল্যবোধ শিখব ইন্ডিয়ান নলেজ সিস্টেমে। যদি কখনো দেখে থাকি যে সেখানে উচ্চ বর্ণ নিম্ন বর্ণের ভেদাভেদ হয়েছে বা কোনো দূষণ হয়েছে এই প্রসঙ্গে পরিবেশে, সেটাও কিন্তু আমাদের একবার দেখতে হবে। তাই এই অংশটাই সেটাই খুব আমাকে খুব আকর্ষণ করলো। থ্যাংক ইউ।
নামটা বলুন।
আমি ডক্টর সুস্মিতা খান্না, বিদ্যাসাগর মেট্রোপলিটন কলেজ। আর সেই সঙ্গে আপনার ওই পয়েন্টটা খুব ইন্টারেস্টিং লাগলো, এটা খুব তর্কের কথা কিন্তু আমি নিজেও চৈতন্য দেখে এই প্রসঙ্গে অ্যাড করছি। ওই যে আপনি বললেন না নিজের জন্য ভেবেছেন মহাপুরুষরা, সেটা যেমন একটা ভালো দিক আছে, সেটা তো সত্যি একটা খারাপ দিকও হতেই পারে যে তারা তার পরিবারকে ফেলে গেছেন। এটা একটা খুব তর্কের ব্যাপার, বিতর্কিত। তাই যখনই আলোচনা হয় বিভিন্ন সমালোচনা উঠে আসে, মানে গোড়া ভক্ত তো আছেন আবার সমালোচকও আছেন। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার। Thank you for this, very engaging discussion. Thank you to the chairperson and of course, thank you to all the three presenters for this particular technical session. I was really intrigued by Professor Richard Mukherjee's presentation. I just wanted to ask you, Major, you mentioned this, discourse, very, intriguing and the debatable discourse of Orientalism, and I was reminded of Edward Said's Orientalism, and you because of time constraint, I think you should not go into the detail, but we talked about this, binary between looking at West and East as the scientific West and the spiritual East. Okay. And I was wondering, how you were trying to, end this debate of sustainable living, given that you talked about scientific West and spiritual wisdom. I mean, how do you actually transition to sustainable living? And if you're looking at Indian knowledge system as a kind of, knowledge, acquiring knowledge through a non-Western system of acquiring knowledge, looking at it through a non-Western lens. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you for the question. Actually, the thing is that aside side, and as he theorized Orientalism, is that this idea of the stupid but exotic peoples of the East. Oh, they are less rational than us, Westerners, but then they're exotic, to infantilize on one hand, but then highly spiritualize, and if you get into gender politics, also to sexualize, This is something which has actually been done by the Western people as a part of the colonial imperial process. So this is a form of racism which creates these kinds of binaries. So if we want to have a holistic understanding of science or knowledge, now okay, as I said, I'm repeating here once again that I am not someone who's trying to champion Indian knowledge systems over Western ones or anything like that. What I'm trying to say is that the Eurocentric ways of thinking
where Euro model, white colonial, imperial ways of thinking and their supposed fatuous claims to superiority have to be debunked. And the problem goes further. It is when the Western imperialists call our systems here to be philosophically rich, spiritually richer, but scientifically irrational. And the thing is that some people here, many of them with rather keen vested interests, they champion this. And they try to make unscientific claims like, okay, scientific analysis is for people like the West, but you see the Westerners only, they also agree that we are much richer philosophically, we are much richer spirituality. Spirituality is what matters, and decoloniality means turning your face away from science and rationality and towards more spirituality and more often than not, here what they mean by spirituality is basically dogma which serves vested political interests. So that politics also has to be attacked because this kind of politics actually reinforces the Western binaries of Western claims to superiority. So this is actually not true. Why? The people of the scientists, largely from the Western countries, have made great contributions to science and technology in the past 300 years or something. Science and technology, these are just like any form of knowledge. These have actually developed for thousands of years across cultures. As I have said, that the Westerners, they often do not acknowledge the philosophical debt that they owe to earlier civilizations and thinkers from Arabia, from Arabian civilizations, from civilizations in India, the ancient Greek, Egyptian civilizations. These perspectives, these are vital. And the thing is that what I'm trying to say is that we don't have to bask in the glory of being spiritually superior. I don't know what that is supposed to mean. And I don't know whether that is desirable also to claim yourself to be superior to others. I mean, I don't really care much. But what I'm trying to say is that we have to destroy this rational West versus irrational East, spiritually superior East versus spiritually inferior West. This kind of racist Orientalist boundary we have to break down. And that is what I'm saying is that science can be approached from various knowledge systems. However, unscientific things cannot be justified in the name of Indian or any other non-Western knowledge system. And another point, and I'll just take 10 more seconds. I've been presenting this in jointly with another academic. We just presented in JNU and another work is under way for publication that the Westerners, their so-called rationality, the implementation and the politics of implementation of those epistemologies were anything but rational or egalitarian. So that is another conversation at a whole new different level. Thank you.
Any more questions? I hope next station is going to start. So, with the permission of the organizers, uh,
As chairperson, sir is requesting, do we have any more questions? Otherwise, I will formally declare the closing of this session. So,
now,
so then I end.
anybody has any questions? Then if there is no question, I think time is running out. আমরা শেষ করতেই পারি, তবে আমার একটা বক্তব্য ছিল, কিন্তু সেটা আমি আর বলবো না। তার কারণ হচ্ছে আমাকে দলে ফেলে দেওয়া হয়েছে। হ্যাঁ, আমি বেদের লোক, আমি বেদের দুটো চারটে বাক্য হয়তো বলতে পারতাম, বলতে চাইতামও রিগার্ডিং ধর্ম, রিগার্ডিং ধর্মশাস্ত্র, রিগার্ডিং ভেরিয়াস ক্রিচার্স, কিন্তু এসে দেখলাম যে কমপ্লিটলি সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্টের উপর আমার সেমিনার। সুতরাং আমার এইখানে নিজস্ব আলাদা করে বলার কিছু নেই। হ্যাঁ, বৈদিক সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট ডেফিনেটলি কিছু ছিল। আই কন্টেস্ট উইথ প্রফেসর মুখার্জি, ডেফিনেটলি দেয়ার ইজ, কিন্তু এখন আমাদের সময় নেই। ইফ দেয়ার ইজ টাইম আই কুড টেক ইউ speak on this. So what was the sustainable development, even in the Vedic period, respective to caste creed religion? Thanks. Thanks so much.
স্যার একটা নাম বাংলায় বলছি। তা আমার নিজের একটা ভাই আছে, যেটা উনি যেটা বলছেন বলে উনি বলতে চাইছেন যে যে যেকোনো জিনিস হোক যেটা বেস্ট কাজ বেস্ট নলেজ। কিন্তু আমি যদি আমাদের এডুকেশন সিস্টেম কথা ভাবি, আর আমরা প্রথমত মাঝে মাঝে ঘুরিয়ে ফিরিয়ে স্পিরিচুয়ালিজম এবং সায়েন্স এটা কন্ট্রাস্ট করছি। এটা কিন্তু তাই কি, তাই কি কখন আপনি ধরুন এবং সায়েন্স টেকনোলজিকেও বুঝে উঠে আমি যে বসে আছি কিন্তু টেকনোলজি আমার ব্যালেন্স কত পদ্ধতি সেটা কিন্তু তা নেই। আপনি আমাদের এডুকেশন সিস্টেম কথা ভাবুন, আমি কোন সিস্টেম থেকে এসেছে দ্যাট ডাজন্ট ম্যাটার, ম্যাটার হচ্ছে কেন ওয়েস্টার্ন সঙ্গে আমাদের অসুবিধা হচ্ছে। এটা জিওগ্রাফিক্যাল কন্ডিশন ভিত্তিতে কিন্তু আমাদের সূর্যোদয় এবং সূর্য অস্ত ভিত্তিতে কিন্তু আমাদের জ্ঞান উদয়। আপনি দিস ইজ মাই ওয়ান বিশ্বাস। আপনি দেখবেন আমাদের বেস্ট টাইম হচ্ছে এডুকেশনে কিন্তু মর্নিং, যখন ছোটবেলায় আমাদের জন্ম, আমাদের ছোটবেলাটাও মর্নিং এবং আমাদের শেষটা কিন্তু সেরকম। আমরা কিন্তু ভোর 4টে থেকে 10টা ভারতীয় কন্টেক্সটে, ইন্ডিয়ান কন্টেক্সট, আমি বারবার বলছি ইন্ডিয়ান জিওগ্রাফিক্যাল কন্টেক্সট, ইন্ডিয়ান জিওগ্রাফিক্যাল কন্টেক্সটে কিন্তু স্টুডিং এনভায়রনমেন্ট হচ্ছে মর্নিং অ্যান্ড ইভিনিং। এবং সে আপনি যে কোনো সিস্টেম বলুন, ইন্ডিয়াতে যে কোনো অডিশন দেখুন, সে আপনি ট্রাই করুন। আমি শুরু ভেবেছিলাম আমার লেকচারটা দিতাম হচ্ছে ট্রাইবাল কালচার থেকে, ইন্ডিজিনাস ওইগুলো বিভিন্ন কালচার থেকে কি করে সাস্টেনেবল ডেভেলপমেন্ট। আমি কেন বলছি সাস্টেনেবল সঙ্গে কেন হচ্ছে, আমাদের সিস্টেমে যেটা ছিল সেটা সাস্টেনেবল এডুকেশন। মর্নিং এ উঠে পড়ার গল্প শিখতাম, দেখুন আজকে কিন্তু মুখস্থ করে বাংলায় আমার হবে না। আমি ছোটবেলা যা শিখে গেছি আমার জন্য জীবনের মর্নিং, সেরকম আমাদের জিওগ্রাফিক্যাল কন্ডিশন পারমিট করছে ইন্ডিয়ান এতে সব কন্টিনেন্ট, নট ইন্ডিয়া, যে মর্নিং এবং ইভিনিং। বাকিটা কিন্তু আমাদের গরম, আমি জিওগ্রাফিক্যালি বলছি। এই গরমে কিন্তু এই এসি ছাড়া যদি আমরা বসতাম, গরম কিন্তু এখানে বেশি সময় বসতে পারতাম না, কষ্ট হতো। কিন্তু ইউরোপিয়ান কন্টেক্সট যদি যান, কেন রুইন করে দিল আমাদের দেশের শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থাকে, রুইন কেন? বিকজ উই আর টকিং রাইট নাও, উই আর টকিং ইন্টারেস্টিং। ওয়েস্টার্ন বিশেষ করে ইউরোপিয়ান কান্ট্রি যখন আছে, বিশেষ করে আপনি ফ্রেঞ্চ বা জার্মান বা হচ্ছে ইউকে, ব্রিটেন, তারা প্রত্যেকে কিন্তু তাদের হচ্ছে শুটিং টাইমটা হচ্ছে 10টা থেকে 4টা। কারণ সেই টাইম তাদের আর্লি মর্নিংটা ভীষণ ঠান্ডা, বিকালটাও ঠান্ডা। সেই টাইম কিন্তু তাদের কিন্তু ইনঅ্যাক্টিভ স্টেজে থাকে, না অপারেটিভ না, ইনঅ্যাক্টিভ। অ্যাক্টিভ অ্যাক্টিভ স্টেজ তাদের কিন্তু 10 থেকে, কারণ সূর্যের কিরণটা একটু আসে তাদের তাদের জন্য সুবিধা। আমি বলছি তাদের প্র্যাকটিসটা যখন আমরা নিলাম, আমরা কিন্তু আমাদের যেটা সাস্টেনেবল প্র্যাকটিস ছিল সেটা কিন্তু আস্তে আস্তে তৈরি করলাম কপি পেস্ট। কেন বলছি স্যার, আমরা অন্য ইয়েতে থাকি, পৃথিবীর যে প্রথম বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় দেখুন ভারত, কে ডেভেলপ করছে আমি বলি সে বিয়ে না, সেটাকে যাচ্ছেন ভারতে। ভারত মানে ওই ভারত, এই ভারত। দ্বিতীয় বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় ভারতে, তৃতীয় বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় ভারতে এই রিসেন্টলি বের হয়েছে, সেটা উড়িষ্যা। তৃতীয় বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়ে আপনি গুগল করবেন পাবেন, আমি নাম নিশ্চিত করে বলছি না, আপনাদের জেনে রাখবো, আপনারা আসবেন। প্রথম, দ্বিতীয়, তৃতীয়টাও ভারতীয়। এবং তারপরে জিরো থেকে এগুলো আরো স্টার্ট করবেন। আর স্পিরিচুয়ালিজম মানে যে কোনো কথা আপনি দেখুন, সে বেদ বলুন বা যা যে কোনো ধর্মের বলুন, সেগুলো সাইন্টিফিক। আমরা সায়েন্স মানে হচ্ছে ওয়েদার ইট ইজ টেস্টেড অর নট, সায়েন্স মানে আমরা ভাবছি বলতে ওই সায়েন্স। যদি নিউটন বের করে থাকেন সায়েন্স না হলে হবে না। এটা জল কি আমি দেখে সত্যিকারই প্রমাণিত বলছি এটা জল, এটাই যদি না বুঝে বলি বাবা বলেছেন,
that is epistemology কথা বলছেন যে it is written in Bible, it is written in where, it is written in Quran, that's why it is true. It is authoritative knowledge. Am I right? But here the knowledge, scientific knowledge is that whether it is tested, it is verified or not. It may be written in where, it may be written in Quran, it may be written in Bible, it may be written by that is some Thakur or expert. Now because even my father told me I should not follow blindly, rather I should follow by verifying it. This is science. It's nothing. I mean, science because we should develop the scientific temper. The scientific temper, whether we visit Western or Eastern, it should be based on scientific temper. That means attitude, scientific attitude. Scientific attitude is all about this. As my father told that you have to go by left side and the drum is coming from the left side and I'm going, then I have to leave this wall. This cognitive knowledge, that means without any, I am just following him or her. So that should be questioning, that should be better. So in Indian Ocean, thank you very much. আমাদের বলতে ইচ্ছা হচ্ছে সম্ভব না। So আমাদের স্পিরিচুয়াল কর্মজিনিস যে কোনো স্পিরিচুয়াল আপনি যদি দেখেন তারা কেউ তো একটা লিডার ছিল, সে ঠাকুর ঠাকুর আমি বলছি না, সে নলেজের স্পর্শে সে কিছু বলে, সেও কিছু চেষ্টা করে, তাকে কেউ ফলো করি। যদি আমরা কিছু না বুঝে ফলো করি দ্যাট ইজ ফাংশন, যদি বুঝে ফলো করি সাইন্টিফিক। ওকে, থ্যাংক ইউ।
ইন্ডিয়া তো শুধু স্পিরিচুয়াল কান্ট্রি নয়, না এটা ইয়েস
Such as আমার আপনাকে বোঝাতে বা একটু কথা ভুল করে ফেলেছি। আমি বেদ আমি পড়িনি বা বেদে অ্যান্থ্রোপোসেন্ট্রিক আছে এরকম কোনো কথা কিন্তু আমি বলিনি স্যার। আমি আমার বক্তব্যের মধ্যে আমি যেটা বলছিলাম যে বৈদিক ট্র্যাডিশন হোক অথবা শ্রমণবাদী ট্র্যাডিশন গুলো হোক অথবা চারুকল্প বা এগুলোকে দিয়ে চর্চা হয়, এগুলোর বাইরেও আদিবাসী ট্র্যাডিশন আছে, আরো অনেক কিছু আছে। এরা কিন্তু সবাই হচ্ছে নন অ্যান্থ্রোপোসেন্ট্রিক। এদের মধ্যে কাউকেই মানে মানুষই সব পৃথিবীটা শুধু আমার ভোগ করার জন্য এরকম কিন্তু মানে আমার জানা নেই। আমার খুবই স্বল্প জ্ঞান এই ব্যাপারটা। আর স্যার যে কথাটা বলতে গেলে গান্ধীর যে একটা কথা বলেছিলেন না, পলিটিক্স উইদাউট প্রিন্সিপালস, রিলিজিয়ন উইদাউট কনসিয়েন্স, সেটাই তুমি সায়েন্স, তুমি সায়েন্স পড়ছো, এবার আপনি সায়েন্স পড়ছেন কিন্তু এই সায়েন্সের কি কনসিকুয়েন্স হতে পারে সেটা জানেন না, সেটা ভাবছেন না। এই যে এথিক্যাল পার্টটা, দ্যাট ইজ স্পিরিচুয়ালিটি। Spirituality is not always theology. You can be an atheist and still you can be spiritual. This is very important. Actually, interdisciplinary learning and multidisciplinary perspectives in knowledge. This is very important. We have cultivated students because we have students who are experts in science, but they don't have that ethical training.
আমি যেটা বলতে চাইছিলাম সেটা হচ্ছে যে মানে আমাদের ইন্ডিয়ান নলেজ সিস্টেমের মধ্যে আসলে আমরা তাদেরকে আপনি যাদের আদিবাসীদের কথা বলছেন বা পুরনো লোকেদের কথা বলছেন তাদেরকে যখন লিভিং ট্র্যাডিশন ছিল ইন্ডিয়ান নলেজ সিস্টেমের মধ্যে, লিভিং সিস্টেম, তখন কিন্তু তারা এক্সক্লুডেড ছিল না। এইটা আমার বক্তব্য। কিন্তু as they didn't have any written document with them, তাদের নলেজ গুলো ছিল এবং তাদের নলেজ গুলো আমরা নিয়েছি। বর্তমানে আমাদের যে সংস্কৃত ভাষায় যা নলেজ দেখছেন, পালি ভাষায় যা নলেজ দেখছেন, এগুলো নট অনলি কেবলদের হায়ার ক্লাস পিপুলদের নলেজ না কিন্তু নয়। এই নলেজ গুলো সবগুলো আদিবাসীদের নলেজ, অ্যাবরিজিনাল পিপুলদের প্রচুর নলেজ আছে এবং তার ডকুমেন্ট, তার প্রমাণ আছে। There are enough proof that they have taken from them. মুশকিল হচ্ছে তাদের এক্সক্লুসিভ গুলো আমরা পাই না, কারণ তাদের হাতে ডকুমেন্ট নেই। আমি এটাই বলছি। হ্যাঁ, আর শুধু স্পিরিচুয়ালিটি ইন্ডিয়ার একমাত্র বিষয় নয়, আমাদের দেশের সব রকম নলেজই ছিল। তাহলে একটা মন্দির এত বড় তৈরি করা, এত স্ক্রিপচার মিশরে তৈরি করছে, আপনাদের ভারতবর্ষ ব্যাপী তৈরি হচ্ছে। হ্যাঁ, এগুলো তো কোনো সায়েন্স বা টেকনোলজি ছাড়া হতে পারে না, কারণ they have no knowledge. হ্যাঁ, তাদের মেডিকেল সায়েন্স ডেভেলপ করতে এগুলো ছিল। এইগুলো ওইটা ম্যাক্স মুলারের একটা কোটেশন ছিল এখানে যে ইন্ডিয়ান আমাদের ফিলোসফার্স
they don't have any scientific base. এখন এইটার পরবর্তী গেলে আপনি যে কলোনাইজেশনের কথা বলছেন, এইটা ডিকলোনাইজেশন করা দরকার। যে ওই ম্যাক্সিমুলারের ফার্স্টটা যে ইন্ডিয়া ইজ অনলি এ কান্ট্রি অফ ফিলসফি, নট ইজ এ কান্ট্রি অফ সায়েন্টিফিক থটস, এইটাকে চেঞ্জ করা দরকার। থ্যাংক ইউ। জগন্নাথ যেটা রিচুয়ালস গুলো দেখি, জগন্নাথ টেম্পল, আপনি পৃথিবীর সমস্ত জাতির জন্য ওটা আছে, আমরা তাকে মিসইউজ করি। মানে জগন্নাথ টেম্পলে যদি আপনি প্রত্যেকটা রিচুয়ালস দেখবেন, প্রত্যেক রিচুয়ালস জন্য বিভিন্ন কালচার আছে। আমরা এখন বলে দিচ্ছি মুসলমান ঢুকবে না, কিন্তু ওখানে যখন রথ সাধবে যে একটা মুসলিম, সে না হলে রথ যাবে না। সেখান থেকে যে পতাকাটা করে সেটা নাপিত হতে হবে। জগন্নাথকে যে ভোগটা দেবে সেটা সবরই হতে হবে, প্রায় হতে হবে। তো রাজাটাকে কিন্তু মানে সুইপার হতে হবে, সেটা কাজে। কিন্তু আমরা সেটা মিসইউজ করি, ব্যাপারটা এখানে আমাদের মিসইউজ, কিন্তু সেগুলো প্রত্যেকটা ঠিক আছে।
Thank you, sir. Thank you to our chairperson, Professor Taroknath Udhikari, former dean and professor, Rabindra Bharati University in Kolkata. A very big thank you to sir for your time, for being with us, for your gracious presence in this for your gracious presence in this international conference and sharing with us your insights and observations. And thank you very much. I would also like to thank our invited speakers, Dr. Lalita Mohakad, Associate Professor in Education from Jadavpur University, and of course, Dr. Shubhrata Rai, Principal, Prabhu Jagadbandhu College, and Professor Nijha Mukherjee, Assistant Professor in Political Science, Bangalore College in India. Thank you very much for this, debate and engaging discussion which you generated in this panel. I wish the debate and discussion could have continued longer, but this being an international technical session, somewhere we have to draw the line. So I hope we have had a very, very meaningful experience in this particular session. The discussions in this particular technical session on environmental law and sustainability, or environmental law and sustainable development or sustainable living, as one of the speakers has highlighted, and found that environmental protection can no longer be viewed in isolation. It must be woven into economic planning, technological innovation, and social well-being. The collaborative spirit displayed by academicians present here today sends a very clear message. Meaningful environmental action requires shared responsibility, ethical commitment, and continuous global dialogue. Let us carry forward the knowledge exchange in this very interesting session and take a deeper resolve. Let us take a collective resolve to protect our planet for sustainable living. Thank you to all the participants for your thoughtful contributions and for advancing the global conversation on sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the organizer.
Next section.
Good evening to one and all. We have reached the final session, which we have named as the valedictory session for the two-day international conference on ramifications of law and justice in the Indian knowledge system, organized by Vidashankar College for Women, Department of Sanskrit, Political Science and Education, and this is an IUSC initiative of our college. I request Dr. Shubhrata Rai, Principal from Jagadbandhu College, to stay on stage, to take a seat on stage. He has been our inviting speaker for the previous session. For this session, he will be sharing the session in this particular technical session. So I request Dr. Shubhrata Rai, Principal, Protijogopal College. He will be chairing this session. May I now request our very senior invited speaker, Dr. Mohammed Rajgupta. Swami Ramakrishna Mandir, Professor, Department of Indology and Philosophy at Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Goldpark, to kindly come to the stage and take us through your Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence. I have already introduced Dr. Shubhrata Rai in the previous technical session, but I can see some new delegates who have joined in this session. So I take this opportunity to reintroduce Dr. Shubhrata Rai, who is the principal of Dr. College affiliated to the University of Calcutta. He comes from the college from where our principal madam, Dr. Shubhrata Rai, comes from. She was associate professor of philosophy at Prabhupada College and now the principal of Vidyasagar College for Women. So we have Dr. Shubhrata Rai, the principal of Prabhupada College. He will be chairing this session. He is the secretary of Bogyo Orthonomy Porishad and member EC Indian Economic Association. He has published 150 research articles in books and journals and 15 authored and co-authored books. He is a PhD supervisor at MIT School of Economics, MIT University in Kolkata. Thank you, sir, for being with us here today. Our distinguished speaker, very senior academician, Dr. Monotosh Dasgupta, is Swami Ramakrishna Nanda Professor, Department of Indology and Philosophy at Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Goldpark, Kolkata. Professor Dasgupta is a renowned professor of chemistry. He had a teaching experience spanning 6 decades at various academic institutions, including Presidency College, erstwhile Presidency College, now Presidency University, Capital University, Vidyasagar University, Bardwan University, Jadavpur University, Uttarbango Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Vivekananda University, and IIS WPN. Dr. Dashgupta has written, edited, and translated a good number of textbooks at undergraduate and postgraduate levels. He has varied interests, including performing at stage or taking interest in various fields, including writing short stories, travelogue, poetry. Currently, he is associated with Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Goldpark in Kolkata. A very warm hearty welcome to you, sir, Dr. Mohammed Rajgupta. So with this very brief introductory remarks, I officially hand over the session to our chairperson, Dr. Shubhrata Rai, Principal, Jagabondhu College. Over to you, sir. Oh, there is a very small token of appreciation, which we want to, give to Dr. Monataj Dashgupta. So I would request our students, student volunteers of Vidyasagar College for Women to felicitate Dr. Monataj Dashgupta. We have had the opportunity to felicitate our chairperson in the previous technical session. So now I will officially hand over the session to our chairperson. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
উনি বলবেন স্যার। হ্যাঁ স্যার বলুন। আপনি সেশন আছে।
Okay. So already evening started. And at the very last moment of this program. So in this moment, I request Gentleman to speak to give his clarification. Please, sir. একটা কথা আছে সাপের বিষ মুখে আর বিচ্ছুর বিষ লেজে ফলে শেষ দিকে যাতে থাকবে শেষ দিকে হচ্ছে বিচ্ছু অর্থাৎ আমাদের বিষ লেজে তবে এই অনুষ্ঠানে তার বিষ ধরাবো না কিন্তু ভূমিকাটা বিচ্ছুর আর কি যাই হোক রেসপেক্টেড চেয়ারপারসন ভালো লাগছে আন্দুল কলেজের প্রিন্সিপাল উনি আন্দুল কলেজ আমি গিয়েছি আচ্ছা আন্দুল নামটাও খুব সুন্দর কোথেকে এলো যখন শ্রী চৈতন্যদেব ওই রাস্তায় যাচ্ছিলেন তখন সবাই ওই ধুলো মাথায় গাড়ি মারছিল সেই জন্য জায়গাটার নাম হলো আনন্দ ধুলি থেকে আন্দুল কথাটা এসেছে সেই সুব্রত কুমার ডক্টর সুব্রত কুমার রায় learned speakers and scholars and research persons who have deliberated in different sessions of the conference and are still present in this valedictory session. Enthusiastic and inquisitive participants and all of the able, assiduous, enterprising persons associated with this conference or the arrangement and management of the conference. Of ramification of law and justice in the Indian market. I'm not amazed to have an invitation here as delegate period, and it's because I am not a legal personality, not lawyer, not a justice. So I fail to, if I fail to satisfy these listeners, the responsibility vested on the organizers, not on me. Then you may ask why I have accepted this invitation. Firstly, one of our chief ministers said, law is nothing but strong common sense. And another thing, India's knowledge system, it is a collection of a huge store of different types of information flowing from the dawn of history to this age. And I am an atom or a particle of this knowledge system. This Indian knowledge system, which is actually again a part of international knowledge system. So if we take continental theory of lifting, that is, Earth was a compact globe. Due to some physical and morphological disturbances, the continents were set apart. And the theory of evolution also is associated with this international knowledge system
and Indian knowledge system are not alien to each other. Another reason why I have accepted the invitation, I am an octogenarian and I could not check back the temptation for being among the warm-blooded members of this generation. Or Gurudev Rabindranath Singh, এসে আমার পান পড়েছে বটে তার দিকে নজর এত কেন পাড়ার যত ছেলে এবং বুড়ো সবার আমি সমবয়সী কেন to prove that I have come here. এখন ব্যাপার হচ্ছে যে এই যে নলেজ সিস্টেম এই যে ল বা নলেজ সিস্টেম দুটোই এসেছে কিন্তু ওই যে বললাম ইন দি সেম ওয়ে theory of evolution যদি আমরা বলি আর কন্টিনেন্টাল ড্রিফট বেসিক্যালি ওয়ান নলেজ সিস্টেম and ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ল একইভাবে এসেছে কাজে আমি যদি রিপ্রেজেন্টেটিভ if I take a representative method or method of development of this law and knowledge system, primitive man. It is not that man was man jumped into this all in the moment, but let us assume that man came on this earth. The primitive man, he was alone, he was single. By sexual urge, he became true. Then he found group. Then he found clan. Then he found city states. Then came our state. From the very beginning, where the parents found do's and don'ts among them. When they found group, when they were Chinese. Don't take a lie. That is, don't conceal facts from others. Take equal share of the plate. Don't take others' portions for your interest. These do's and don'ts, the list of do's and don'ts, grew further when men advanced. And when men became civilized in the true in modern sense. আগের কাজে অসভ্য ছিল তা না। আমরা কিন্তু সভ্যতা বলাই করি কাজে when we become civilized in the common sense, that stupid sense also, in sense, তখন এই do's and don'ts গুলো just দুটো ভাগ। They were looked into two parts. One was law and another was morality and ethics. In morality and ethics, it had also two parts. One was religion, and other was morality and the common sense. If I find a man lying on the roadside, injured, and do not take care of him, law cannot compel me to take care of him. Just recall that parable of Good Samaritan. A man was traveling from Jerusalem to Jericho. On the road, he was attacked by some miscreants and was left injured on the roadside. A pilot came, a nobleman came, nobody came to his rescue. What else? Untouchable Samaritan took him to the nearest inn and arranged for his treatment. Jesus asked, who of these three is real neighbor to this man? All said, that Samaritan. Go and do the likewise. Go and do the likewise. It is someone of religion. It is someone of morality. But law can make me bound to take care of it. Thus, one portion was law, another portion was ethics and morality. And similarly, when primitive men, they came across so many powers, so many furious powers of nature, like thunderstroke, like torrential rain, like volcanic eruptions, like tornado, so on and so forth. They assumed a power behind this. They took to assume a power behind this. Gradually, these powers, they took the form of deities. And some deities came out of sheer gratefulness, cow. And some deities came out of fear, serpent. C.M. Job, in his books, The Story of Civilization, has mentioned a top deity of ancient Egypt. But when men became so-called civilized, then these things took another step. How? These powers, they found gods, no gods. Earlier there are gods. Now they are called powers. And some natural powers. Behind these powers, there were some natural reasons, natural laws, which we call Rito. And these natural powers, they turned into philosophical thoughts. And these philosophical thoughts then turned into scientific thoughts. Science call it 6 types of energies. And from Einstein onward, there was a venture for unified field theory. There is a superpower, super energy above these powers. And this super energy, Einstein gave up this research. So after the second of book, he continued to some extent. But after Abdul Samad and Aristotle, colleagues said got Nobel Prize, discovered toticity, we came nearer to the idea of this unified field theory. And now we have 3 theories. One day, Stephen Hawking emphasized that we will be landed into that belief of super energy. And philosophy and religion, they turn this superpower energy Brahman. In our day, it was called Brahma. In some other religions, they were called some form of God. That was the superpower. Therefore, there is no difference between science and religion, science and spirituality. So far, philosophy is concerned. And that became the scientific philosophy. Vivekananda was the initiator of the scientific philosophy, which was perpetuated through Rabindranath Tagore, Ramindra Sundar Trivedi, down to Kumar Jivan Chowdhury, but he died at the age of 44. But now, we are again trying to establish that scientific philosophy in Confernce University. A seminar was there on scientific philosophy for the special. So I was also doing on this when I was in Sivika. Now, this was the development of IKS, Indian knowledge system, which I think is a part of international or world knowledge system. And law is again a part of this. Therefore, in the natural knowledge system and law and justice, they practically ramify into each other. If we consider them to be branch trees, and if branching is not racemose, racemose type of branching, they cannot penetrate. It is cymose type of branching. So many branches, these branches intrude into the regime of other. And thus we have a combined knowledge system. This law, study of law, study of law in knowledge system, or knowledge system in exploration of law, this is a separate branch of, maybe rather a separate branch of research. In law and justice again, it is prevalent from long past. Laws, they were formed to maintain discipline of discipline in a group. Without punitive measures, discipline cannot be maintained. But Indian law system, system, it was not punitive. But some punitive measures is required. Religious reformers, they say, hate sin not sinners. As Jesus said, hate sin not sinners. But some punitive measures should be there. সন্ন্যাসী উপগুপ্ত মুকুরাপুরীর প্রাচীরের তলে একদা ছিলেন সুপ্ত নগরীর নদী তলে অভিসারী যৌবন পথে মক্কা অঙ্গে আচল সুনীল পরম রুনুর হুলু যাবে বাজে আভরণ সন্ন্যাসী গায়ে করিতে চরণ থামিল বসবদন a romantic poem in Gurudev Rabindranath's কথা কিন্তু ব্যাপারটা তো সব রোমান্টিক ছিল না this Vasudevata, she was a public woman. He got of two clients, he got one murdered by the richer one. And the crime was detected. He was sentenced, the legal sentence, verdict was conferred on him. Her nose, her ears, her hands, her feet were cut down, and she was left in cremation ground. Upagupta, who was once allured by Vasudevata, came to her and gave messages of Gautama Buddha for celebration. In Madhya Nikaya, Putra Pitaka support the severe punishment on the part of administration. He says, unless severe punishment is there, the administration of the state cannot be maintained. Then sometimes we think law doesn't come into conflict with religion. But what did Jesus say? Jesus was passing by. Yeah, there was a crowd. The crowd was trying to kill a woman who, in their sense, went astray through throwing stones at her. Now, this is what said Jesus cannot go against the law of the state. But he said, all right, this woman must be killed. But the first stone should be thrown by that man who have never made a crime in his life. Nobody dared to throw stones at. Thus, law and justice should be maintained. Punitive measures should be supported or were supported. But before getting them used, you must be on your guard. Now, this law and order, law and justice of Indian system, they changed from the Vedic period, changed to later periods like Muslim period. Then it changed in British period. In British period was divided into two parts. One was the rule of East India Company, another was the rule of monarch. But there, the Indian laws were then codified. They were systematized. But although they are perfect, we cannot deny. Modern Nandaguna, who was hanged in 1700 and I think it's 65 or like that. Brecht has written a play on it, Calcutta, 1765. Nandagod was hanged only on the plea of having forged a letter. But in the later period, British rule, British law was imposed on Indians. But still again, there was some difference. Barristers, when they had been to England and found that there is discrimination, this led a point on Indian freedom struggle. Dishabundu Chittapalli and others, they are barristers and they found this discrimination. This was one of the reasons when these barristers they supported Indian National Congress and later National Congress actually set up by them. W.C. Banerjee. Umesh Chandra Banerjee, the Banerjee both, and Umesh Chandra Banerjee was the first Congress president. So, এইভাবে Indian law change হয়েছে এবং later to satisfy the Indians, India Act তৈরি হয়েছে at different years. The last big India Act was in 1935. বলতে বাধা নেই বি আর আম্বেদকরকে আমরা যতই সম্মান শ্রদ্ধা করি তিনি আমাদের কনস্টিটিউশন তৈরি করেছিলেন কিন্তু ইন্ডিয়ান কনস্টিটিউশনের দুভাগের তিন ভাগ ওই ইন্ডিয়া অ্যাক্ট 1935 থেকে টুটে নেয়। এখন এই ইন্ডিয়ান কনস্টিটিউশনে it is a good sign on the part of this textbook makers যে তারা textbook at the initial page of this page book, just not at the title page. Preamble ছাপিয়ে দিচ্ছে। But what is the use? Preamble politics হয়ে না। It should be imposed. যে preamble পড়াতে হবে। Class teacher should take a class, 1 or 2 or 3 classes to get them realize what is the essence of this preamble. And in different classes, the standard of teaching should be different. In higher classes, it should be more rigorous. এখন এই যে law and justice, এই law and justice, it is again a matter of research, a matter of discussion. So it has to be brought in Indian knowledge system, or it has come in Indian knowledge system. Actually, juridical science is a subject. It is a matter of a portion of Indian knowledge system. This constitution is a weapon. Weapon is to be sharpened. Weapon is not to be worshipped. Abstinge প্রণাম করার মতো কনস্টিটিউশন এমন জিনিস নয়, যদি হতো ঠিক দেড় হাজার 106 অ্যামেন্ডমেন্টস দেয়ার, এখন পর্যন্ত 106টা অ্যামেন্ডমেন্ট হয়েছে, হতো না তো। And it is a matter of ডিবেটিং। দুর্গাধর বসুর এরকম বিরাট বই কনস্টিটিউশন উপরে এত লেখা হয়েছে কেন? যদি কনস্টিটিউশন একেবারে শ্বাসটাকে প্রমাণ করার মতো জিনিস হতো। উই বোস্ট, আমরা গর্ব করি, we have the biggest written constitution under the world, under the sun. এটা ভালো না খারাপ? একটা গল্প বলি। এক জমিদারের ছেলে জলে পড়ে মরে গেছে, মারা গেছে। তো সবাই মিলে দারোয়ানকে জিজ্ঞেস করলো, have you not noticed that the little child got drowned in the pond? জানি তো, দেখলাম তো। খোকাবাবু হাঁটতে হাঁটতে গিয়ে জলে ডুবে গেল। তুমি আটকাবি না, বাঁচাবি না? আমাকে যখন চাকরিতে দেওয়া হয়েছিল, লিখে দেওয়া হয়েছিল তুমি এই করবে, তাতে লেখা ছিল না যে কর্তার ছেলে জলে পড়লে আমাদের তুলতে হবে। I think constitution ঠিক হচ্ছে আমাদের সুবিধা হয়েছে কথা। বুক খুলিয়ে বলার বোধ হয় খুব কিছু নেই। ব্রিটেন has got no written constitution. অনেক তো দেশ বৃদ্ধি চলে যাচ্ছে, বরঞ্চ বেশি লেখা থাকাতে আমাদের অসুবিধাই হয়েছে কিছু। বাট স্টিল আমাদের কনস্টিটিউশনে অনেক ডিসক্রিপেন্সিস আছে, অনেক ল্যাপসেস আছে। সেই জন্যই কেশব ভারতীর কেসে যেটা বলা হয়েছিল যে দিস এসেন্স, দি টিউন, মূল ভাবটা এই থেকে ধরে রাখতে। আর এখন এই যে আমাদের স্কলারসরা এত যে গবেষণা করছেন, এত যে কথা বলছেন যে অনেক কিছুর ওপরে অনেক বলা যায়, কিন্তু সেই টিউনটাকে ঠিক রাখতে হবে, সেই সুরটাকে, মূল সুরটাকে বজায় রাখতে হবে। কারণ কনস্টিটিউশন আমাদের এখন যখন রয়েছে, এটাকে আমরা পাল্টাতে পারবো না। তাই এই ইন্ডিয়ান নলেজ সিস্টেম এবং ল অ্যান্ড জাস্টিস, এই দুটো it will be, they will get ramified into each other. এবং শুধু তাই নয়, ইন দিস সেন্স আমরা ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ল এবং ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ল সিস্টেমের সঙ্গে পরিচিত হয়ে familiar with this international law system and at the same time international law and justice. এই যে এখন কথা হচ্ছে যে ডেথ সেন্টেন্স, এই ডেথ সেন্টেন্স থাকবে কিনা, এই ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ল সিস্টেম আরো আরেকটিটা কাজে প্রত্যেক লয়ার, প্রত্যেক জাস্টিস বা লিগাল পার্সোনালিটিস তাদের অনেক কিছু জানতে হয়। আশুতোষ মুখার্জির একটা ঘটনা বলি। আশুতোষ মুখার্জি when was a young lawyer, he once entered into the court with a blackboard and stand. He set up this blackboard and stand for অঙ্ক কষতে লাগলেন। অঙ্ক করে দেখাচ্ছেন। He considered mathematics. He considered terminology. He considered river science. He considered the flow of air at that time of velocity and flow of air at that time of the season. এবং প্রমাণ করে দিলেন যে যে মানে প্রতিবাদী বাদী আর কি যে ক্লেম করেছে সেটা ঠিক নয়। I mean, he used just mathematical formulations in this legal procedure. আবার যখন বাবরি মসজিদের ক্ষেত্রে দেখতে পাচ্ছি তারা রিলিজিয়াস হিস্ট্রি কোট করছেন, তারা ইন্ডিয়ান হিস্ট্রি কোট করছেন, তারা সাহাবানী কেসে দেখছি তারা শরীয়ত কোট করছেন, তারা কুরআন কোট করছেন, তারা হাদিস থেকে কোট দিচ্ছেন। Indian knowledge system on the part of this যার যতটুকু অভিজ্ঞতা সবাই তার সব বেশি জানেন তা না, কিন্তু না জানার ফলে আমার অসুবিধা হচ্ছে, না জানার ফলে অসুবিধা হয়। এই যে লিগাল পার্সন এবং জাস্টিসরা অনেক সময় ভুল করে বসে। এখন কথা হচ্ছে যে লোয়ার কোর্ট থেকে তুই তার অ্যাপিল টু দি হায়ার কোর্ট, হায়ার কোর্ট থেকে তুই অ্যাপিল টু দি ডিভিশন বেঞ্চ, তারপরে স্টিল হায়ার কোর্ট, তারপরে ডিভিশন বেঞ্চ। যে কেন যে কোনো একটা পার্টি তারা যখন মানে জাজমেন্টকে মানছেন না বা জাজমেন্টকে তার ফেভারে যেখানে মনে করছেন না, দে ক্যান অ্যাপিল। ইফ দ্যাট বি সো, তাহলে জাজমেন্টকে আমি যদি ডিবেট করি তাহলে কন্টেন্ট অফ কোর্ট করতে হবে কেন? তাহলে কন্টেন্ট অফ কোর্ট হবে কেন? আমি তো বিভিন্ন জাজমেন্টকে আমি সমালোচনা করি, তাই ক্রিটিসাইজ দিয়ে জাজমেন্ট হর্স হয়ে যাবে না, সেটা করা যাবে না। কেন? যদি এটা করতে পারা যায় মানে ইচ এন্ড এভরি কেস যে যার এগেনস্টে যাবে, এগেনস্ট পার্টি, তিনি সমালোচনা শুরু করবেন and ultimately it will be politicized. আর একবারই থেকে পলিটিশিয়ানদের খপ্পরে গিয়ে পড়ে তাহলে পরে আর জুডিশিয়ারি করবে। কিন্তু কখন করবো? যখন ম্যাটার অফ পাস্ট। সেই জন্য জাস্টিস চন্দ্রচূড় তার বাবার অর্ডারকে রিভার্স করে দিয়েছে। আজকে কেশব ভারতীয় কেস নিয়ে আবার অনেকে ডিবেট করছে। কাজে এই পোস্ট হলে পরে তখন আমাদের এই যে ডিবেটেবল জিনিস এইগুলোকে আমাদের সেট করতে হবে। কারা সেট করবে? যারা মেম্বার অফ দিস ইন্ডিয়ান নলেজ সিস্টেম or inside this Indian knowledge system। এবং সেই ক্ষেত্রে আমাদের কনস্টিটিউশনে আমাদের মানতেই হবে এবং কনস্টিটিউশনে যেটুকু আছে সেটুকু ধরেই আমাদের ইন্ডিয়ান নলেজ সিস্টেমের মধ্যে কনস্টিটিউশনকে আনতে হবে। কিভাবে আনতে হবে? যেমন রাইট, ডোমেস্টিক ভায়োলেন্স এগেইনস্ট উইমেন্স রাইট, যা নিউজ পেপারে 2006 অ্যাক্ট হয়েছিল, 2006 রুল হয়েছিল। সেই থেকে আমাদের কারিকুলাম সিলেবাসে ঢোকাতে হবে। প্র্যাকটিক্যালি আমাদের সিলেবাসে একটা পেপারই করা উচিত কনস্টিটিউশন। সায়েন্স পেপার, আর্টস পেপার, কমার্স পেপার, কনস্টিটিউশনের একটা পেপার তাকে থাকতে হবে। কনস্টিটিউশন সাইন্স ফিচার্স গুলো তাদের পড়াতে হবে। এই যে উইমেন্স রাইট, এগুলো ছেলেদের শেখাতে হবে, মেয়েদের শেখাতে হবে। আনলেস উই নো দি ল, হাউ ক্যান উই ফাইন্ড আউট হোয়াট ইজ আওয়ার রাইট? How can you fight for exercising our rights? And সেই লগুলো জানতে হবে, সেই লগুলো জানাবে কে? তার জন্য আমাকে প্রত্যেককে তো আর ল করা যাবে না। এই যে প্রিজনার আন্ডার ট্রায়াল, তারা তো অনেকেই জানেই না যে তাদের ফ্রি অফ কস্ট তারা লিগাল এইড পাওয়ার অধিকারী। এইগুলোকে জানাতে হবে। কাজে নলেজ সিস্টেমের মধ্যে ল এন্ড জাস্টিসকে যদি আমি না আনি, তাহলে একটা গ্যাপ সোসাইটি তৈরি করা একটা গ্যাপ সোসাইটি যদি আমি তৈরি করতে চাই, তাহলে ল অ্যান্ড জাস্টিসকে নলেজ সিস্টেমের মধ্যে একেবারে আমরা যাকে বলি ওতপ্রোত ভাবে কমপ্লিটলি একেবারে মিশিয়ে দিতে হবে। কাজে ল অ্যান্ড জাস্টিসকে আলাদা করে রাখলে প্রয়োজন, এবং এই ল অ্যান্ড জাস্টিস ইন্টারন্যাশনাল ল আর ডোমেস্টিক একটা মিউনিসিপাল ল। একটা মিউনিসিপাল ল মানে ওই মিউনিসিপ্যালিটি ল নয়, কিন্তু দেশের যে ল থেকে জুরিডিক্যাল সায়েন্সে ওদের ভাষায় ওরা মিউনিসিপাল ল বলে। এই মিউনিসিপাল ল আর ইন্টারন্যাশনাল লর সঙ্গে সেটা পার্থক্য, সেটা হচ্ছে স্কলারদের ডিসকাশনের ব্যাপার। কিন্তু এই মিউনিসিপাল ল বিষয়ে প্রত্যেকটি মানুষের একটা ফেয়ার আইডিয়া থাকা উচিত, and that should be a part of the syllabus. একটা আলাদা পেপার থাকতে হবে প্রত্যেকের, যে কনস্টিটিউশন, সেই of the constitution, everybody should be aware of this. তো কাজে এইভাবে ল অ্যান্ড জাস্টিস আমাদের ইন্টারন্যাশনাল নলেজ সিস্টেমের মধ্যে ইন্ডিয়ান নলেজ সিস্টেমের মধ্যে আসবে, এবং এইটি একটি ঐতিহাসিক ঘটনা হয়ে আসবে আশা করি, বা হওয়া উচিত। কারণ প্রেজেন্ট বলে তো কিছু নেই, আছে ফিউচার আর পাস্ট। কেন এই যে আমি কথা বললাম, এই বললাম যে কথাটা বললাম, ইট হ্যাজ বিন পাস্ট। প্রেজেন্ট বলে কিছু নেই, আছে শুধু দুটো টেন্স, ফিউচার আর পাস্ট। এই ফিউচার যদি আবার করতে হয়, তাহলে অতীতের ঔরসে বর্তমানের গর্ভে সন্তান হচ্ছে ভবিষ্যৎ। সে উজ্জ্বল ভবিষ্যৎ যদি আমরা তৈরি করতে চাই, তাহলে বলে এই আমাদের যে এনশিয়েন্ট বর্তমানের মধ্যে আমাদের যে গৌরব উজ্জ্বল অতীত, তার গৌরবে এক উজ্জ্বল সন্তান প্রসূত করতেই হবে, এবং আশা আমরা করবো যে আমাদের সামূহিক প্রচেষ্টায় সেই উজ্জ্বল ভবিষ্যৎ তৈরি হবে। এবং মাইকে মধুসূদন ভাষণ দিয়েছে না, মেঘনাথ কাউকে বলেছিলেন চিত্রাঙ্গদার মুখে, কেন প্রশ্ন নেই প্রশ্ন ভাগ্যবতী, আমরা তাহলে আর ভাগ্যবতী না, আমরা সবাই মনে করবো যে আমরা সবাই ভাগ্যবান। আমরা আমাদের এডুকেশন সিস্টেমকে এমন করেছি, ল অ্যান্ড জাস্টিস এবং এডুকেশন সিস্টেমকে ফেয়ারলি ব্লেন্ডেড করে এমন একটা করেছি যে ইট ইজ ভেরি এক্সাম্পলারি টু দি ওয়ার্ল্ড ইজ অলসো। ধন্যবাদ, ধন্যবাদ। Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking lecture. In the last moment, you are actually really very enriched on your lecture. So now the society open to your question and any question that is okay. So Sam actually his critical analysis discuss the Indian knowledge system and how the law is blended in the Indian knowledge system. A very, very thorough lecture. So I'm giving them thanks to our speaker, Professor Dasgupta. So like this is the end of this session.
Thank you, Dr. Shubhra Rai, Principal from the Chocolate College, Arjun Howrah, for sharing this session. I would also like to extend my thanks to very senior academician, Dr. Mohammed Gupta, Ramakrishna Professor, Department of Indology and Philosophy at Ramakrishna Mission Institute of Culture, Gold Park in Kolkata. Thank you both for your insightful observations, and thank you for your time. Thank you for coming and raising the question. So thank you very much. So- This evening, as we conclude this two-day international conference on Indian knowledge system, we celebrate not only the exchange of ideas, but the reconnection with a civilizational legacy that continues to shape our intellectual, cultural, and ecological consciousness. Over the course of this two-day conference, scholars, practitioners, delegates from across the world have illuminated how the wisdom embedded in India's ancient texts, philosophies, sciences, and sustainable traditions can meaningfully converse with contemporary global challenges. The dialogues we have shared reaffirm that Indian knowledge system is not merely a repository of the past, but a dynamic framework for the future, capable of enriching disciplines ranging from humanitarian law, environmental studies, and governance to technology, healthcare, and ethics. The conference stands as a testament to the power of interdisciplinary reflection and international collaboration. Let us carry forward the insights gained here with a sense of responsibility and creative purpose, ensuring that the knowledge we have inherited becomes a catalyst for innovation, sustainability, and human well-being. With gratitude to all speakers, participants, delegates, and organizers, we conclude this conference with renewed commitment to expanding the frontiers of Indian knowledge system, research, and practice. Thank you. I just would like to add that the departments of Sanskrit, Political Science, and Education have worked very hard for months to make this conference a grand success. A big round of applause for these three departments, please. I would also like to mention that along with these three departments, all departments of the college, all arts and science departments have entered their full cooperation to make this seminar a grand success. And of course, the internal quality assurance cell of this college has played a leading role to organize this conference. Now, I would request Dr. Utri Sharma, co-convener of this international conference, to deliver the formal vote of thanks. My colleague, Dr. Utri Sharma, is the co-convener and also assistant professor of the Department of Political Science, Vidyasagar College for Women. Over to you, Utri. Thank you. In this tireless team, it is very difficult to thank others. It is very easy to thank yourself. But I will try my best to thank others. To all who graced our stage and shared their academic life and made this gathering shine in a very bright way, my heartfelt thanks in words strive to find wisdom, laughter, memories after behind. On behalf of the whole organizing committee, I, Dr. Rotri Sharma, joint convener, have the privilege to deliver vote of thanks at the concluding session of this two-day international conference. Before we begin the formal acknowledgement, allow me to briefly highlight the intellectual talk which took place in these 2 days ICSSR sponsored international conference dubbed as Ramification of Laws and Justice in Indian Legal System. This 2 days international conference has made us aware that Indian legal system is an integral part of every discipline,
Our deliberation have shown how the Indian knowledge system weaved together the idea of gender justice in ancient India, the Dharma Adharma works in Vedic law, and deeper link between cause, effect, justice, and governance. We learned how national and international human rights framework have continued to evolve, enriched by certain laws of Naga and Mizo customary law, and how humanitarian principle confront and it changes the boundary and causes a conflict in transnational level, affecting the entire environment of the world. Our reflection on environmental law and sustainable development have a whole soul formation inside IKO, and it has been addressed from Indian knowledge system only. We know the global, economical, ecological, humanitarian, every concept comes from Indian knowledge system. Together, this perspective allowed us to link the ancient India, the ancient world, and the legal approach a meaningful way. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed dignitaries and speakers who presented here to enrich us in the academic field. My sincere thanks goes to Dr. Shutoparam, our principal, whose constant guidance and encouragement made this seminar successful. Dr. Tapon Roy, IQAC convener and the convener of Finance Origin for leading us with moral and financial support to make this international conference into a reality. Dr. Shaman Bhatt, our bursar sir, always remained behind us to make this conference a successful one. Dr. Rapti Dev, the treasurer of this international conference, her tireless, restless, day and night work has made this conference a successful one. I will request everyone to give a clap for her because our Indian talent. I would like to thank Dr. Shwetali Basu for proposing the title for the seminar, which is taking place today. I would like to thank Dr. Urushri Chakraborty, Dr. Shampa Bormo, and Dr. Piyani Vishwas for preparing an incredible proposal because of which we have secured this grant. I would like to thank our invited speakers who are friends throughout India and throughout the world. And my special thanks goes to Professor Donald R. Davis, Professor Tapon Kumar Basuntia, Professor Alinda Bandhopadhyay, Professor Ratna Basu, Professor Arijit Mondol, Professor Joshi, Professor Arush Shekhar, Professor Devashish Dhar, Professor Bhattacharya Rajkumar Kothari, Professor Anindra Jyoti Bajumdar, Professor Ramakrishna Dharmar, Professor Tarunnath Odhikari, Professor Lalit, Professor Subrata Roy, and Professor Nichal Mukherjee, and our most senior professor, Monotosh Ashwini. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all the scholars, for their contribution in this journey of this conference. A special note of appreciation goes to all paper presenters, offline and online. I would like to thank two of my friends, Dr. Shushi and Dr. K.V. Kavita, who have taken out their valuable time from their busy schedule to attend this conference. Thank you.
কথা বলতে আসছিল উনি তো নিজেকে থ্যাংকস দিলেন না পুষ্পবাণী বলেছেন নিজের পিঠ চাপড়াতে গিয়ে হাত থেকে মুচড়ে গেল। তো যাই হোক, আমরা ডক্টর স্যারকে ধন্যবাদ।
A conference cannot be a successful one without the silent workers. My entire college stood behind us as an entire silent person. So I would like to thank every committee and every person who were present in their work. Dr. Dr. Sumanta Bandyopadhyay in photography and videography, Car and Transport Coordination, Dr. Suman Bandyopadhyay, Dr. Ranju Tamang, and Dr. Shukanta Kanslo, Food and Refreshment Committee, Dr. Shujan China. I would like to give him special thanks for arranging everything of this conference. Food and everything he has arranged behind the scene. Dr. Arnav Goyal and Sri Moyuk Bera. Certificate Distribution Committee, Dr. Srimati Kingadas, Sri Shobhanik Bala, Dr. Ganesh Shinra, Dr. Joydeep Ghosh. Refreshment Committee, Srimati Boishaki Roy, Priyanka Mishra, Dolly Ghosh, and Pinky Das. Broadcasting Committee, Dr. Priya Samanto, Dr. Uday Paramanik, Sri Ankita Vishwas, and Sri Animesh Das. Digital Committee, Srimati Priyanka Samanto, Dr. Meenakshi Ghosh, Dr. Samri Das, and Dr. Ankita Das. Delegate Reception Committee, Dr. Srijit Chaudhary. I would like to convey my greatest regards to Dr. Srijit Chaudhary because he has given his own card only for the delegate reception. And Dr. Pradipta Mukherjee, thank you. Our sincere thanks to the announcement team. They had flawlessly done their job. Dr. Pradipta Mukherjee, Dr. Anushri Chakraborty, Dr. Rajiv Prasad, and Dr. Samyukta Banerjee. Student Registration Committee, Srimati Shantani Bala, Dr. Anipan Sarkar, Shreya Chakraborty, Dr. Madhu Mishra, and Dr. Devkanta Ghosh. Decoration Committee, our governing body member, Srimati Moumita Ash, Dr. Abhaya Datta, and Srimati Srijoli Gosha. Overall management team, I would like to give my special thanks to these pillars of the college. Dr. Tapun Rai, Dr. Molly Ghosh, Dr. Kotrani Ghosh, Dr. Nanda Molli, and Dr. Dhriti Banerjee. Special thanks to them. Invitation Committee, Srimati Arunima Bhattacharya, Dr. Anushma Mukherjee, Priyanka Chakraborty, and Disha Dashu. Reception Committee, I would like to thank and I would like to show my sincere gratitude to Dr. Paromita Majumdar and Dr. Moitri Bosu Roy and Dr. Rashi Subba for their best hospitality. This conference has achieved its best because of this team. Hall management, Sri Vishwadit Shahan and Sri Shotto Patnaik. Specially mentioned, I would like to thank the online preparation team, that is Dr. Mihir Dam and Dr. Chaitani Banerjee. They had got the assistance and full help support from Adi Bishop Molla. And finally, I would like to thank my students, my beloved students who had stayed last 2 days and they had given their tireless work and their sincerity was responsible for this conference and its grand success. I would also like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Shamal Kaur and Dr. Sharup Shah for their wholehearted support throughout this journey of ours. I would express my deep gratitude to Shunil, Pradeep, Lalita for their tireless work in cleaning and beautification of the campus. To all delegates, participants from all institutions, administrative staffs, and student volunteers, thank you so much wholeheartedly because your participation and support has been a backbone of our event. I would like to convey my bestest regards to convener of this event, Dr. Piyani Vishal. She has done everything. Her tireless effort has made this day a colorful one. As I conclude, I will try to say that we are looking forward to meet again in future for some academic work and event. Thank you to all. Excuse me, she is not the name and she is the temple of our art. I best regards a convey. And
Actually, we don't have regular postcards. Long enough. Just as the.